time of season where every single weekday, well, it feels as if almost every single game has got big ramifications on the line. talkSPORT Goal is going to take you through another busy Sunday afternoon of football in the Premier League. I guess the main event comes at 4:30 this afternoon when Liverpool take on Tottenham. But before that, at 2 o'clock in the Premier League, we have got three big games, and all three games have got a lot on the line, including Manchester United versus Aston Villa, a big game in the race for Champions League football. It's third versus fourth, both of these sides on 51 points. So United 51 and third, Villa fourth on 51, Chelsea and Liverpool fifth and sixth respectively on 48. Of course, yesterday Chelsea losing in the Premier League to Newcastle, and both Palace Leeds and Forest Fulham massive games in terms of the race for the bottom of the Premier League, because Forest start the day 18th in the table on 28. West Ham are out of the relegation zone on 29. Spurs have 29. Leeds 31. So Leeds go to Palace. Forest home to Fulham. Four big games today in the Premier League, and we're delighted to have your company on talkSPORT Goals. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. To my right-hand side is Scott Saunders, Abby Summers, Kweki Wafari. To my left-hand side, good afternoon, guys. How are we?
All good,
man. We're all good.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Good. Scott, how's everything going? Fresh trim for the show?
All good.
Fresh,
Thanks, bro.
fresh little shape up as well?
You trimmed too much of my beard off, but it looks all right.
Oh, really? It's one of those ones, the barbers, when they sort of...
On that side?
No, just both sides. Like I usually, he's faded it.
Yeah.
And he said it looks good. I trusted him.
Talking like we shouldn't start the show by talking about haircuts, but just while we're on the topic of it, I was going through some old clips like a couple of weeks ago of old shows. Mate, some of your trims back in the day were a rogue, mate. It's almost like every single week there was something completely different. And what I love now is the fact that you basically go on, I'm just gonna have a short back inside and leave it at that, right?
Why are you done?
I'm a father. I'm
Father.
Does life change when you have a... Yeah?
100%. It took too long. It was too complicated, and I think
It was too complicated.
You had a lot of hats as well. I feel like
a lot of hats. I had Mickey Mouse buns.
Yeah, we had buns for a bit. We had braids for a bit. Yeah.
Cool. Maybe we'll get more insight from you in between the 2 o'clock games and the 4:30 games. But all three 2 o'clock games just got underway in the Premier League, and again, as I mentioned, all three games have got a lot on the line. Scott, Man United versus Aston Villa, big game, isn't it? And looking at the Manchester United team, I guess the headline is that Benjamin Šeško doesn't start.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've got to be honest. I think the way that Villa play and how high a line they like to play, I've made the comparison before, looking at this game, potentially that maybe United might be able to get the same joy out of this Aston Villa backline that they did against Manchester City in the derby a few weeks ago, and they played Brian Mbeumo through there. I thought he was quite sensible and smart in how he picked up space in between the centre-backs. So, I think United have to be careful today, but I think the expectation's on. They've got to deliver. There's no excuses, really, and I think he's got the lineup right, but we'll see how it goes. I maybe would have liked to see Aiden Heaven in there, just for a little bit more direction at left centre-back, and good passes through the lines, because they missed that with Leach and Martinez out. But we'll see how it goes.
Quakey, what about Aston Villa? They're not in great form. It's 3 wins in 11. Do you fear for them in terms of, it's going to be of the 4 teams that are going for top 5 football, one's going to miss out. Do you think Villa are maybe the most likely at the moment to miss out?
Well, the performance on my side in recent weeks has suggested that Villa have got a better chance than we probably expected. But yeah, they've been on a slide, and I think we've seen this trend with Unai Emery teams in the Premier League that gets to this part of the season, especially when they've got to contend on multiple fronts, they do struggle a little bit. But there's so much to play for now, and I look at this Villa team, and if they can get their best players firing, if Ollie Watkins can be less profitable in front of goal, and Morgan Rogers can find the form that kind of...
And John McGinn's
back in the starting them. So I think Villa will just miss out, but again, that's probably more hope from a Chelsea fan's point of view.
And I guess from a Villa point of view, then hope that they can win the Europa League and make it to kind of 16.
That'd be the best thing for everyone, really, wouldn't it?
What, Villa?
Yeah. Just come 6th, win the Europa League, then everybody gets Champions League football.
And Tottenham get relegated.
Are we going to... Come on.
We don't need to do that.
Yeah,
we don't need to discuss this right now, do we?
I do think we should.
Well, I'm not here for the show later, so I'm just...
No, I suggest you just tune in then.
Unmissable TV from 4:30.
Oh, we might see tears again, Sam. We might see tears.
Yeah, well, yeah, or proper, I'm not saying you... I think we want to see actual, genuine...
Okay.
like streaming down your
bravo,
face.
by the way. Like, incredible acting performance. Like, I get views are of premium, right? That's part of the job. We need to.
I'm saying, like, today, like, we didn't have like makeup all over the place and stuff like that. That would be.
I told you, why don't you go fact check it? Because there was 2 producers. There were 2 producers there. There was also 3 of our friends that were also there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have to explain how you were crying.
I don't need to explain anything to you.
No, I'm not, Abby. No, Abby. Can I, from my point of view, can I clarify? I'm not for a second saying you weren't crying. I'm just saying for today, I want like proper, like genuine, like it's streaming down your face kind of tears.
Well, that was actually what it was like in the green room after. So so obviously talkSPORT being talkSPORT made it very dramatic and wanted to make a headline out of it. Fine, cool, give the people what they want. But it was like 1 or 2 little ones which I was trying to keep in because I was getting very emotional.
And I understand that. I respect that.
What's making you cry? What's making you cry?
Have a guess, Quake.
But you've known this for a while.
No. That was reality really set in for me that night, the night before, the Palace one. Because obviously we've been saying for ages, like, we're in a relegation battle, yada, yada, yada. But what I witnessed, and also I hadn't been, obviously I've been here basically the entire season. So I went to that game because we weren't doing a show. And going there, seeing it in the flesh, and yeah, I had such a head loss, obviously, as I do, and I was so tired as well. I think I'd had about 3.5 hours sleep the night before. I just didn't go to sleep.
You basically cried because you were tired. Basically.
I was so tired. I was so just over it and just nothing left.
Surely the things are looking more up now, because it's so bad that if you get smashed today, then maybe they change the manager tomorrow. Or
that is a real glass half full
on Wednesday.
Scott. I'll give you that one.
And then you go into the Nottingham Forest game next weekend with Harry or something like that. Somebody like that. The whole team.
Here's my problem with that. Obviously, last night not ideal either, with West Ham picking up a point. Typical. Probably fancy Forest. Because it's just typical, isn't it? And for us, I expect us to get absolutely pumped, as usual, at Anfield. And in all honesty, what I've heard is they're going to keep him until after the Atletico game. So if you're going to sack him after that, then whoever you're bringing in...
New manager bounce for Forest.
But you've left it again 3 days to have a new manager bounce. 3 days before, in my opinion, the biggest game in this club's history.
Yeah, I know you've had some big games, haven't you? But
yeah.
It's hard to disagree with that, especially given the fact. I mean, again, Kwaku.
Why do you look perplexed?
If they lose,
it is the biggest game.
If they lose,
it is.
They could go down.
I don't know if that's wrong, Kwaku.
It is the biggest game in our club's history. That is more than a 6-pointer against Nottingham Forest, by the way. Like, that is everything.
Spurs go into that game 18th in the table, home to Forest, who were just outside. You could argue that is, given what is at stake here, Premier League football, that is
the biggest game.
You played in Champions League final in 2019. The Champions League final is a bigger game than Forest with 8 games to go.
But it's
Come
not.
on, what are we talking about?
We haven't.
I understand you are relegation fodder, but you were in the Champions League final.
Do you honestly not think do you honestly think that we're not going to go down?
What game would you rather win? Champions League final or game against Forest with 8 games to go?
That was 7 years ago. I think the club's in a totally different...
What game would you rather win?
What would I rather win now? I'd obviously rather stay in the Premier League. Of course I would.
The Forest game is way more. The Forest
that's absolutely crazy.
It's not as important as the Champions League final. What are we talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Nonsense.
They're completely different ends of the spectrum.
I get the hyperbole. I get it.
No, it's not hyperbole. It's actually just common sense. What I'm saying to you is, by losing that, we haven't won a game, Quakes, in 3 months. It is March. We haven't won a game since the 28th of December. Okay, we are in the relegation zone. By the end of today, we could be 18th, by the way. Our next game in the league is at home to Forest, who will be either just above us or on the same points of us, or there or thereabout. So you're telling me that game next Sunday is not the most important game that we've probably had to date?
Technically, you'd be 17th.
Crazy.
No, it's not.
Crazy.
Because you can still stay up if you lose against Forest.
We're not going to.
You lost at Champions League final. You'll never get back there.
Fine. But Tottenham might get relegated, Quake. Because you understand the severity of that.
You'd be favourites to come up next season. You'd be favourites to come up next season.
Oh my God. So you will be. Are you going to do this to me all day?
No. Well, yeah. We're here till 6:30. So yes, I am. That's my job.
So let's park this chat and let's pick it up again.
Okay, but yeah.
There's a high chance like this coffee might go over you today.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Let's pace ourselves.
But I just don't want to engage in this hyperbole saying this is the most important. Come on, it's not. It's just not.
Is it second?
In your opinion, as a Spurs fan, for me and my opinion, that's the most important game that we've had in our club.
So we feel better about winning against Forest than you did in the night in Bilbao?
Different things.
I mean, you played the cup finals like this, yeah.
Well, I would give back the trophy to stay in the Premier League. Of course I would.
Would you?
Yeah. I could go another 17 years. After what's happened in the last 2 seasons, I absolutely could go another 17 years. It's okay.
Ooh, interesting.
It is the most brutal correction for Spurs winning a trophy, though, ever, isn't it? You go and win something, and potentially, like, your fallout of that is getting relegated from the Premier League or something like that.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness me!
Who is that?
Pick it up, mate.
Oh my goodness! Get it out of your pocket.
Tottenham. I'll say that for later. Sorry.
Actually, we can talk about Dr. Chelsea. Actually,
Sorry,
who was that?
My mum.
Oh.
Mother's Day, obviously. I wish she didn't pick up, so she's calling me back. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
It's okay.
Just put your phone aside, mate.
Yeah. Can we talk about Chelsea?
Well, we will do. Let me just ask you a question about Forest and Leeds. So obviously, Forest, with a win today, would go outside of the relegation zone. Kwaku, I always thought that this Forest team, with the quality they've got, would at some point pull away from the bottom three.
Yeah.
But they're struggling to do that. Have you been surprised to how bad Forest have been this season?
It's been a struggle for Forest. Obviously, the change in the dugout's been well documented. But yeah, I am really surprised. I think they've got really good players. I think they've got players. Last season, they were like league candidates to qualify for the Champions League. Obviously, fell apart towards back end of the season. So yeah, I am really, really surprised. But I think it's more testament to what their former manager Nuno's done at West Ham. And in terms of closing that gap and where he's turned things around, and that result yesterday against Man City was absolutely huge. And I think if they had Nuno right now, there's no way they'd be in this position.
No way.
And what makes everything even more painful for Forest is the fact that the reason why Nuno left the football club, Edu, with, they had difficulties, didn't they, in terms of the relationship between manager and sporting director, not officially confirmed yet, but the reports are that he's going to leave the club, Edu. Yeah. So basically, the owner backed Edu over Nuno, who took them to the highest ever league finish, and then 6 months later, the club are fighting relegation, and Edu is going to leave the football club.
But we said this at the back end of last season when we saw Marinakis come down onto the pitch.
Yeah.
We were like, what on earth is going on here? Look at what Nuno has done for Nottingham Forest. They had circled the drain for season after season. Nuno comes in, they've had an unbelievable season, especially by their standards last year. I don't think anyone probably thought they were going to finish in the top four.
People had them as relegation candidates last season.
Yeah, the start, and rightly so, because they'd always been there or thereabouts. But he'd done such an unbelievable job that, Marinakis. But what he's done and what was built, or what Nuno was building, he deserved to take them into Europe. And obviously Nuno wanted out. You could see that by the way he was talking, and I don't really blame him either. But yeah, then they had Ange. We had 32 days of Ange, was it? 36
Do you not
days?
think that Ange feels like that was 3 years ago? He was another year.
Crazy.
Do you not like sometimes
Some year Ange is sad, right?
Yeah, literally, yeah, you're right. But sometimes someone will mention a scoreline from earlier this season, and you're like, how on earth was that possibly this season?
I don't know.
Seasons go so quick, don't they? Really.
We were in here when Forest lost against Chelsea, and Ange was sacked in the stadium. It was nonsense.
It was 15 minutes after the game, wasn't it?
It was I remember that. Wild season, but from Ange's point of view, he's not saying he's come out smelling of roses, but his PR's has repaired it a little bit.
The PR is crazy.
The PR has been repaired.
Ange's PR's
been repaired a little bit.
How he spoke so openly about Tottenham a few weeks ago.
So
couldn't get over it.
On the overlap show that he did, the points that he made about Tottenham and the hierarchy, obviously you can't disagree with that.
No.
And he was making good factual points, right? Well, opinion, not fact, you know what I mean?
No, they're fact. There's nothing that no one didn't know.
How is he allowed to say that?
But what I like Ange. One thing that did surprise me though is I was it felt like you were also a little bit of a problem in terms of the football.
Yes.
And I was sitting there thinking, you're making good points, but I was like, come on, mate, we all watched you play with a high line against Chelsea with 9 men. You sometimes didn't help. So I do agree with you. The PR that he does can also be quite impressive.
The PR has been exceptional. We all need to take, serious note of the PR there.
Yes.
But what I would say is this thing over the last couple of months since he did that interview, the rose-tinted glasses when it comes to Ange.
Yeah.
I see Spurs fans obviously sit there and say, we should never have sacked him, blah, blah, and maybe, who knows, maybe we shouldn't have. I don't know. I still think he would have been sacked by October, but whatever. He still lost 22 times. And two things can be true at the same time. You can still win a trophy. And if the board would have said, all right, we're going to see how the third season went, I think everyone would have been like, okay, fine. But it doesn't change the fact that he lost 22 times because of his stubbornness. Spurs didn't have to lose 22 times last season because we saw him adapt in the Europa League. That's on you, mate.
Yeah.
That is on you.
It's almost like you can be critical of the hierarchy at Spurs, which is not incorrect.
And I'll always back that.
Yeah, no,
obviously.
of course. But also, you were the manager of a team that finished 17th in the Premier League table.
Let's be accountable, shall we, for our role in that. I
agree with you.
But yeah, what he's doing, he's absolutely everywhere, isn't he, at the minute?
Might be the next Chelsea manager I'm hearing this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Shut up.
No, I was a joke. No. I just made up a rumour there, by the way.
Can he age men like Liam Rosenior?
Oh man, are we doing this now?
Really
no, we'll come on.
Oh,
Let's ease our way in. We've got 3 big games today in the Premier League, right?
I want to just talk about Chelsea.
That was actually more Quakey than me.
I'm trying.
We are 40 minutes though into our 2 o'clock games in the Premier League, and we're waiting for our first goal again. All 3 of those games have got a lot on the line, including Man United versus Aston Villa. A chance there for Leeds. Brennan Harrison dragging a shot wide of the goal. United 0, Villa 0. It's 3rd versus 4th. Both teams on 51 points. Chelsea 5th in the last Champions League spot, assuming it goes to 5th place on 48. Liverpool also on 48. Can go into the top 5 if they avoid defeat against Spurs today. Forest Fulham is massive for us. Inside the bottom 3. 18th place. A win today, they go outside of the bottom 3. They would go above West Ham and Spurs. It's Forest 0, Fulham 0, Crystal Palace 0, Leeds 0. Lots of people not speaking maybe about Leeds. Again, Forest on 28 points. Leeds are just on 31 points, so maybe we shouldn't discount Leeds' possibility of getting relegated. We shouldn't.
I think that there's still a way that they get pulled into it.
Oh, they're only 3 points above Forest.
Yeah.
So I think they're in it.
Yeah.
I mean, Spurs are in it. They're 2 points above you. So
I know.
They must be in it.
It's just we need like for me, I need Palace to win.
Yeah, I mean,
I need Fulham to win. I need Palace to win. Ideally, I needed City to win yesterday.
Yeah, and that's a unnecessary point, isn't it?
Unnecessary.
For West Ham,
you know what I was thinking? Obviously, with the title race, if Spurs wouldn't have taken 4 points off City, City would have been, firstly, they would have been banging the title race. Secondly, we would have been fully in the relegation zone.
Yeah. So, but the worst thing would be if you get relegated and City lose a title by 4 points. You're like, well, we could have we didn't need those points
also,
anyway.
we're going to get relegated and Arsenal are going to win the league. So it actually
have some shame. Do you know what I mean? Have some like.
What is the shame on that? That's like literally the worst case scenario.
No, but but no, I have some. Okay, not shame. Have some like dignity. Do you know what I mean? Like your club is just, it's just hilarious.
Dignity. Do you want me to have? How would you like me to have dignity?
No, your club have some dignity.
This
like
club has no dignity.
Arsenal won the league title on your ground.
Twice.
And in the season where you could possibly get relegated, they win their first title in 22 years.
So where's the where would you like me to have the dignity?
I want your club to have a bit more dignity.
It has none. It has no respect.
Have a bit more.
It has no self-respect. My club.
Yeah,
it has absolutely none.
I know. I just can't believe it's happening. I just can't believe that this is actually happening.
Who do you think right now gets relegated? You have to say who comes 18th.
Wolves, Burnley, and Spurs. Yeah.
Do you think that now?
Yeah, I genuinely do.
I do too.
I think Spurs currently, but I do think that they'll have to change. They'll have to change.
But you know how it's
like before the final run of matches, they will have to change manager. Everything about this looks terrible. Like you just have to have one final throw at the dice.
Big opportunity there for Manchester United. Mateus Cunha, really good work down the left-hand side. He got to the byline, whipped a really good, dangerous ball into the box. Looked like Amad Diallo was going to get on the end of it, just missed it, and Luka Dean put it out for a corner. No shots yet in the United Villa game. There was half a chance there from that Cunha cross. United 0, Villa 0.
This Spurs story as well has transcended football. The mother of my child, she's not a big football fan, but I was explaining the Spurs situation, and she texted me saying, "Oh no, I don't think they'll get relegated. They've got a 16% chance of going down." And I've explained the context of why Spurs are so poor. People who are not football fans are tuning in, asking what's going on.
It's a story that everyone can get behind, isn't it? Really? I've had people this week being like, "Oh, there's a chance for Fulham. They really should score." It's a really good ball that gets whipped in. It's a free kick from the right-hand side, and Calvin Bassey gets his head on it straight into the hands of Matt Sells, who I thought for a second was going to spill it, but in the end managed to recoup the ball. But that was a chance there for Calvin Bassey. Still Forest 0, Fulham 0, still United 0, Villa 0, and still Palace 0, Leeds 0.
Yeah, you.
Oh God, has he not scored there?
You are right. I don't actually know.
Literally, look at this from Calvin Bassey, Abby. He is 2 or 3 yards out. He's got a clear header, and somehow it's almost harder there to not score from that position. It's
a goal.
Yeah, it was straight at him. The keeper does okay, but I mean, he's one of those. You just put it either side of the goalkeeper, right? And it goes in the back of the net.
Ideally.
All right. Do you know what? Jamie, I think, is part of the goalkeepers union here.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves it.
No, it's a decent save from the goalkeeper. It's a decent save.
Did you play? You never played in goal, did you, Jay? You didn't play in goal. Once.
One season when I broke my foot. Well, did you not need your foot when you were in goal? You weren't playing out from the back. Oh, it was your left foot. Yeah, fine. Yeah, 1 foot.
Why is he only talking to you? I can't hear.
Oh, well, I'm the most important one, aren't
now I can.
Quakey, what are you thinking?
I think Ahmad had his shirt pulled there. The ball came into the box.
Yeah, but have you seen there was one in your game yesterday, Chelsea? I think it was. one of the Chelsea players on, I think it might have been Reece James, who from a Newcastle corner was not even looking at the corner, was looking at the play, and you're just watching it thinking, what are we doing here?
Especially when seriously, the referees do your favourite thing where they take an eternity to talk and lecture the players about the rules.
I can't wait for it to happen in the Anfield later. I'm looking forward to my rant already. Scott, I know you lost the Newcastle game against Newcastle, didn't you? But even before that, I think you were telling me that maybe some of the performances, maybe under Michael Carrick, haven't maybe lived up to the kind of excitement of the results. Is that fair?
No, I think that's accurate, to be honest. I'm personally more in the camp of how much can you expect out of this, because I just think the midfield needs fixing. I've got to be honest. As much as Mainu and Casemiro are good, talented players in their own right, I think they're quite limited with what they can do and how much they can control a game. I think United fans are expecting miracles really out of the current group of players. They spent a lot on the attack and they're doing just enough at the moment to go and get over the line in a lot of matches. But I think United fans want this kind of idea of brilliant football at all times, and Bruno's having a shot there. They've maybe got over the line due to the star quality that they've bought over the last few weeks, I would say. And I think maybe United fans want more, and maybe they're reflecting on Michael Carrick as not doing a good enough job for that. I'm just looking at the results personally, and we'll get the end of the season, we'll see.
If someone said to you, you have to put your final pound on who the United manager is next season, who would you go for?
That was close.
What a ball that is, by the way, there from. Was that Diego Dallo at right back?
Yeah.
Put an unbelievable whip ball in from the right hand side.
Dallo's so strange,
honestly, so weird.
That's probably where you need Benny. That is unbelievable. That's where you need.
What is so frustrating about this is they put crosses in like that when they don't have Sesko on the pitch. I don't get it. When he's not on the pitch, they don't seem to do that. That'd be perfect for Sesko. He'd be on the end of that.
Such a good ball. He's so odd, because sometimes he can have such a stinker, Dallo. And then other times, he can just have 10...
His floor is so low.
10, 15 minutes of it just being so good.
But look, we'll see how United come out of this.
Decent corner there, whipped into the box. I was right on top of the goalkeeper, but I think that was Morgan Rogers there in his own box, who did really well to clear the defensive header. Still United 0, Villa 0, no goals yet in our 2 o'clock game, Scott.
Yeah, just to refer back to your question, is he stay on side there? Just to refer back to your question, I think if I was to guess at the moment as it stands, I think Michael Carrick would get it, to be honest. And look, I think there's a lot of when I watch his press conferences at the moment, I'm like, this is actually really bland. There's not a lot to take out, and I've seen criticism for him today not having enough charisma to be the United manager. After the Amorim era and every press conference being 3 news stories at one time, I'm kind of relieved.
It's not a bad thing, is it?
No,
really?
it's not a bad thing, but I kind of get the criticism in a sense. The thing for me, though, is just get the team winning and get into the Champions League and see what we can do and see how we can play and see how we can build from there.
Oh, God. That's a good save there from Emi Martinez. A corner comes in from the right-hand side. United win the first header, goes back across goal. And was it Amad Diallo who got his head on it? And then Martinez does well to get down low to his right-hand side. And here come now Aston Villa. Morgan Rogers carries the ball.
Oh. Well done, Bruno.
Ollie Watkins, by the way, his fall off the season needs to be studied.
Stinkers.
He's having an absolute mare. And now Man United come forward. Bruno Fernandes just overruns that. And Aston Villa win the ball back. And now possibly there's real space. Oh, yeah, that looks not good. He's holding that. Look how open this game is, by the way.
I know. 22 minutes. You got basketball already.
Yeah. What do you make of Ollie Watkins, Quaker? I mean, there was a story earlier on this year where they said he's been carrying an injury this season. He's not sort of training all the time. And he's almost playing like a player who looks like he's not fully fit. Everything looks slow and hard work for him.
Yeah, it does. And also when he's getting into the final third or getting into the box, he's not pulling the trigger at the right time. He just seems a player a little bit bereft of confidence. And I think the real Ollie Watkins left the building when there was those talks of him possibly leaving the football club. When Marcus Rashford came in and he started over him.
That Champions League quarter-final, wasn't
he's just not been the same player since. And again, he's been such a great servant for Villa, and he scored so many goals for them in the Premier League. But I think it's a position that they could probably upgrade him.
Which is kept John Duran.
Oh, not with the money.
With the money,
no, but player-wise.
Player-wise, yes. Player-wise, yes. He was linked with so many top clubs, but money-wise, you have to take it.
Yeah.
His player coming off the bench for you. But yeah, I've not been impressed with Watkins. I did want to ask Scott though, in terms of your midfield, you say Mainu and Casemiro limited. Casemiro obviously leaving at the end of the season. Linked with Elliot Anderson.
Yeah.
Is that the number one target? Is that who
he's the one they want? He's the one United fans want.
Is that who you want?
I think so. Yeah. I do think you need more, and I do have the concern of like, how do you balance the amount of money it would take to get Elliot Anderson? There's talk of like 80 plus. Even like if Forest stay in the league, are they going to be demanding like 100 mil? I don't think United can do that on one player, and I think United need, for me, 3 midfielders.
Oh, so you wouldn't just have Elliot Anderson? You don't think that's enough?
No, they need more than that. Absolutely, I think, because I think Ugarte will go. Everyone's made their mind up on him. I think nobody thinks really he'll be cutting it anymore. There's some interest in him from Turkey and those kinds of places. But I think United need some kind of like midfield general kind of engine, maybe an all-rounder, which I put Elliot Anderson in the box of, like ball carriers, orchestrators, and like somebody who can get around like a proper engine that can like belabour. The links won't go away either, and he will cost.
He's playing himself out of movie.
He is, but I think United looked at him and
we can't run him
more. Or playing himself into a move, tanking the stock.
Exactly, tanking his price potentially.
Because I
don't think he's doing it on purpose. I'll be honest.
I don't know.
But he's only 22, right? It's not like this is a guy that is the complete player. No. He's got like. All young players have these episodes in them when they don't play all that well. And if you're going to have interest from a big club and you want the move, you know, and he didn't really kick up too much of a stink to force it through last year. I think if he's just... I think United will go back in for him. But then it's the question of, like, how much money do they have? What competition are they in? Are they in the Champions League or not? Yeah. How far will that money stretch? And if you're talking 80 million for Elliot Anderson, I think they'll try and go for it. But City are in the mix as well. And... like if City are going to pay more, like they can definitely pay more cash up front than United can. Let's just say they can probably get money off the entire deal if they do that. And the talk is that they'll offer him a bigger salary than United as well. So where does he go?
How many times have you seen City being interested in the player, drive the price up, mainly like they end up paying 80 mil for, say, Harry Maguire, and City like, oh, actually, no, we don't want
him. Didn't fancy
it. Yeah. It's happened quite a few times. The Elliot Anderson to
Sorry, Annie Luca. What was the thing she did with Declan Rice in Arsenal?
Yeah, it was like the managers were talking to each other and they rose the price.
Do you think there actually is any truth in that?
No. It sounds like it's impossible for that to be true. In my opinion, she's adamant it's true, but
I find it difficult to believe that Elliot Anderson will go to Man City. I don't know why. I just can't see it. Yeah, I just can't really see it.
All right, so if it's not Elliot Anderson, then it's Baleba.
Wharton is another one, isn't there?
I think Wharton will cost a fortune as well.
Yeah, I know. All these players, I think, are in the anywhere between
United are going to have to get smart, though. They're going to have to look at players from the Bundesliga and try and pick up the kind of players that could just bulk out the squad a little bit, that maybe aren't the finished articles yet, but have like...
That's another thing, like with the scouting department United will have with their
Exactly.
There also will be other options to go for players that cost half of that we don't know of who they are right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Liverpool signed Fabinho for £35 million.
Yeah.
No one really thought that was something that was going to happen. We signed him and, he ended up being a really, really good player. That's really nice there from Kobe Mainoo. Really quick feet to Cunha. He can't sit on his right foot. Can he get a shot away? No, he can't. John McGinn does really, really well to press and win the ball back. Cunha then gets back up. That's a lovely bit of skill from Mateus Cunha. And Mbeumo gets the ball back to Ahmad. United got a chance here outside the box. Infield to Casemiro, is that? And they just can't work. They just can't find that pass, can they, to almost get a shot open. Forest 0, Fulham 0. Kwaku, is this going to be the summer, do you think, where Marco Silva and Fulham respectfully part ways and say, we're both going to go our own way now?
I think so. He's been really good there. The fans really like him. He's built a decent squad, but he always struck me as an ambitious manager. And the links just don't seem to go away, whether it was a couple of years ago or last season where he was linked to a move to Saudi Arabia. I just feel like he's somebody that has his eyes set on elsewhere. And
what do you think is the highest club that he can manage next season?
Spurs?
The highest club?
Go for him?
Chelsea.
You think so?
I don't think you can pass anything.
So I don't disagree with that. So I thought, like, if it was 2-3 years ago, like, I think United would be interested in Silva. I think I said to you on Friday that I think maybe because Frank didn't work out at Tottenham, Potter recently didn't work out at Chelsea, I wonder if some of the big clubs are going to be less inclined to go for those kind of mid-table managers because of the jump up and stuff. But I think Marco Silva's proven to be an outstanding coach in the Premier League, and I do think Chelsea, definitely Spurs, but also Man United could do a lot worse than Silva next season.
I think it's you wouldn't want him at Chelsea, but I think that probably is.
Well, I don't know. I think managers now, unless you're a super duper manager like a Luis Enrique who can go to any club in the world, you have to go into the interview and impress these sporting directors. You have to go in and be malleable.
Is that what Liam Rossini did?
Yeah,
they knew him already, right?
Rossini couldn't say no. They're his boss.
Yeah,
he couldn't say no to. Even if he wanted to stay at Strasbourg and gain more experience, he couldn't say no.
He got a promotion he actually didn't necessarily want.
But I think you have to go in and show that you're malleable and willing to work with people who are your bosses. It's very rare that you get managers coming to football clubs now, and so So for a lot of clubs, they might be put off Marco Silva. He is a strong personality. He is fiery. And at these top clubs that are playing European football, there are sporting directors. There's a hierarchy in place. And it's whether you align the mesh with them. So we'll see a lot of strange moves, right?
It's just mad that there's no sure thing anymore.
Well, Vincent Kompany's managing the best team of the best teams in Europe right now. There is no sure thing. Like, it is just fugazi. Nobody knows who's good. Nobody knows who's bad. It's just like, it's situational.
It's situational. Sam's not familiar with fugazi.
Wolf of Wall Street?
Yo, I haven't seen Wolf of Wall Street.
What?
Yeah, I know.
What?
You've never
You gotta watch that tonight.
You've never seen Wolf of Wall Street?
I need to catch up on maths. I can't hear you. Are you talking to me? Oh, no, sorry. He was like shouting at me. I was like, sorry, I
So
can't.
you need to catch up on maths. What the reunion?
No. It's better. It started last
Oh,
month.
you're watching Australia?
Yeah,
the Australian
yeah,
one. Oh, that's it. There's no chance you're watching Wolf of Wall Street.
No. Sorry.
I don't commit to.
I'm perplexed by some of Quaker's vocabulary so far on the show.
Yeah,
today. I'm not sure you're trying to impress today,
What else
Quaker.
you used?
Malleable and
Malleable.
No, but you do malleable. Come on, that's not a big word.
Malleable is quite a big word.
For talkSPORT goals, it's quite a big word.
Is it? I'm on the show.
I don't know. I mean, Fugazi's not.
Fugazi.
Fugazi.
No, I don't know. Guys, waiting for our first goal on talkSPORT goals today. It's still United 0, Aston Villa 0, Palace 0, Leeds 0, Forest 0, Fulham 0. In the Forest-Fulham game, Nottingham Forest haven't created too many clear-cut chances, although they just won a free kick on the edge of the box. Calvin Bassey had a really good chance for Fulham, headed from a couple of yards out, which went straight into Matt Sells, who made a decent save. United 0, Villa 0. No clear-cut chances yet, Scott, I'd say, for either of the two sides. In the Palace-Leeds game, it's actually been Leeds who have started off the better of the two sides in that game without creating too many clear-cut chances. Although a nervy moment for Walter Benitez in goal for Palace today instead of Dean Henderson. There was a header which went towards goal, and the goalkeeper collected the ball in a simple save, but as he walked back to collect it, nearly dragged the ball into the back of the net, which would have been a bizarre moment. But all eyes on the moment at the City ground, Quaker, because this is a free kick just outside the box, and I think this might be in Morgan Gibbs-White territory.
Yeah. They've got a couple of players who can hit it from this distance. I've seen Hudson-Odoi do it. But yeah, this is for Forest. I know that Fulham have been a decent side this season, but if Forest can get a win today and pile on the pressure,
like when West Ham won again, these are the sort of games, the home games against teams in and around mid-table or below, you've got to be looking at as 3 points, really, right?
Well, now when you look at West Ham's fixtures, if they're playing any teams like this, you think, yeah, West Ham win that game. That's where West Ham are at right now. They even got a draw against City last night. If you're Forest, you have to win. You have to win.
Yeah, maybe a chance here, though, Quakey, for Nottingham Forest, because there's a free kick just outside the box. Morgan Gibbs-White's the first player. I mean, Murillo's over it more. I don't know if I had to give. Personally, I'd rather Morgan Gibbs-White take this free kick than Murillo, but possibly now I think that maybe it could be Murillo. I think it's better suited to the right footer. It's on the left-hand side, just outside the box. I wonder if maybe Morgan Gibbs might be tempted to kind of whip this goalkeeper's side. And we talk about time wasting games like this. This free kick must have been awarded about 3 minutes ago, and they're all just sort of waiting around and just get on with the game. I wonder if in the summer they got to put time limits on these sort of things, like free kicks to take it, because the game just stops, doesn't it, for 2 or 3 minutes? And wonder that that's why we see stats like 52 minutes of the game was in play, and like 38 minutes or 48 minutes, whatever it might be, wasn't.
Yeah. And still standing over it right now.
Honestly, maybe they're saying you watch your maths later, lads. So I've got a part of me thinks they're not even speaking about though. Like, it can't be that difficult, can it? Morgan Gibbs-White's going to try and beat the goalkeeper. Morgan Gibbs-White. Oh! It was just touched, wasn't it, by Nico Williams? I think Morgan Gibbs-White did try and whip it goalkeeper side. Maybe didn't get enough power on it, and it went straight into the hands of the goalkeeper. Abby, when you look at your relegation rivals this season,
what a question! It's not even a question. What a tee up.
Context. I'm trying to ask Abby a serious question. I wasn't joking.
No,
was it legit?
There's nothing to joke about.
I mean, who are you? Forest, Leeds, and West Ham. Who you sort of, most worried about that kind of could get out of it?
You were talking about racking up trophies.
Was that this season or last season?
Racking up trophies.
Racking up relegations this season.
Racking up trophies.
I'm so done. I'm so done with you.
Honestly,
I'm actually so done.
Honestly,
with you.
you've had a great few months. Busy. I see you everywhere. But like career-wise.
Best thing for a career that can happen. This could be
EFL expert.
Yeah, best thing.
Yeah,
100%.
Well,
that makes sense.
Deep down, you want Spurs to get relegated, don't you?
Seriously, no.
You do.
Like, just question. What will you do with me?
Tears of happiness.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, tears of happiness.
What will you do with me? We'll see.
Yeah.
I do think that talkSPORT Goals needs some EFL content.
These are Premier League badges.
Abby, sorry, have you not seen what Quakey's been doing recently with his championship stuff?
Can you help me? Give me the plug.
Oh, you don't need any help. But it would be so interesting, a dichotomy. I've seen it on
dichotomy.
Another one. Is that outrageous?
Have you swallowed a dictionary today?
Dichotomy.
What does that even mean?
I know you
don't even know. I don't even think you know.
Abby, yeah, situation.
I know you got dropped from goals for 6 weeks for poor performance. doesn't mean you've got to start. Doesn't mean you've got to start showing off with these fancy words, pal.
So true though. Dichotomy.
Go on. What does it mean, Nabs?
Like situation.
A division, contrast, or separation between two ideas, things or groups are entirely opposite, mutually exclusive.
Jamie knows what it means.
Contradictory. It represents a splitting into two, such as dichotomy between good and evil, public and private, or nature and nurture. I still don't really understand that, and I've just read it.
Yeah, you're boring.
It's like an interesting situation, like a contrast.
Contrast.
What's that juxtaposition?
He's done it again.
I was trying to ask Abby a serious question then, Abby. Who are you most... If you do come 17th, who comes 18th? Who do you think's the...
I mean, ideally it'd be West Ham, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Like from
banter point of view.
Well, not even. I just hate West Ham, but ideally it'd be West Ham. West Ham was so out of it, so out of it, and I just see a lot more fight. Well, I see a lot more fight in all of the teams. I'll include Leeds into it as well. I think Leeds have got fight about them. Forest have got fight about them. West Ham have got fight about them. I think if I had to back one to pull themselves out, I would probably say it would be West Ham at the moment.
I still think it's Leeds. I think West Ham and Fulham have got... West Ham and Forest have a little bit too much quality. I think Leeds' home form might... I think if Spurs come 17th, I think Leeds are more likely to go down than West Ham and Forest.
Quite possibly. I don't know about Forest either. Like, obviously that
I've been saying that about Forest all season. Chance for Dominguez!
But let me put it to you this way. Everyone that is in and around us is far better than... Tottenham are playing the worst football in the whole league.
There's no doubt about that.
Like, we don't win at home.
Even Wolves are playing better.
When was the last time you won a game, Abby?
28th of December.
Where was it?
Palace.
Tough place to go and get a result, though. Fair play.
It was fair play.
Yeah.
We were better away from home.
Yeah, no, I know.
West Ham Leeds on the final day of the season.
Yeah.
So this is the other thing. I think if we do stay up, I genuinely think it is down to the results in and around us, rather than come on Palace.
Chance for Palace is Mailer Sarr down the right-hand side. He has so much space to run into. I think one offside flag goes up anyway. I think one of his touches was a bit poor and it sort of took him on the outside, didn't it? And then his shot went straight at the goalkeeper. My goodness me. Alex Iwobi there. Such a good chance for Fulham down the right side to put a good ball in the box. It was really, really overhit. Chance for United. Casemiro has a shot, takes a deflection. We are still waiting for our first goal. Abby Summers on talkSPORT Goals.
When I look at the different squads and stuff, Spurs is again like it's a bit of a weird one because obviously
so many injuries.
We've got 13 injuries, and I'm not being funny. Basically, 11 of them, at least 9 would start. So that is what it is, and none of them are coming back. Maybe Kudus in April. So that's it. What you see is what you get when it comes to Tottenham, and that's that. And
like over the last 2 years, the amount of insanity.
There needs to be. And I think there is an investigation ongoing as to why.
I'm assuming that the medical team would have checked. Oh, sorry, I thought there was a chance there for Calvert-Lewin. A good ball got put across the face of the goal. I thought it was going to run to Calvert-Lewin, but it took Dallow's in for Man United. Oh, we should have scored. That probably sums up Dallow, doesn't it, what you're saying, Abby? He put in a great ball earlier. He then got played in down the right-hand side. I think his first touch, actually, Scott, was quite impressive.
It was.
But it was only a couple of yards out, and with his left foot, I mean, goodness me, I think he thought he was playing at the Stade de France for England in the Six Nations. That is high and wide.
That is high and that's wide.
What a game that was.
Yeah, it was crazy, wasn't it?
Oh, my God, unbelievable. But yeah, Dallow has a thing for this. He gets into really good positions. I even go back to like the last day where Eric Ten Hag was in charge. He had a chance at West Ham. He was clean through on goal.
An open goal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just lofted it over the bar. And he gets into these good positions, and it doesn't always finish in the right way. But United have been growing into the game slightly. But Villa are looking like they're having a bit of control in certain periods, but United are just starting to rev up a bit of steam here without creating proper chances at the moment. But maybe they have the edge at the moment.
Still waiting for our first goals then. Man United 0, Aston Villa 0, Forest 0, Fulham 0, and it's still Palace 0, Leeds 0 as well. Just wanted to read something actually that I saw of interesting about Aston Villa and Unai Emery. This was after the Chelsea games a week or so ago. 8 of Villa's starting 11 against Chelsea, their most recent game, were all at the club in 2021 under Dean Smith. Never mind his successor Stephen Gerrard, the current boss Unai Emery. Players continue to arrive and leave, yet those characters of seeming permanence remain regardless of the speculation around their futures. Chelsea spent more than £1 billion in their previous 4 years shaping and reshaping the squad, yet Villa have mainly stuck with the same core that Unai Emery inherited a couple of years ago. I mean, that's a mad stat, Quake, because 8 of Villa's starting 11 in that Chelsea game was at the football club in 2021. Obviously, that inwards, you've got to give Unai Emery, got to give him even more credit for the fact that he's largely working with a core group of players that have been at that club for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and that's why you see, I think a month or so ago, he did a post-match interview and he was frustrated talking about how they can't really compete at the level of these other top teams in the Premier League. That's why there was some discourse in the summer about how the PSR, FFP regulations aren't fair on teams like Villa, where they've accelerated and they can't buy players or bring in players at the same rate as other top teams. And so you have to give them so much credit. I suppose the issue is, for all this...
what just happened?
Yeah, bizarre moment. I think Villa got played in down the right-hand side. And I think Luke Shaw tries to make a clearance. And as he makes the clearance, it smashes off John McGinn. And the ball ends up going out for a goal kick. But yeah, Harry Maguire makes tackle on Watkins. Watkins then does really well to win the ball back. McGinn comes in down the right-hand side. And then as Luke Shaw makes the clearance, it bounces off John McGinn. And United are quite fortunate that goes out for a goal kick and not in the back of the net, Kwaku.
Yeah, they are very, very fortunate. But yeah, on Unai Emery, he does deserve a lot of credit. I think that these Euros, though, they need to be marked by silverware. And I feel like, obviously, they want to qualify for the Champions League for the league position. But if they can win the Europa League, that'll just be
massive.
It'll be huge. And obviously, he's a manager well versed in that competition. But I just feel like for Villa fans, they need that silverware to go along with it. Like, Palace had
and Newcastle as well, and really how they got that moment, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think it's important for those kind of clubs to have that. But yeah, he deserves a lot of credit. And if you compare it to Chelsea, like you brought up there, it's because Villa found the right manager, and Chelsea have yet to find the right manager. And I think that's a huge part for.
What did you make of your lot then yesterday?
Fine.
Bad 5 days, Kwaku. Just state the obvious.
Let's chat. What's going on?
My club, as I know it, as I've known it for the last 20 plus years, that club died in Paris midweek. Like the Chelsea DNA, the Chelsea kind
Been
of...
dead a long time.
I was going to say, I don't think the funeral was them.
No, the funeral was in Paris.
I'd say it died when Raymond left, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, because like...
Nah. Right, please don't bring the Club World Cup into it, my God.
It's a trophy.
Oh, no one cares.
It's a trophy.
Literally, we can do this again. No one cares about the Club World Cup.
Yeah.
No one ever cared about it.
I think personally, it can't be classed as a proper tournament if the pitcher reports is wearing jorts. Do you know
That's fair.
I always have that.
On a serious note, we shouldn't joke about it. That's a big statement. The club died on Wednesday night in Paris.
Yeah, the club,
elaborate on that.
The club that I know died in Central Park. Not Central. Sorry.
Hold that thought.
Let's start again.
We'll run it back, shall we? Okay.
Should we start again? Last time, the club I know died.
Parc de France. Is that what we're calling it?
Died in Parc de France. Because Chelsea are kind of our thing. The thing that made us kind of revered and feared across Europe was we could play games and you could leave that game saying, "Did Chelsea play well?" and we'd win. The biggest indictment after the game in midweek in Paris is that football fans are coming up to me, fans that are fans of teams that are not Chelsea, are saying, "Oh, but you lot played well." That's insulting to me. We played well when we lost 5-2. I do not care. Football's a results-dependent business. This is why when I talk to Arsenal fans, I'm like, stand strong. You win how you get it how you can get it. Well, a win is a win.
Do you think the great Chelsea teams were similar to this Arsenal team?
Yeah, it's almost like roles reversed. Remember that Arsenal team in the mid-noughties, right? Played lovely football, played nice, intricate stuff, but ultimately limp-wristed.
Watkins! Oh, that's an outstanding tackle by Lenny Euro. The ball got played into Watkins on the left-hand side. Lenny Euro sliding in, makes a really good tackle. Quakey, back to you.
Yeah, those Arsenal teams are the mid-noughties. They played good football, but ultimately when it came down to the big occasions, they'd lose. They wouldn't win, and they were limp-wristed and they were weak. And this is what this Chelsea team is when it comes to the occasions where it matters. And that was no occasion bigger than midweek in Paris, they were limp-wristed and weak.
I think they've given something.
Oh, what that looks a penalty at Selhurst Park there. A corner comes in, and it looks like, oh my goodness me, yeah, that's a penalty. Will Hughes has got his right arm in the air, and that's going to be a penalty to Leeds.
Why is your arm in
Corner
the air?
comes in, there's sort of half a dozen players all on top of each other, and Will Hughes, who's obviously an experienced player, gets himself in a precarious position where his right arm comes up, doesn't it, into the air. And I think there's no doubt that the ball, makes contact with his hand there. And that's going to be a Leeds United penalty. They're checking penalty handball. It wasn't given. And that's going to be a penalty, right, guys? The arm comes up into a natural position. And I think, therefore, he can have no complaint, Scott?
I mean, hopefully not, but they're going to give it on.
Yeah, like his arm's up here.
Why is your arm like that, though? Why? It's so unnecessary for your arm to be up there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he. I think I don't know how he. Decision.
How are we taking so much time over this?
The decision was penalty, so the it's going to be a penalty kick.
So, for example,
go on.
If Leeds get a result here today, then I think Leeds pull themselves out there.
Yeah.
Is that tight?
I was going to say earlier they do have Burnley and Wolves to play at home before the end of the season as well. And as bad as
it feels like one win for any team. Like
I know. And it's just because where are Tottenham going to win at the moment? That's the question everyone's asking.
Tottenham also have to play Leeds, and they also have to play Forest.
Dominic Calvert-Lewin, by the way, has got the ball on the spot against Benitez. Oh no!
I'll take that. I'll take it.
No.
He sends the goalkeeper the wrong way, but he drags the penalty wide, and it remains Palace 0, Leeds 0. My goodness me, big moment, Scott, in the relegation battle.
That's my huge. God, he was so sure of it as well. He's hit it really hard. You can see exactly what he's trying to do. He's not scuffed it. He's just got it completely wrong.
Good.
That is a massive chance for Leeds. Absolutely massive chance.
Still in it. Still in the relegation.
Yeah, still in it. To state the absolute obvious, Quaku, they're the moments, aren't they? When you're fighting for your life at the bottom and you're in a poor run of form, you've just got to take those chances, haven't you?
100%. And he's been good this season, Calvert-Lewin, but he want that moment back. He should have scored that. He done the hard work. He sent the keeper the wrong way. Just put it into the net, and unfortunately he didn't. But you got a reprieve there, Abs. You got a little bit lucky.
I know, I'm happy. Sorry, I just read something that talkSPORT put out saying about De Zerbi has no plans to return to management before the end of the season. talkSPORT understands De Zerbi is on Tottenham's list of potential targets as they're set to sack interim Igor Tudor. So if you're set to sack him, why have you not done that?
No, you have to give him Liverpool. You're not going to beat Liverpool, regardless of who comes in. Just let that game get over with.
But why? Why did they not just sack him on Wednesday? Why did they not just do that? He could have sacked at 10 a.m. on Wednesday.
Let's say you go and get a good vibes guy in as the next guy, and then you give him Liverpool, and you get smashed by Liverpool because you don't have any players.
Everyone expects us.
You automatically pop the balloon.
Well,
and you give him the best chance possible with 2 home games. It depends on when they do it. Maybe you can beat Atletico 1 or 2-0 or something like that, and just get a little bit of hope back, and then you go into that Forest game next weekend, which is the definition of a 6-pointer.
Oh, thank you.
If you win,
I'm glad you agree with me.
No, but if you win that next weekend, all of these worries and concerns, we're just speaking about how important 3 points is in a single game.
I'd still be worried.
Massive.
I'd still be worried, but I would feel a bit more relief.
But the worry and the concern at the moment is that you don't see where Tottenham are going to get a win from.
No.
Whether that's at home or what's up, Sam?
No,
I don't know what's going on.
No, me, Jamie, and I think Quaker were all perplexed as to what's happening in the Palace Leeds game. The game, it looked like there was a bit of a drama. It was like a melee, wasn't it? Kind of in the middle of the pitch. And we've just seen Harry Wilson's got a free kick, by the way, in a dangerous position. And it looked like there was, Ismail Assar has gone down on the floor like he was in serious pain, and the Palace players were surrounding the referee. Then we finally got to see a replay. And okay, I think maybe he might have caught him there, as you could see, but I possibly don't think it was maybe as bad or as malicious as maybe what.
Did it look like?
No, I think he basically has the ball got played into Sarr, and I think maybe obviously BL might have made a slight bit of contact with his face, but I think it possibly Quakey for the drama that the Palace. I think they maybe made a middle of that, haven't they?
I think they saw blood and
feared the worst.
Feared the worst. But it didn't look that serious. It looked pretty not cool.
Yeah, he think caught him on the shoulder. He did, but a yellow card, but. Then the way the managers came together on the side of the pitch, I think it was one of those where I think
managers came together.
Well, they were on the sideline with the fourth official,
Scott, what are you watching? What are you mean you doing?
You're too busy scrolling down the league table trying to find where your team is.
Shut up.
Such an immature comment to make that, isn't it? We haven't forgotten about you. We'll do your Chelsea in the second half of these games, by the way. We haven't forgotten about that. Have we ever done a goal show before on a Sunday at 2 o'clock, not had any goals going in at half time?
Oh, don't know.
Don't know.
We have. I think we have.
Yeah, well.
Maybe not on a Sunday, maybe on a Saturday.
Maybe. We are going to take a break when finally Palace Leeds resumes, and when it does resume, it'll get to half-time. But I think Oliver Glasner is taking a booking for his remonstrations with the...
Big word.
with the word. Hey, more than one can play this game, big man. But it is United 0, Villa 0. Scott, how would you sum up United's first half performance?
Look, they've been okay. I think they've grown into the game, and look, I think the combined XG for the entire half across the two teams was like 0.51 or something like that. So it's been an odd game, really, in the sense of Villa have had their like huffed and puffed, and United have done so as well. United controlled it more towards the end. It's been a lot of like end to end, like a lot of carrying from one end of the box to the other, and like no real space, like loads of space in midfield that makes it look threatening, but no actual chances coming out of the end of it. So, look, I think to me, United need to. They have options off the bench. I think maybe they've missed Sesko so far with the crosses that have come in.
Nice option is to have for the bench, right?
Yeah, and look, he has done well off the bench over the last few weeks, so maybe that's an option you can bring on. Villa, I'm hoping, like as is the case with most of these games this season, like Villa played Thursday night. I'm hoping that can tell towards the end of the game. But it's not been a great first half, I've got to be honest.
Okay, so it's United 0, Aston Villa 0. It is Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0, and we are seconds away from half-time at Selhurst Park. Dominic Calvert-Lewin missing a penalty for Leeds United. Would Leeds take a point at Palace, do you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Take a point, keep them sticking over you.
You take a point where you can take a point.
No.
Down again.
Yes, I think we're never going to get half-time in this game of football, are we? I think, Ismail Assar's gone down under a challenge from Goodmanson. By the way, both Farker and Oliver Glasner were showing you because do you know who's been the most booked manager in the Premier League since the start of last season?
Marco Silva?
No. No.
Since the start of last season?
Yeah, you should know. It's been quite topical.
Glasner?
No.
Unai Emery?
No. God.
That's like quarter of the league.
Hang on. Didn't quite topical.
Well, in the last sort of week or two, he's been moaning a lot and stuff. And
hasn't
everyone.
Hurtzler?
Yeah, Hurtzler. Yeah. Oh my goodness me!
Red?
What?
There's been a red card in the Palace Leeds game.
But for who, Sam? I actually didn't even see it.
Leeds United are down to 10 men. My goodness me, this has been an absolute capitulation over the last couple of minutes. From Leeds United missing the penalty, from the moment where Ismail Assar was taken out from Beale, that challenge there from Goodmanson on Ismail Assar, it's been shown a red card. We'll have to wait and have a look at a replay here. But my goodness me, 5 minutes ago, Leeds could have gone 1-0 up into half-time if they scored that penalty. But yeah, Goodmanson for a second yellow card has been sent off, taken down Ismail Assar, and now they've got it all to do here. Ismail Assar, oh my goodness me.
Wait.
I'm not sure. Let's have a look here. Ismail Assar, Goodmanson goes in on Sarr.
Gone high on him or like...
Well, he's a little bit late, isn't he? I'm not sure. Does that?
Look at him celebrating.
That's a second yellow.
We've got to a goal.
By the way, also that's a second yellow card, not a straight red card. I don't think that's. I don't think every foul needs to be given a yellow card. I think he tries to go for the ball. You know, he catches Sarr. But I don't think it's malicious. I don't think it's too late. I don't think it's dangerous. I don't think that needs to be given as a yellow card, Quaker. What do you think?
Referee just blow the half-time whistle. Do you know what I mean? Get to half-time. That shouldn't have been a... Well, probably by the letter of law, it should have been second yellow, but I reckon the referee could have just not given it.
Agreed.
But yeah, that's good red card for you though. Absolutely.
Very good. We'd love to see it. Let's capitalise, lads. Capitalise, Palace. Come on.
Yeah, but I mean, I think when you're on a yellow card, you've got to be careful, haven't you, when you're going into tackles. But for me, and also, by the way, the confusion there was I think the referee booked Goodmanson, gave him a yellow, and then didn't realise the next 30 seconds, a minute later, he'd actually been booked already. So it is indeed a red card. Goodmanson has been shown another yellow. The referee had forgotten and then remembered when it's pointing out to him.
As usual.
Good process, lads.
Good process, yeah.
Anyway, that was all a little bit confusing, all a little bit messy. Crystal Palace though 0, Leeds United 0 at half time. Leeds United are down to 10 men. talkSPORT Goals takes a quick break.
Just a quick word on some of the other stuff that's been doing the rounds this week. Eddie Hearn's been making more noises, discussing the prospect of AJ. We don't even know when he's going to come back and start fighting again, taking on Tyson Fury. I mean, is this just sort of like, I don't know, barroom talk, or is there real feeling behind it? Is there some substance behind the prospect of them meeting finally?
I think there's a real thirst for it from everybody involved in being able to make that fight. I think we will be a lot further down the line, obviously, if Anthony hadn't suffered the tragedy that he suffered at the back end of last year. And that's the main thing, really, for me. Him getting his head in the right space to compete, competing for the right reasons, getting himself to a place of peace. I know that he's never, ever going to get over what happened to him, but if he can get to a place of peace where he can get back in the ring, he can compete, and if he does want to do that again, then I think the obvious turn would be Tyson Fury. I think it would be really, really sad for this era of boxing and this era of boxing fan, and for both of these guys, because I think they'll look back in years gone after their career that they should have done it. I hope that they can get to a point where they do it, because I still think that it is the biggest fight for two British lads stepping in a British ring. Fingers crossed it happens on British soil, that we can get.
Right, the final prediction before I let you go. Who sinks more pints of Guinness over the weekend? You in Dublin or Crookie this afternoon while he's watching the Gold Cup?
Oh, that's a killer, that. I think Crookie takes it all. I've been out with Crookie on a couple of occasions, mate, and he is a phenom, isn't he? He knows what he's doing when it comes to sinking pints.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. talkSPORT Goals is live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and with on your smart TV. talkSPORT Goals is sponsored by William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. We've got 3 games at half time at 2 o'clock in the Premier League, and we are still waiting for our first goal today in the Premier League. It's Palace 0, Leeds 0. Leeds missed a penalty. Dominic Calvert-Lewin going wide. Goodmanson right before half time sent off for Leeds. My goodness me, what a mess that was. Leeds are down to 10 men at Selhurst Park. It's United 0, Villa 0. Diego Dallo had the best chance, didn't he, for Man United, shooting over from close distance, and also Forest 0 and Fulham 0, of course, for Forest and for Leeds. Big games for both in terms of the relegation battle. The second half, surely, Scott, Old Trafford can only get better.
I hope so.
You hope so, right?
I've got to say, like, after Chelsea's disaster yesterday, I think you're starting to think now, like, which of these teams is actually going to be consistent enough to be able to get over the line. So a win like this against a team that's level on points with you, like, it won't take them too far away in terms of distance, like from like the likes of Liverpool, and like Liverpool win today and the likes of Aston Villa, but it'll be something big for the confidence. There's a difficult game at Bournemouth on Friday night as well, which can, could really go either way, but it's just about getting 6 points over Chelsea, you know, and just you can't really trust Chelsea at the moment, can you? And I think what I want to see here is just enough consistency out of United. There's no excuses for the rest of the season, no other competitions to concentrate on. We had an absolute nightmare of a season last season, and you just go and do your jobs today. I think this is a real big opportunity for them. But Villa are providing their own threats, but maybe. I think if I had to say something, I'd fancy United to win based off what I saw in the first half from now. But it can go either way. Really can.
No, it can. And also, if you look at United, you use the word opportunity. This is a great opportunity, because what we've seen under Carrick is that when Man United play midweek, with this current squad, you haven't won.
I don't think there's any more midweek games.
There's no more midweek games. And so this is clearly a squad that can take an opportunity of the league maybe not being as strong as it should be. The fact you're only going to play 40 games by the end of the season, which is insane.
I'm reminded every
Man United are playing less games than every English team down to step 7.
It's so boring.
It's insane.
So boring.
It's insane. Like, literally, you've got like half term during season. You've got 13 days off at points.
Well, they've had 11 days off up until this one. Like Newcastle away until now is 11 days. They've got a game on Friday night, and then it's 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's crazy. So this is a season where you have to qualify for, and not even have to qualify for Champions League. I think Man United, in my opinion, have to finish third. Like, I think Arsenal, City are by far and away the best teams in the league, but Man United, if I look at the teams, Liverpool aren't up to it, Chelsea aren't up to it, Villa aren't up to it. Man United should finish third this season, and I think you will. And then you can go again next season. It's a great platform because as much as we like to laugh at Manchester United, it's still a huge football club. And last summer, great recruitment drive in Buemo.
Probably their best summer, wasn't it, for a long while?
Yeah, for a long time.
Yeah.
And so if you can build on that and then you also can start to find their feet, then there's no reason. I saw Arsenal go from 5th to challenging for the title the very next season. Football turns very quickly. I'm not saying Man United are going to challenge for the title next year, but another good transfer window. And yeah, the sky's the limit for a club that are still huge.
I say it frequently, but their target is to win the league by 2028, which is 2 years away.
That's
look, I think
it was ridiculous a few weeks ago, but they could have gone close to
I
Arsenal.
think arguably, if you would have sacked Amarin earlier, then yeah, you absolutely could have been up there. Like, it sounds a ridiculous thing to say because again, you finished 15th last season, but having one game every sometimes 10 days, it's massive.
It is so big in modern football. The fact that you are playing like Wednesday, Sunday, or like something like that for every week in the year. There's more international fixtures now, and these players are run, and the Club World Cup last year as well. These players are run so ragged. So I think as much as it's been quite annoying not to watch United play, and you see Champions League nights go by and United aren't in it. It's not always a good thing, by the way, because you might get smashed in the Champions League by somebody else.
It's probably done the world of good for Manchester United as a football club.
I'm seeing it as like a reset year.
Yeah.
And I think they have to very much take into account all of the travails of like all these other clubs who are like competing on all these different fronts and actually plan forward for that. If they get in the Champions League, they need 6 players, probably at least, plus like filters through from the youth team. Maybe 1 or 2 free transfers, because they will just need like breadth in the bulk in the squad and quality as well.
So if you fancy Scott, United to win the game against Aston Villa with William Hill, United at evens to win, Villa out to 17-5, Leeds down to 10 at Palace, and now out to 6-1 to win. In the Forest Fulham game, Forest 6-4, Fulham 14-5, so just touch under 3-1 to go and win at the City ground. And in the Liverpool Tottenham game, an epic boost from William Hill. Liverpool to lead at half time was 4-6. It's now evens. That is all with William Hill. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly. Another break on talkSPORT goals. Then when we come back, hopefully we will have some goals on talkSPORT goals. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
In the past 10 years, on only one occasion has a side been on fewer points than Arsenal at this stage of the season. Leicester City, 63 points at this stage. Arsenal leading the Premier League on 67. Liverpool were also on 67 in 23-24, and they went on and finished third that year. I mean, does the fact that they have got that 7-point gap right now over Manchester City give them a little bit more insulation? Because Leicester didn't have that, did they?
No, they didn't. It was. I mean, you can't compare those. You can't compare the seasons. That was just
crazy.
It was.
Yeah,
it was.
I still can't even believe that it happened now. Really,
I find it's fascinating how much stick Arsenal are getting for the style and the set plays and trying to compare previous winners.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it does.
It doesn't
obviously
matter
does.
To them.
It obviously does. Yeah, it doesn't to them, but it obviously does to so many people.
But that's just because people don't want Arsenal to win it. That's got nothing to do with the fact that they really care about the style.
Are we really looking across the other teams and going, "Wow, what a team"?
No, there's not.
They're so good to watch.
And going, no, I would prefer them to be.
No, I would say the league as a whole this season has been
average.
Yes. Yeah, and you can see it's evolving. The stats will tell you it's evolving, especially in a in an athletic way for these teams. It's much more competitive than it's ever been before. It's not about how you do it, it's about whether you do it.
Hi guys, it's talkSPORT Goals. We are live on Talk.
Hi guys.
Goodness me, honestly, she's been hosting the show for 3 weeks now, and now she thinks she's the main host, don't you?
What show are we hosting?
Nothing, Inside Spurs. Inside talkSPORT. But,
I saw you on it.
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, good.
Do you know what? I actually saw the clip and I was like, it just feels weird, Sam not being the host.
I know.
Like, and you almost like threw a question to her.
Yeah, I did.
No, but our wonderful producer Anna wanted to make sure that we've got Abby's opinion on all things Spurs. The latest episode of Inside talkSPORT is up right now on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, hosted brilliantly, expertly by Abby Summers and the panel. I was told, by not saying who, rumour has it the best panel yet so far on Inside
Inside
talkSPORT.
Flex, who else?
I'm not sure who else. No, James Bayliss wasn't it? Yeah, we love James Bayliss,
Sam
don't we?
and James Bayliss. It was good.
It was good.
I think that was my favourite show so far.
Good.
Well, all right, you've been on it a couple of times. Yeah, all right.
We should get me, you, and
Really,
and
actually,
Hutch
yeah.
on the panel together.
Yes,
that'd
that'd
be
be
great.
very
No, we don't need to put Jamie on it, do we?
Yeah, we do.
Would you like to be on it? Yeah.
No.
No, you've always wanted to be on camera.
No, he hasn't. I don't think he does.
I
think
don't
he's
think you know
living.
about Jamie's childhood, actually.
You what?
Jamie Shelters.
Yeah, Jamie's childhood.
Well, he was on camera.
Do you want to tell him?
You can't. No, not gonna hear him.
yeah. It's not really a thing, is it? Where
It's not making great TV right now.
Anyway,
It was called Patrick's Planet.
were you in a movie or something? Have I not known that, by the way? You were in a kids' TV series? Have I never heard it? Was it a well-known? What?
Patrick's Planet.
Patrick's Planet.
He can send you some stuff if you like.
All right, do that, mate. Let's do some football, shall we? On talkSPORT Goals, it is sponsored by William Hill with Final One standing. By the way, a new Final One standing out this weekend as well. A new jackpot started yesterday, so if you're into that, good luck. Make sure you get involved. Final One standing's been an absolute belter this season. 3 games starting at 2:00. We are waiting for goals. The second half just gets underway. It's still Man United 0, Aston Villa 0, Crystal Palace 0, Leeds 0. Leeds though down to 10 men. They missed a penalty right before they went down to 10 men. And Forest 0, Fulham 0. Forest making a couple of changes at half-time in that game. You feel like this is the game they really need to win. Ndoye Hutchinson on for Hudson-Odoi and Dominguez. Surely score. It can't be long until we see Benjamin Šeško.
I think you'll maybe give him until the hour. The ball just fizzed into Mbeumo up top there, and he kind of got he didn't win a foul or anything, but somebody pushed him in the back. He fell over. United need that ball to stick. But yeah, they do look like they're lacking something. It's last summer they signed 3 forwards for a different system, and now you're looking at this and you're thinking, where does Cunha fit in this system? It doesn't look like he's the right guy off the left, especially because Luke Shaw can't get up and down so much anymore. Villa might be in here.
No, the chance there, but Harry Maguire, to be fair, comes across well and does well to tweak it up. Are there 4 better English centre-backs around at the moment, Scott, than Harry Maguire?
He's got to be in for me.
You think
he's got to be in for me?
The remontada has been crazy, the redemption arc.
Yeah, no, it has. Yeah, you think of being booed as a United player, as an England player, almost being kind of the laughing stock for the fee that he went for. Yeah, I mean, over what? How long, Scott? The last, well, certainly this season.
Most of the season, if you go back into last season as well, when he scored that goal against Lyon, he seems to have come through that. It's so admirable, by the way, the way that he came through that period and how much stick he got at that time.
And also certain personal stuff going on in his personal life, which wasn't easy.
Yeah, for me,
Bruno Fernandes. Oh, that just rolled out to Bruno Fernandes perfectly on the edge of the box. He wrapped his foot around it, takes a deflection, goes out for a Man United corner. Yeah,
for me, I think even if he's not going to start, the kind of personality he is, he's a senior leader in that team now. He was captain. He had that taken off him, obviously, and even that must be difficult to get over as well.
Was that Ten Hag who took off him, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah, for Bruno Fernandes, because he wasn't getting in the team, or he wasn't a first choice centre back.
Do you think Konsa and Gahey at the moment are the two that Thomas Tuchel will go for? I think
probably the way that it's looking, but Maguire, just having him in the squad as that kind of lead, a shot from Cunha at the edge of the box. That kind of leader, just having somebody like that in a tournament that you can bring off or bring on at the end of matches if you know that like something can be decided on a set piece. He does have that threat.
I think he's got a cracking chance. I mean, I think Konzagayhi, and he likes Dan Burn, doesn't he, as well? I think he's been in pretty much all of his squads. You think you've got a good chance of being 3 of the 4, assuming he takes 4 centre-backs. And then in terms of that 4th one, I mean, the likes of, Konza's been involved in squads. You think if John Stones can get himself fit. You think Chalobah's got a chance?
Yeah, I think Chalobah, he's got a great chance. He played on Tuchel at Chelsea. He's a player that's been probably Chelsea's best centre-back this season, which is not saying much.
It'd be hard though to be asking for Fafana and Tosin and Badiashile, wouldn't it?
Don't even start me on those. Scott, I want to ask you about those players you mentioned in terms of.
Oh, that's a really good effort there from Brian Mbeumo. United have started the second half really, really well. Bruno Fernandes carrying the ball in so much space in that midfield. Remember the goal that he scored against Man City? The way he kind of rolled across a little bit further out. But I'm glad you thought the same thing.
And that's what I was talking about at the start of the game as well, where I think Villa played that relatively high line. He made the same run actually as well.
I mean, a little bit further out, wasn't he? Maybe going a little bit more away from goal, and Martinez makes the save away to his left-hand side. Quakey, what's this question going to be? It's weird hearing you ask questions, like me answering questions.
No, I've been getting an opportunity to host Inside Chelsea recently, so I've kind of feel a bit more confident asking questions.
Yes, goal! Yes, get in. I'm not sure how that was. Casemiro again. Unbelievable, this guy. Absolutely unbelievable. The way that United are going to miss him so much, just for like his all-around influence. I said like he is limited, yes, in certain aspects, but his leadership quality, his ability from set pieces, he got the front post there and knocked it in, and he comes up with big goals all the time,
doesn't he?
Big goals all the time.
Man United are leading.
That's a massive goal
by a goal to 0, and once again Casemiro was that the 6-7 celebration?
I really don't understand what the 6-7 thing is.
No, we'll maybe save that conversation for another day. And there we go, Scott. There we go. He's making it pretty obvious there that he's pointing towards the badge. He's pointing to the badge right in front of the Stretford end. And
mate, I'd keep him. Honestly, I know that the decision has been made.
Crazy.
I would keep him. Like in an ideal world, I would love him to renew his contract on lesser terms and just stay for. It's
a great header, by the way. Bruno Fernandes with an outswinger, and Casemiro makes a really good smart run towards the near post, and then gets in between a couple of other players and does really well to get to the ball first and almost just flick that ball, guide that ball towards the far post. Really good header, Scott.
It's an impossible angle.
Yeah. It's a close angle. You're right.
Header.
Like he's about 4 yards out or something like that, and he's managed to get it right across the face of Martinez and in off the post on the other side. What a header that is.
I find it odd again how like he's just had a great final season, like the redemption arc of Harry Maguire, the redemption arc of Casemiro, like the legs had
Luke Shaw's kind of come back into favour.
Again with Luke Shaw though, he was always injured to be fair, but probably actually helps having the one game every kind of 10 days.
That's probably true.
With maybe for Casemiro as well, when we were talking about genuinely like the legs had fully left. They had left the building, they'd upped and walked off.
Well, what was the famous Jamie Carragher quote?
Leave the football before the football leaves you. Like, everyone was in agreement.
Don't get sucked into it. Like, be a ruthless football club. Like, say thank.
What I'm saying is,
thank for the memories.
I just said earlier that I think United need 3 midfielders in the summer. Like, they're going to cost 30 million at the very, very, very least. Yeah. Probably if you're getting the right quality, they're going to be 60-odd million players, if not more. And for me, like, ideally, you phase him out. Like the talk is that Harry Maguire might be getting like an extended contract of like 2 years on lesser terms. I would do exactly the same for Casemiro personally if he would be open to that. But I think the reality is he made that announcement that he was going to leave a half decent legacy behind him because he's leaving like after coming through all of that like, real nonsense and like criticism that he had. And yes, there was a time where he wasn't performing all that well. But again, to make a clear and header, he is just so important as a leader. He's looked up to in this team by a lot of people, and I just think the way that United need to go and actually spend so big on their midfield. Chance equaliser.
I thought John McGinn was going to be able to sort his feet out there and get a shot away, but he doesn't. United clear.
What are you doing?
United give the ball away. Morgan Rogers outside the box. Is he win a free kick there? Yeah, he's going to win a free kick. Yeah, free kick for Villa just outside the box, Scott. Is there any? I mean, Quaker there says. I think Quaker makes a good point about being ruthless and stuff, but.
No, I get the point.
If something could be done though about the wages, like if Casemiro is happy to go, you know what, I'll take a reduction.
Yeah.
Then and sure, you still go out and sign Elliot Anderson with the experience, the extra games next season. Can he still do a good? Would you be happy if he stays on reduced wages?
Oh, I would be, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately, because he made that decision to go, and. Like, really, if you're going to go and spend that much money, there's other positions United need to go and sign for as well. They probably need a left winger. They might need another centre-back. They might need a right-back or a left-back as well. They probably need a sub-goalkeeper. They might need another striker. I'm listing a lot of positions there. For United to go and compete for titles and compete on European fronts and that kind of thing, they do need a lot more players. And I think if you can save that kind of initial transfer fee by getting a player of that experience to stay a little longer for reduced wages, then I think it will be the best outcome for everybody. But he doesn't see it that way, and I think it's...
Yeah, I do think you should. Yeah, should move.
He could go get another payday elsewhere.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Villa though with a chance here. It's is that Buendia and Luca Dean?
I think so, yeah.
Over this is what, possibly 24 yards out, kind of central. I wonder if the left footer here might try and wrap his left foot around it over the wall. No, it's not. I think that was Buendia trying to go laces through the ball, takes a deflection off the wall, and they're going to go out for an Aston Villa corner. Still Man United 1, Aston Villa 0. Both the other games are currently goalless at the moment as Amari Hutchinson tries to get the ball into the box for Forest, but it's cleared by Bassi. Scott, do you think long term is Lomans the long term option now for Man United? Like, will United be happy to go into next season with him in goal?
For me, at the moment, yes, I think so. And that's a good example of them going and getting or finding value in the market from a player in the Belgian league, obviously. But it was based on statistics, and they'd found him and they'd researched him, and that was a good example. United need to see more of that. I think there's not. As good as he's been, I'm not sure if he's the perfect goalkeeper yet to be like getting United to that very top level, but there's still plenty of time for him to grow. Right? He won't peak for 10 years, you know?
10 years?
Well, goalkeepers generally peak at like past 30.
How old
right?
is he?
He's 23.
23. True.
So
ideally, though, peak a bit before that,
you'd
right?
hope he'd probably peak.
No, but what I'm saying is...
You'd hope he'd probably peak for like 24, 25.
Like Edwin van der Sar was like breaking records for United at age 40, you know?
No, I'm not. Yeah. No, I take your point. I'm just...
27, you'd hope he's...
Yeah.
When's your peak coming, Abby?
I passed it, mate.
You're partial.
I'd say my peak was 10 years ago.
Yeah. 10 years ago?
I'd say, yeah.
Saying you're well past it.
Yeah.
You reckon? I mean, career-wise, then I'm talking.
Oh, career-wise?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry. Thought we were talking about looks. I was going to say about 10 years ago, yeah. Career-wise,
Shoot! Oh!
Big chance, Kwaku.
Yeah, they hit the bar.
They've started the second half well for us, haven't they?
They have. Who was that who hit the bar? Come on, my eyes are so bad. But they were through. He should have scored. They hit the bar, and they've started really, really well for us second half, which doesn't bode well for you. The
manager should have gone into him at half time and said, this is the game we have got to win. We can't sit back and be defensive here. We've got to get out and take the game to them. Still Forest 0, Fulham 0, still Palace 0, Leeds 0, United 1, Aston Villa 0. Scott, going back to United, just about Bruno Fernandes. You know, so much talk about what he's going to do, what his future holds. We know he's had such a good season this season for Manchester United. Would you like to see him part of kind of the next phase of Man United moving forward? Like, you know, if United do win the league in 2 years' time in 2028, is that with or without Bruno Fernandes?
I think they will need to phase away from him eventually, but he's the type of player, like he can run around a lot, he can cover a lot of ground, but like the thing that you think of, like you look at Mo Salah, for example, he's a shadow of the player that he used to be, but you know that like Mo Salah's one of his biggest traits was his explosiveness, his pace. Bruno has never been that kind of player. It's not about that. And I think if he's playing in that 10, you can get the players around him to make things solid in midfield and have runners off him. You can get a good few years out of him. He's one of, alongside Casemiro, United's highest earners, and I think he's got 1 year left on his contract, or 2. 2027 he's up, but they have an option for a further year, I think.
Big chance for Villa. You're right, Quaker. He should score. Luca Dean puts in a really, really good ball. Tyrone Mings is unmarked, and yeah, he should do better. He makes an absolute mess of his header and ends up going out for a goal kick. But oh my goodness me, he must be 3 or 4 yards out there, and he somehow gets the execution of the header completely wrong. It's almost a bit more like a defensive clearance rather than trying to score from that header. He makes an absolute mess of that.
Yeah, that just wasn't good enough.
Tammy Abraham on for Ollie Watkins.
Yeah, not necessary.
Relatively anonymous.
I'm surprised he hasn't used Tammy Abraham more since he's come back to the club over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
like I thought he was really going to maybe rotate the two of them, but he still kind of is sticking with Ollie Watkins as the number 9. Also, Leon Bailey's come on as well for Aston Villa, who really had to make a change. Quaker, has Bruno Fernandes been underappreciated outside of Man United, do you think, in the Premier League over the last couple of years?
Categorical yes, Quaker.
No, I don't. Do you know what it is? He's a great player.
Is there a but coming?
Yeah, there is a but. Like, Yeah, he's a great player, and he's been
struggling to know what the putt is.
Yeah, no, he's been a good servant for Manchester United.
Been a good servant. He's been a bit more than a good servant, hasn't he?
What has he? Has he?
Oh, come on, Quaker.
Why? Because he scored goals and got assists?
No, Quaker. In a Man United team that we know they've had a massive fall-off over the last decade, United team that have had some awful moments, this has been the boy that week in, week out would be the one to try and make something happen, drag them.
And what's happened? What's happened?
Quaker, we know, and I appreciate they haven't won Premier Leagues under Bruno Fernandes, but my goodness me, that's not down to him, is it, as a football player?
It's not down to...
Come on.
We're not even just talking about not winning Premier Leagues. Like, how many knockout Champions League games have you seen Bruno Fernandes play? Do you know what I mean? He hasn't been operating at the highest of levels.
That's not his fault, though.
It's not his fault, but we're saying,
I blame Steven Gerrard for Liverpool not winning the Premier League.
Steven Gerrard was playing in Champions League finals and influenced them and winning them, multiple. Like, this is a Bruno Fernandes who's a very, very good player, but there's a reason why we don't put him in the all-time great conversations, because I'm not seeing him in...
But the club have failed him. I think the club have... Yes, they have, because they haven't...
How have they not failed Bruno
Fernandes? They've kept changing plans. They've kept changing manager, and yes, like, you can say that all of those managers should have gone, but they've... Like, last summer, for example, Ruben Amorim convinced Bruno Fernandes to stay last summer and play in a two-man midfield, which was not his position. And after a few months, they ended up sacking him again. Yeah. And the same was done with Ten Hag previously. I don't believe institutions fail players. He's part of the team. Like, they've given him promises and not delivered on the promises. He's wanted to compete in it. He wanted to play in a team that is going to be competing for titles.
Then leave. Do you know what I mean? We add the caveat of I think it's unfair and Sam doesn't love it, but like the criticism that Steven Gerrard gets in terms of he didn't win that many trophies, it's like, yeah, and that's the reason why he's a Liverpool legend. He didn't choose to leave, he chose to stay. Bruno Fernandes not being held against his will to stay at Man United.
Chelsea, man.
But he stayed. Bruno Fernandes chose to stay at Man United, so everything that's gone wrong at the football club, he's also co-signed it as well. He's been a part of the process.
I'm sorry, Quaker. That's a really big chance there.
What's harsh about this?
That is a really big... Onana with a shot and Lummons tips the ball over the bar.
What do you not want me to say? Do you want me to say he's world class?
No. Well,
what do you want me to say? I think he's been very good for Man United.
I think he is world class, but I think that you're being harsh.
World class? How is he world class?
Bruno Fernandes. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers he's put up whilst being in a terrible Manchester United side.
It is the influence that he has on his team as well. Like there aren't many players out there who are as influential on a team as he is to his team.
Influential on a team that's not been very good.
Yeah, but that's not.
Do you know what I mean?
That's also not his fault.
Yeah, but
doesn't that sometimes make it even harder? To be that man to try and
because the measuring stick. The reason why teams or players want to go to certain teams is to play Champions League football, right? We have not seen Bruno Fernandes play at the highest level of competition, and when he played for his national team,
is it all his fault?
I'm not saying.
Forest are in here. Yeah! And Nottingham Forest score against Fulham. Whoa! And Aston Villa equalise Manchester United. And it's Ross Barkley. Haven't seen Ross Barkley with a wonderful left-footed finish that beat Sonny Lamons. Man United 1, Aston Villa 1. More on that in a second. But down at the bottom of the table, what a moment this is going to be, because Nottingham Forest lead Fulham by a goal to nil after 64 minutes. Wonderful, wonderful finish. Through on goal with the goalkeeper. Beats the goalkeeper, and Nottingham Forest lead Fulham by a goal to nil. And goodness me, Quaker, this is a massive goal in terms of the relegation battle.
He might be offside. He's going to be offside. He's going to be offside.
Please be off.
It's Dan and Doy, isn't it? Yeah, number 14 who gets played through on goal.
Well?
Please be off. Please be off.
Is he affecting play?
He's right in the vision, right in the line. Oh, that's offside, man.
No.
I can't give that.
We're doing
offside.
We're doing two different ones.
We're doing two offsides. Let's do the United Villa one, okay? Ross Barkley has a shot, and the point you're making, Scott, is when Barkley shoots, you're arguing that Onana is standing in an offside position and might be interfering with play. My argument here would be, I don't think he's interfering with play here, simply because that ball, you know the Van Dijk one where I lost my head against Man City? I think it's similar to that one in the sense that do you know what? They're checking the goal offside here. Do you know what?
It might have hit him.
Might have hit him as well.
Has it hit him?
It might have hit him. That's what they might.
Okay.
That's offside, please. That's off.
And Nottingham Forest's goal, good shout, Quaku. Dan and Doy's goal has been ruled out for offside. You lucky girl.
Lucky girl.
What do you think, Scott, here in the United Villa game? They're checking the possible offside.
Are they checking here that it's hit him? I think they're checking that whether it's hit him or not.
Yeah,
the spin of the ball changes.
That's so
What's that thing in cricket where you can hear it like it?
Yeah.
Snicko.
Yeah.
Ultra edge.
Yeah, we need that.
That'd be really funny.
The thing is, as well, they're not checking this by the looks of it, but when the ball actually comes to Barkley...
deviate, though, does it?
Fulham. Come on.
Jimenez! Oh, off the line. Or not off the line, but it was going goalwards, wasn't it? Ola Ina with a great defensive header. What do you, Quaker, what are you thinking in the United Villa game?
Oh, mate, I don't know, because the thing is, I think he's scored. I don't think Lamens is saving that.
No way. Lamens isn't getting anywhere near it.
But who knows, man?
Goal's been given. Goal's been given. Do you know what? I thought, in terms of it hitting him, I didn't see the ball deviate when it went goalwards. No. And then I think back to again, in terms of interfering with play, Ross Barkley hits that ball so cleanly into the back of the net. There's no way Lamens is getting anywhere
but he
near
takes a step to the one side before like as he's hitting the shot. And that's the thing that That's the thing.
Just goes wide.
Like when
isn't it funny, Bo? For 63 minutes,
nothing happened.
Everything's happening. I'm sorry. What point are you making here, Scott?
So when the ball actually comes to Barkley and he's about to hit it with his left, it's like Onana is, for me, like in the periphery at least of Lamens, and like how is he able to?
But do you think though he has an impact on Sonny Lamens not being able to save that shot? Because I don't think he does.
I don't think he's going to get to it regardless. But if he's taking a step to the other side, then it's impacting him. Like. For me.
So it's having an impact on him in terms because he's had to move.
That's not what they checked anyway. I think they were checking whether it's hit.
I'm of the opinion. I think that should have been a goal because I think that if you remove Andre Onana from that whole situation, Ross Barkley still hits that ball like he hits that, and it still goes into the back of the net with power, and therefore, like again, all the serious note with the Van Dijk header, like it was impossible that Andy Robertson had an impact on Donnarumma's ability to make that save, and that's why I'm happy for that goal to be stood. It's not like Lomans is like that.
You see those goals like ruled out all the time.
Yeah. I know, but Scott.
The lack of consistency.
No, I know, but Scott, this is the problem, isn't it, across all of football with so many different issues? Is you are almost, it's a little bit of potluck, isn't it? Villa are coming forward here once again. Bailey. Leon Bailey from the right into Tammy Abraham, and his touch is so bad, and I ended up getting cleared off him. Sorry, Scott. Going back to the offside, you think this goal should have been disallowed?
I think so. I think what they end up checking like whether it's actually touched his shorts or whether it's gone in off the back of his legs and it's changed the course or whatever, and whether
it hasn't.
And it hasn't. But like for me, I think that he's in the peripheral vision of Lamens, and when he's about to take the shot, Lamens does. I need to look at it back again, but I swear he takes a step to the side that it doesn't go, and that impacts him getting across the other side to actually save it.
See, I don't think Lamens saves. I don't think Lamens saves it, but Abraham is in line of vision. And also, I did think that I thought Robertson was offside in that game. The one that we
definitely was offside.
Yeah, what the Robertson was
clearly offside. But the point I made with that one is I don't think that he had any impact.
But I do think he did have an impact. Though.
No, let's not start this again, Quaker.
I don't think there's any impact.
You don't think there's any? What in this way? I don't think there's any.
In this, I don't think.
I do think there is, because it's like otherwise teams will just have a man standing in an offside position consistently and say, "Well, he's not involved in the play." But you are thinking about it.
It might not be like directly down the line, like right in front of him, but it's still impacting where he thinks the ball's going to
be. The biggest problem in all of this, and you touched on it before, it's just the consistency.
Yeah.
Like absolutely. How many times do we sit here and talk about things that go in one game and the next game it's not the same thing? I've actually lost my head multiple times over things, whether it's a push, a shove, whatever, one decision. Yeah.
Still going on about that.
I'm not over it.
How on earth?
I will never be over it because it's just not a foul. But anyway,
you lost that game.
It's not a foul. But at that point, Quaker, it becomes 2-2. It becomes 2-2.
All right, man.
Right. Anyway, regardless, I'm not getting into it.
What's the score in aggregate against Arsenal this season?
I'm not getting into it.
What's the score on aggregate against Everton this season? Do you know what, Scott? I'll be honest with you. I'm going through what a lot of people are saying on social media.
Victimising.
And most people are saying that he thought that Onana did have a role in the goal. I understand that Onana is there, but I just think when Barkley smashes that ball with power into the corner, I think if you remove Onana from the situation, I cannot see a way in which Lamens can save that shot anyway. That's why I'm happy for that to be given as a goal, Do you understand my point?
Yeah, I do, but like that's like you don't know. It's not how it works. We don't actually know. Like he could pull out this amazing sprint to the other side.
I'm happy to say that I respect your opinion here, and I'm
agree to disagree.
Yeah, maybe because I do appreciate that this, cause again, going back to Robertson.
The thing is, you probably see that given, or ruled out in a.
Yeah, well, no, the point. Do you remember the one I'm talking about, the Van Dijk header?
Yeah.
That was an obvious. That was one which got disallowed, didn't it?
I think what you're saying is like the spirit of football is like it just doesn't feel right to rule that off.
Yeah, and again, rules are rules. Like, maybe we'll wait for the PGMOL to put up their little tweet on.
Their little tweet.
What did you call them?
Their little tweet.
Innit?
Huh? Go on. United are in here.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it's a wonderful finish.
What a finish that is.
Mateus Cunha, do the celebration, Scott.
How does he do it? I'm not going to stand up for that.
By the way, how well does he take this goal? He gets played through one goal,
yes.
bears down on goal, and he just opens up his body to Scott and passes that ball into the bottom corner. Cunha scores. United 2, Villa 1. Another outstanding finish, Scott.
Yeah, so we just had that debate, and United needed to react to that because Villa were looking dangerous after they scored as well, and they've gone down the other end now. Cunha's found a little bit of space there, and just when he gets into those situations coming in off that left side, you just know he's got that type of finish in him where he can just open his body up and put it into the far corner. And United needed that.
Villa, mate, Scott, how open have Villa been in this game, by the way?
Well, that's the thing. This is the thing with Aston Villa, and this is what I was saying. Let's see, there's not going to be a risk of offside here, is there? He's miles on.
And also, by the way, the pass there from Bruno Fernandes, I know Quakey will say that, he didn't mean that. But that...
He's not meant any of them.
On a serious note, I mean, his numbers this season show how elite he is. But Scott, on a serious note, that first, Casemiro rolls it to Bruno Fernandes, and he just plays the first-time ball right into the path of Mateus Cunha. Again, the finish is great, but the pass is special as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that is another... Who assisted the first goal? That's another assist for
Bruno Fernandes from the corner.
He's got 2 assists today.
Yeah, Bruno from the corner.
Yeah, he's
my word.
on the record.
So that is... Is that 16?
Is he on 16 now?
Is he on 16? Technically,
I think it is.
We need to double check that.
But, he's
4 off the record. That would make him. After
he's
that,
not decent, is he? Though, Quicks.
What? No, but he definitely is holding Man United back.
He's definitely the problem.
The reason why Man United haven't won a trophy in the last 10 years is because of
100%. He's definitely
won a Premier League.
Definitely the problem.
Like, what happened to nuanced debates?
Definitely the problem.
No, he's a good dude. He's a great player.
He's a great dude.
He's great, but like
stand-up guy.
I've just not seen him. I've just not seen him perform at the highest level.
But he's not had. He's not had the best recruitment around him for years. If they can get the recruitment right over the next couple of years, you will see the best. You're already seeing the best of Bruno Fernandes, but you'll see the best team around him as well. And just to touch back on actually that goal and how it came about. Like Chelsea the other week when they went to Villa Park, I watched the highlights back because it was something I noticed at the time.
Yeah,
3 of Chelsea's 4 goals were by breaking the offside trap. And Villa have always been, and under Emery especially, they've always been holding a lot of pride on actually keeping that offside trap and catching teams offside and whatever. And I looked at this today, and if Chelsea have done that 3 times out of 4 goals, there's surely a way that United in this team, with the quality that they have, Bruno Fernandes threading those balls through.
Yeah,
there's surely going to be an opportunity like that today, and it's just turned out that after 70 minutes, Cunha's taken advantage of it.
Well, yeah, Villa allowed us to play, and it was so bizarre because Chelsea fans were frustrated. The previous games before that, we played against low blocks, and it was difficult. But Villa just allowed us to play football, and there was so much space, and yeah, that line is insane. To play a line like that with United's attackers is crazy. But I look at. That's what I want to ask you, Scott. You look at players like Cunha and Mbeumo, and they're good players. Do you feel like, again, they're a great base and a great foundation, but when Arsenal brought in Gabriel Jesus and Zinchenko, and they weren't the players they're not the players who are playing right now or starting right now that are helping Arsenal win the league. But do you view these players as like the start of something, and Man United will eventually start to sign the quality of player to help you win the league eventually?
I think that's a fair point. That's a completely fair point. United are probably in the finalised version of their team. They got 4 attackers now that you consider one of each of the positions, but you don't exactly know where Cunha fits in this. They're pretty well stocked on the right side with Mbeumo and Ahmad.
Yeah. Left
side, there's a bit of a hole there. For me, United looked at this, and with Sesko they took a risk and got a player for a lot of money from another league or whatever. But in Mbeumo and Cunha, they have bought Premier League experience, and that is to raise to raise the level up and get a certain level out of these players and a certain delivery of goals just to get United up a level to competing for the Champions League places. I think that's a completely fair point to make,
because they seem like floor raisers apart. Not really like ceiling raisers. Like they'll make the base level of your squad great, but they're not.
We haven't seen them at the extra levels either at the moment. And you could argue, to be honest, with the way that I know it was a bad week for English clubs in the Champions League, but generally English clubs have been doing quite well in the Champions League over the last few years, right? So we haven't really seen them at that level yet, and Mbeumo's just gone off for Sesko here. But yeah, I think that's a valid point, to be fair. United will need to add to this I think there's talk of like a young left winger, like Jan Diamande's talked about from Leipzig, and I don't know whether they're going to go for him or not. But yeah, they need maybe that extra sprinkle of, just ingenuity and quality. And I think they need somebody on that left side who is like a stand-up, like he's going to stand you up and dribble past you, a tricky player like that. And for sure, they maybe need another striker as well. So I think it's a fair point, and we'll see. But they are doing the job. Like in terms of their recruitment last summer, again, like Cunha stepped up again today, and Mbeumo's done it plenty of times this season too. And Sesko's on now as well.
15 to go then, give or take. In our, we'll do some team news, by the way, Liverpool Spurs games in a second, because there's some interesting team news for, maybe more so for Liverpool, because obviously honestly have more decisions to make. But it's United 2, Aston Villa 1. A bit entertaining second half. Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0. Forest had a goal disallowed for a Dan and Doy offside. They've now got a free kick in a dangerous position, which Amari Hutchinson whips in and is headed away. In 10-man Leeds are doing a pretty decent job as things stand away at Crystal Palace. It is still Palace 0, Leeds 0. Morgan Gibbs White, by the way, just been substituted for Nottingham Forest. Palace whipping a corner. It comes out to Wharton, who shot. They want a handball. Referee says no handball. Arne Slot makes several changes. Rio Ngamoa starts ahead of Mo Salah, which
right choice.
Interesting.
Right choice.
Wow.
Alisson in goal. Szoboszlai, Gomez, Van Dijk, Robertson. So no Konate at centre-back. And Robertson plays over Kirkes. Gravenberch, McAllister. Then it looks like it's going to be Frimpong from the right, Wirtz, Ngamoa, and there's no Ekitike either. So I'm not sure whether it's going to be Gakpo from the left or Wirtz from the left, and which one plays up front. My guess maybe be Gakpo plays the 9 actually, and Wirtz goes from the left. So yeah, some big calls
like
there.
Wirtz on the left? Well,
No, I think he's wasted on the left-hand side. Yeah, I think again it's something. Arne Slot is almost trying to get too many players in almost the same, in similar. Like I think Florian Wirtz in that Galatasaray game wasted out on the left-hand side. I think you want to see him a little bit more central in possession. So I like the idea of Gakpo playing as centre forward here. Ngamoa out wide. You've got Frimpong and Ngamoa, 2 wide players who I think are going to be quick and direct. And just then allow Florian Wirtz to come and, roam a little bit. Come short, pick up the ball. I think sometimes on the left he gets wasted, stuck out there, and he can't influence the game enough. So, Abby, do you want to run us through the Spurs team?
Yeah, sure.
Why are you laughing?
The who's who of nobodies.
It's just absolutely horrendous. Horrendous, right.
List out the bench as well after you've done that.
I shall. It's Vicario in goal. The experiment with Kinski went
Poor
well.
lad, by the way.
Poor lad.
Disgraceful.
It was literally his birthday as well. The day after.
Disgraceful.
That makes it worse, does it, or not?
No, I mean, no good, is it? No good. Right, we've got Vicario, Dragusin, Danso, Porro. Again.
So Porro's playing centre back, is he?
From what I can see here, he is going 3 at the back again. He absolutely loves it, mate. So we're having Pedro Porro as right centre back, which again works really well as we saw against Palace. Yeah, can't defend, but cool.
The thing is, he's so good at crossing as well.
Yeah, it just makes no sense to me. But I mean, whatever. It's because we've actually got. In all honesty, he could just go with the back 4. He could, but. Cool. Then he's gone Souza, Sarr, Gray, Spence. You've got Tel, Richarlison and Solanke up top. So it's a 3-4-2-1. And let me just tell you the bench, shall I? Okay. We've gone Kinski, which I feel bad.
At least he made the bench.
Yeah. I mean, he actually didn't even need to travel. I think we just needed the bodies because we haven't got anyone. So we've got Kinski, Brandon Austin, the other keeper, Rosewell, Olisesi, Xavi Simons, Wilson, and Colomani.
Yeah, not great.
So we
can name 9 subs, right?
Yeah, they've got 5 or 6, 7.
We haven't got anyone. So we've got 2 keepers and 1, 2, 3 kids and Simmons and Colomani.
What a damning indictment on 60 million quid on Xavi Simons.
Can you just see how long this list is of injuries? Can you just see?
Yeah, it's over double figures, isn't it, Abby?
Look.
Abby, are you surprised? Abby, I appreciate Xavi Simons, hasn't pulled up trees since he's come in. I get that. But I'm still surprised that he doesn't start. Like, I still think that, he shares moments, doesn't he, where he looks like a good player.
Yes.
And so you look at that 11 today, and I'm sorry, I still think there should be a place for him in the starting 11.
Look,
Xavi Simons.
I think it's a bit of a tough one. Like, with Xavi Simons, let's be honest, outside of Europe, I've not seen Xavi Simons have a good performance, bar maybe Brentford. That's it. The Brentford game. I think that Xavi Simons is a luxury player. I think that Tottenham can't afford a luxury player, in all honesty. We can't afford someone that's light, weak.
Yes! Sesko again.
Oh, yeah, it is unbelievable. He's done it again.
Might have deflected in.
Yeah, it took a deflection, but he won't care. My goodness me. Man United 3, Aston Villa 1. Why would you ever start Benjamin Sesko, Scott, when he just keeps coming off the bench? Maybe not. And he scored some good goals off the bench. This might not be the best one, but who cares? And this, Scott, is going to be a massive 3 points for Man United.
Honestly, with Chelsea losing yesterday and with this being Aston Villa looking like they might drop off, third is there for the taking for United. And look, Villa have had their moments today. They've threatened, but there's no offside there again. I'm always worried nowadays. And it's bounced in, and Cunha's brought it in and tried to cross it. I think there's reverb. What's happened there? Oh no!
Offside?
That's exactly the same thing that I was talking about with the goal earlier.
Cunha does really well to get past Bogard, comes into the box, he then plays it across the face of goal. It takes the deflection off Bogard, then it falls to Benjamin Sesko, who swivels and shoots, and it takes the deflection off Tyrone Mings. Wrong foot's the goalkeeper. I think that'll go down to Sesko's goal, because I reckon it's on target. By the way, Bogard's defending there is some of the most shambolic defending I've seen in a long time. When that ball goes across to Mateus Cunha, the way he gets done is almost embarrassing, and he should be hooked immediately. He then maybe gets lucky Cunha in terms of where he takes a couple of deflections off a United player. But Scott, Sesko is alert, he's alive to the danger, and the way he swivels and shoots, he does that pretty quickly, doesn't he?
He's looking like a proper striker, isn't he? He really is. And there's always that concern about, we were just talking, for example, a minute ago, Florian Wirtz hasn't exactly, I know they're different players, but coming from the Bundesliga, Florian Wirtz hasn't had a brilliant season and cost a lot of money. Xavi Simons is on the bench for Tottenham. And it's difficult for these players to actually make an impact in the league. Sesko's a completely different kettle of fish with the physicality that he has, but you can just tell he's got that striker's instinct, and they're very difficult to find nowadays, proper strikers.
Raw.
He is raw, yes, but again, he's 23 years old.
He's got great upside, and that's the thing. There's a difference between him and Mbeumo and Cunha. I think Mbeumo and Cunha, you know what their ceiling is, right?
Yeah.
They're great, good Premier League players. Whereas Sesko, you think, maybe this might be the number 9 to lead United for years to come. Maybe he can increase his output to that of a top-level striker, whereas I think the other players are maybe not. So, good signing, a good way to embed him in terms of not starting him week in, week out and piling on the pressure, and he's scoring goals. I don't think there's not been a striker in the Premier League who's scored more goals.
They're all different kinds of goals as well, generally. You've seen him score a thunderbolt against Fulham, on the edge of the box, and he's he's put that in the top corner, flicking against West Ham, the counter-attack goal against Everton. There's other stuff that we haven't actually seen out of him yet. I'd love to see him in a proper foot race with a defender, because he's absolutely rapid as well. And there's this, he seems to have the full package. He really does.
You think, again, you mentioned earlier that, Ineos had the vision of 2028 to win the Premier League. You think if United do win the Premier League, this boy's good enough to lead that line and one day score 20, 25 goals to Man United in the season?
I think that's the hope, isn't it? That's the hope that you're trying to find with every single striker. That's what you're trying to find with every striker. It's just that proper number 9, it died out for a little while, didn't it? And I think with Haaland dominating the league over the past few years, there's an example to set there. I think he's got a little bit more about him in terms of his footwork and his ability to bring other players into the game. But there's so much more to see out of him as well. He's got an absolute rocket of a shot, by the way. I don't want to see him have a shot from 20.
Oh my goodness me! Palace have scored. I thought the goalkeeper had pulled off an outstanding save. In fact, I think he did pull off an outstanding save. But Jefferson Lerma is there to put the ball in the back of the net. No. But the offside flag goes up, and it is not going to count. It comes from a corner. And Palace get the header towards goal. Darlow makes an outstanding save, but he parries the ball in the air, and then Jefferson Lerma is there from close range to head the ball into the back of the net. Sesko is in again. That was not possibly good centre forward play. Brennan Johnson stands it up. I think Cavalier might be playing him onside. Let's have another look at this replay. Johnson in. He's onside there. Look, the lad I think Jefferson Lerma.
I think he looks onside.
I think Lerma's miles onside here, isn't he?
Yeah.
But I think the player that's closest to being offside isn't even Jefferson Lerma, is it? Look, Lerma wins. So it's actually Lerma who gets the first header, and then he dive.
I don't think that's off. Do you?
No,
I don't think so. No,
I think that's off.
I think they're going to give that goal for sure.
I think that's crazy if they don't.
I've probably been painted as the Bruno Fernandes hater in the show. That ball he played to Sesko was unbelievable with his left foot. It was a joke. He's been pulling the strings.
Has he made you look like an idiot?
No, because the thing is,
sorry. The offside, right? It wasn't when the ball came into the box. It was when Brennan Johnson. He played a 1-2 from the corner, and when Brennan Johnson got the ball back, that's where the offside was. That makes more sense.
That's so schoolboy.
Jefferson Lerma won the initial.
Brennan Johnson, mate.
Yeah, you could do with him now. I'm sorry. You definitely could backpost Brennan.
I still feel like Brennan Johnson's not the answer to Spurs right now.
Brennan Johnson is the answer.
At no point in the season have I thought Spurs could really do it, Brennan Johnson.
Are you serious?
No.
Yeah, I'm being dead
He's your top goal scorer last season, wasn't he?
Yeah, but we
See, I don't know who you think you are, mate. Like, you are going to get relegated. He was your top scorer last season. Yes, you could definitely do with him.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think it would have made a slight bit of difference.
Yeah, I kind of agree to be fair.
You haven't got enough players on your bench. Of course it would.
Hold on.
Of course it would.
Chill, bro. Listen.
Oh.
Right. Tottenham's problem isn't necessarily putting the ball in the back of the net. Tottenham's problem is creating. Tottenham don't have any attacking players. Tottenham don't have any players, in all honesty. But their issue...
They have Xavi Simons on the bench.
Well, we were talking about that, actually.
60 million quid.
Sorry, yeah, we got distracted. We were
I still don't... Oh, yeah.
Tottenham's issue is someone creating, not actually scoring.
That was what he was bought for.
Right. Xavi Simons, as I was saying, is a lightweight player. He is a luxury player. When you are in a relegation battle, you don't need a Xavi Simons, in all honesty. You don't. You don't need someone that's going to lose the ball in the middle of the park. You don't need someone that's that weak and lightweight and loose. You don't.
He's won the European semi-final, Euro 20.
Yeah,
I was there for that.
That's phenomenal. We're talking about that's so irrelevant. We're talking about Tottenham in a relegation battle, Scott.
No, but
I'm just saying that he can make the difference in big matches.
Have you seen him make
abs?
Have you seen him make one bit of difference? Even when Spurs were mid-table or top half at some point this season under Thomas Frank, have you seen Xavi Simons make much difference? The silence is deafening, lads. The silence is absolutely deafening.
He should be. He should be making a difference.
Abby, to be fair, can I jump in and can I say I think I did start off my Xavi Simons point by admitting and acknowledging that he has been poor this season. The point that I'm making is, Abby, and maybe I'm wrong here because I actually put this up on Twitter and a few Spurs fans told me that I was wrong. The point I'm making is I think when you are 17th in the Premier League table, have won 2026, etc., my point is while he hasn't had the impact yet, I still think there is a good player there. And I think when Spurs need to try and find goals to win games of football, draw games of football, I personally still think that Tottenham would be better and more dangerous with a player like Xavi Simons in the team.
But then if you have to sacrifice someone in midfield, for example, and you're going to get even more overrun.
Sacrifice Tell, mate.
Yeah,
sacrifice
Tell. See, actually, I don't think that.
Abby, I'd rather have Xavi Simons. Richarlison starting today, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, no. I would always rather have Richarlison start.
Oh no!
No, boys, you're not being sensible here. You're not being sensible. We're not talking about Tottenham trying to finish top 8. We're not talking about Tottenham trying to finish top 4. We're talking about Tottenham trying to stay and keep their head above a relegation zone. You want someone like Richarlison.
No, I agree with that. He's been there. He's been there with Everton.
Thank you. In terms of what Tottenham have, I'm not saying I would pick to have Richarlison if I had a choice of every single player.
Forrester! Oh, they should score a one. He goes through one goal, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. He drags his shot wide. Big chance for Forrest, Abby.
You're so lucky. Like Forrest had a goal disallowed. Like Leeds missed a penalty. You're catching life. I know. You're catching life right now. But the Xavi Simons thing.
Where'd you send that?
Hang on, wait. Sorry, I wasn't done with my Richarlison point. Because none of you are thinking correctly. He has been in a relegation. Wait, because you're just talking rubbish as usual. Richarlison has been in a relegation battle, right? I can honestly say to you, when I went to the Palace game, the only players I have seen put in any effort in the last few weeks is Richarlison.
He runs, I'll give him that.
Archie Gray.
He's good at running.
And actually, Matisse Tell. They are the 3 players I would say have put in effort. I know Matisse Tell is not very good. I know Richarlison isn't very good. But they put in far more effort.
Come on, Abs.
Kwaku, with all respect, you've never been in a relegation battle, and I'm currently in one. I haven't won a game in 3 months. So don't tell me that we need to start Xavi Simons, who's done absolutely nothing all season. Richarlison, that's not true, Sam.
I suppose the debate here is, though, why is he playing 3 centre-backs? Why is he playing Pedro Porro at right centre-back?
Why is he doing that again? Because it went so well against Palace.
I'm so sorry, but I'm at the bottom.
I'm at the bottom of the barrel. I'm at the bottom of the barrel.
I know that. We've all got access to the internet. I can see the league table. You are at the bottom of the barrel. But I just want you to
the bottom of the barrel.
You've all got access to the
like your big money signing, the signing that you robbed from Chelsea, the signing that you were so glad to see wearing the white of Tottenham, is sitting on the bench whilst you are about to go down. How about you roll the dice and play? He's sitting on the bench with 2 goalkeepers. This is Xavi Simons who scored in the semi-finals of the Euros.
Yeah, fine,
get him on the pitch and try and make things happen.
It's not going to make anything happen.
Don't sit here and try to explain to me why he shouldn't be starting and why Richarlison, who we
but
know is pony, has been starting for the last...
You are wrong. You're wrong. Richarlison should be starting in a game like this. He should should be. He should be starting every week because at least he cares. No one else cares other than him and Archie Gray.
Why does Richarlison care? Because he runs around a little bit.
He gives it for the badge. He gives it for the shirt. I'm sorry. Do you think that Xavi Simons gives half a toss about Tottenham Hotspur?
But why does Richarlison give?
Because he's been in a relegation battle. None of these players, if you go through that team, none of them have actually been in a relegation rubbish. None of those players at Tottenham, they all think that they're too good for this because they all know that they'll get a move somewhere else and they won't care.
Who's going to come these guys? Scott. Who's going to put money up?
Plenty of people will, Scott. Plenty of people plenty.
It's probably loan to buy kind of.
Our club captain is literally lining up. He could not care less what happens to Tottenham Romero. Could not care less. Mickey van der Ven don't really care what happens. Most of these players don't. And I'm not saying Richarlison cares that much, but Richarlison knows what it means to be in a relegation battle. Xavi Simons has done absolutely nothing the entire season. He's lightweight. He's soft. I've seen him be soft the entire season. I've seen him have one good game in the Premier League against Brentford. So I understand not necessarily playing him because you can't afford to carry these people. You'd rather pack out the midfield where you can. Do I think that our team and our selection is good? No, I don't. We have absolutely no options, and what you see is what you get. Should he start? Maybe. I don't know. But at the same time, it's not the be-all, end-all. I don't look at the team and say, oh, my God, like, why is Xavi Simons not starting? I want to win games. I want to try and keep a clean sheet. And I think that's playing someone like a Solanke, like a Richarlison together, I think we've got more chance of doing that and being
how
physical.
Are you getting the ball up there? The talk of,
but like, this has been the problem the whole season, Scott, and Xavi Simons has played the whole season.
But he's playing through, like, I've sat here for like a year talking about Ruben Amorim playing back threes and two in midfield.
But I can't help what this idiot does. He shouldn't be there in the first place. He shouldn't be there in the first place.
Yeah,
Igor Tudor. It was a stupid appointment. I said it at the time. Pointless. We've wasted another 5 games. And now we're in an even worse situation.
What I will say, okay, about the appointment of Igor Tudor...
How have you wound me up already? We haven't even kicked off.
You're winding me up as well, because you're just chatting absolute nonsense.
So are you. You're talking rubbish, Craig.
Abs, you're telling
me to play Xavi Simons, who's played all season. Has he made any difference? Has he made any difference to me?
None of them have.
No.
You finished 17th last
trying
season.
to justify Richarlison starting.
That's the right thing to do.
We know how terrible he is. And also in terms of the appointment, I understand you were against Igor Tudor from the beginning and you were probably proved right. But the names that we are hearing that are going to replace him, I'm sorry, it's desperate. We have to wait.
We are in a desperate situation,
but we had to wait for the Gold Cup to finish to talk about one of the candidates. That's where they're at right now. Like, that's where we're at.
I was talking about
It's insane. You were at Cheltenham. You probably had the word of Harry. You probably tapped him up. Like, this is where you're at.
I literally...
So do you think they should stick with Igor Tudor then?
No. But all I'm doing is illuminating the desperate situation. And
we know that, Quaker. They're in a desperate situation.
I don't think it should be Harry Redknapp, though.
Quaker, we've all got access to the internet, mate. We know they're in a desperate situation.
So, do you know what? It's not just Harry, and I have tried to explain this so many times, and in all honesty, I don't care. I don't care if people agree. I don't care if people disagree. It's my opinion on it.
You allowed your opinion.
I know, and I don't care, and I'm usually proved right anyway when it comes to Tottenham, so it's fine.
Are you?
Yeah, most of the time.
You said Spurs rack up trophies.
I said I wanted us to rack up trophies. I'll be honest, I couldn't have foreseen what this was going to be like this season. I wanted us to start racking.
Harry Redknapp hasn't managed a team for almost 10 years.
Don't care.
I think I don't care. And again, we all love Harry here. I genuinely believe if you ask Harry Redknapp to name you 10 Spurs players, I think he's struggling.
Oh my God,
I genuinely
this is so rude.
I'm not even being rude.
Why? Because he's old. Why? Being ageist? Why?
I'm not being ageist.
You're being completely ageist.
I'm not being ageist.
You're literally being completely
ageist.
Tell me why he couldn't name 10 Spurs players. Does he not watch football?
It's a different part of his life.
Does he not have eyes?
It's a different part of his life.
He might have access to the internet.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he could Google it.
Does he have access to the
Don't worry about it. Anyway,
I'm just being completely honest, and so being rude. I think some of the best Spurs players on the Harry Redknapp. I just think turning to a 79-year-old who has more interest in horse racing than he does in football right now is not. It's not going to save you.
May I please respond to you on this? Firstly, give me some other names.
Okay, go on.
Give me another option.
What in terms of
who's
Robbie Keane?
Robbie Keane is not going to leave Ferencváros right now.
Well, apparently he will if you offer him a long-term
Sean
deal.
Dyche.
Yeah. Do you want to? I don't want to offer any. No.
Give him the Rob Edwards kind of deal. You're going down anyway, so we're going to keep him in the Championship.
I don't want Robbie Keane. I think if we were in the Championship, 100% would be a good manager for us to get. You are not going to give anybody a long-term contract at this point. You're just not. You're not.
So give it to Harry till the end of the season.
So my point, and as I've always said, these players are not Sean Dyche players. It's pointless. Absolutely pointless.
But he thought he could do a job at United.
No,
to be fair,
it is absolutely pointless to give this to Sean Dyche, and that is not me. I said it on our the show we did on Friday. It's not me turning my nose up at Sean Dyche in the slightest. This squad is not a Sean.
Abby, are you basically saying the reason why you want Harry Redknapp is he's got to a point now where the Spurs are in a desperate state. It's now just literally about getting the vibes.
It's not even about vibes, Sam. At this point, I said we should do
Harry
this
Redknapp
before
and
Igor Tudor.
Also, one thing I think, to be fair, Craig, you might have articulated it poorly.
Definitely.
To be fair,
Definitely.
One thing that I think we can say about Harry Redknapp is fair. Maybe you can name 10 Spurs players, but in modern football, you could argue that maybe Harry Redknapp might not be as effective now.
Right? Can I give you an example?
Is that a fair argument?
That's absolutely a fair argument. I would. Firstly, you're going to say to me, it's not the same in Scotland. I would say, look at Martin O'Neill.
Fair play. That's a good comeback. I respect that.
Look, when you're in a dire situation, would I have ever sat here and said that Harry would be the option? If in a normal season, a normal year, of course not. But I said after we got rid of Thomas Frank, it should be someone like Harry.
I can't sit here and listen to this.
Okay, then get out because I'm talking now. It should be someone like Harry combined with people that care about the club and understand. When you're in a situation like this, I'm not looking for someone to come in and put their tactical stamp on it with your stupid back three, which doesn't work. It doesn't work in the Premier League. We've literally seen Antonio Conte do it, and that's been about it with Chelsea. Let's not do that when we're in a relegation battle.
Oh, 1 year in Forest! Oh, my goodness me. That Kenny Tete is an unbelievable last-ditch tackle. Abby, back to you.
Yeah, so for me, it's not just Harry. It would be made up of people that care about the football club. I wouldn't even care about having Tim Sherwood, which is how desperate I am.
He'd be
how desperate I am. We had Tim Sherwood. None of us liked Tim Sherwood, in all honesty. But I would rather have Tim Sherwood mixed with Harry, mixed with Ledley, mixed with Jermaine Defoe, who's done his badges, mixed with people that care and love. It's not unrealistic. I've said it the other day. It takes a village, and Tottenham need all the help they can get.
For free? Because Spurs have shown a real willingness.
Right, because you need back. Since when is it just one person that does the job? You have a whole staff. You have a whole backroom staff, do you not?
How much are you going to pay Harry Redknapp to come off the bench and potentially sully reputation?
How much is it? How important is it that you stay up? How much is it worth to Tottenham Hotspur to stay in the Premier League?
Clearly not enough because you haven't invested properly over the last.
Right, so we're really.
So what you're saying is unrealistic.
We're really up the creek without a paddle.
You want to assemble the Spurs Avengers, but it's not going to happen. That's just not.
So what are they going to do, Quaker?
Get relegated.
So then there we go. That's the two options you have. Either put people that need to be at the football club who actually get it and can maybe go on.
Villa are going to pull a goal back here. Oh no, they're not. Goodness me. Morgan Rogers was going to score into an empty net.
Somehow. How have they not scored that?
Somehow, Douglas Luiz got on his way, and that almost sums up what another pretty limp and a bang average.
Well,
I don't know if it's good. Is it good? Maybe this is not bad. Good news, Happy. Forest didn't win. They have gained another point on Tottenham. Yes, Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0 in the game of the City ground, and United Villa is about to get underway. Abby, do you want to finish off your Spurs rant?
Look, when the fact that we're all having an argument over Tottenham and like what option to go for, which terrible option, just tells you where we are. But I can tell you as a Spurs fan what I want and what I think this club needs. It's going to be different to what you would think you needed. You know, when you had Frank, you needed someone like that. You were nowhere near the situation I'm in. Okay? We had 12 games.
No.
We had 12 games to save the football club.
I've listened to you.
I'm not done.
Yeah, but you've just.
But I'm not done.
We just talked about my manager. Let me interject. So Frank, the first time he came in, yes, understood, right? But that was at the beginning of the season with a pre-season working with players, and he brought Mason Mount, Tammy Abraham, Fukad Tomori, players that he'd known from the academy. He brought them into the first 11. Frank also did come in again. He came in that disastrous Potter season, and what happened? It was an unmitigated disaster. We thought we'd lean on the legend because it'll bring vibes. It got even worse. I'm so sorry, but this situation is not going to be improved by bringing in 79-year-old Harry Redknapp.
Let me ask you a question. I'll go back to what I said.
Go on then.
Give me another option.
I told you the other option.
Get relegated.
Robbie Keane.
Robbie Keane is not going to take it now.
He will if you offer him a deal beyond the season.
So Robbie Keane, who's never actually...
Do you think Sean Dyche could be a good option for Spurs this stage of the season?
I think so. I personally think so.
Tell me what players are playing for Sean Dyche.
I know I'm kind of going back on myself here, but you've just said these players are just like they're not good enough. Right. We just had a conversation about Xavi Simons not being adjusted to this league,
so
and you want to go play on vibes.
Do you think Sean Dyche
just go out there and play? You're saying they can't play. Go and get like 2 banks of 4 and try and win games by set pieces.
Right. So let me just refer back to what you said because you're contradicting yourself. Do you think Sean Dyche...
People can change their mind.
Do you think Sean Dyche is going to like a Xavi Simons, mate?
No, probably
no,
not.
of course he's not.
No,
do you
probably
think
not,
that?
but
Do you
you
think
just-
that Christian Romero is going to like a Sean
contradicting yourself
Dyche?
as well.
I'm not. I'm saying to you, Sean Dyche. I'm not in the slightest. If you listen, I'm
But
not.
you're
Sean
asking for a
Dyche-
vibes guy who will play Xavi Simons.
No, I'm not
Yes, you
asking for a
are.
vibes guy. I literally have said to you, don't play Xavi Simmons. I couldn't care less.
You're going to get Harry Redknapp in and say, put Xavi Simmons on the bench.
Boys,
Like, what's going on?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So
What do you want?
Xavi
You're contradicting
Simmons,
yourself.
Xavi Simmons, I literally couldn't. I honestly couldn't give a toss what happens to Xavi
So
Simmons.
when Harry Redknapp comes in, what's he going to do?
What?
What's he going to do?
Right.
What's he going to do?
Can I talk? Thank you. Igor Tudor coming in and telling all of them how crap they all are. We all can see that. We know how crap they are.
Oh, I'm not
you
disagreeing
need a
with that.
manager that can come in like Harry and say, look, boy. Sorry.
The last time Harry Redknapp was a manager, TikTok did not exist. I'm so
changed.
sorry.
The
Like,
game has
what's Harry Redknapp going to say to these players that probably don't even remember him as a manager?
But you're also
The last time he managed was 10 years.
You're talking and shouting
What's
at me
the
about
last-
this.
No,
you're saying the only other option is get relegated. So should I keep Igor Tudor? Yes or no? Should we keep Igor Tudor? Yes or no?
Dyche.
For the last 15 minutes, we just heard you talk and shout. Like,
Because you're talking rubbish.
no, you're chatting rubbish.
You're talking such rubbish. Worry about your own club.
You're talking
Worry about
about-
aging men and what's going on
It's
at
funny,
Chelsea.
though. It's funny.
What was Harry Redknapp's last good job in football? Sorry, well, probably when he was Spurs manager. When did he stop being Spurs manager?
There isn't another option.
When did he stop being Spurs
2012.
manager? No, later. It was
No,
like
it wasn't. It was 2012. Or
No,
2013.
it's later. Let's
It
have a
wasn't because AVB come in. It
20,
wasn't.
okay, 2012.
2012.
14 years ago. How old are all these
Premier
players
League has
14 years
changed,
ago?
like, 3
what's
times
he
since
going
then.
to come and
Did
say?
manage
to
Jordan
these
2016.
Kwaku, I'm asking you, what is the other
players?
option?
I've told you the other option.
Robbie Keane is not
Future-
going to come in at this point in the season. He's not going to come in.
He
for
will
6
if you.
games.
He will.
So you want us
as
to offer
reported
him-
by our very own Ben Jacobs, he's looking for a deal beyond the
Right,
end of this
so
season.
Robbie Keane,
so I
who's
think you should
never-
future-proof yourself and say, okay, this is a dire situation, but we might go down.
Right.
And that's a realistic situation. So how about we bring in somebody that we can see getting us out of danger right now, and also being at the club next season if we are worst case scenario in the championship.
I-
I tell
'Cause
you
what
who's really
happens-
good at vibes, who has Premier League experience? Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
What?
She's got a shot.
No, I'm so sorry, but are you turning your nose up on
No,
Solskjaer?
I'm not, but I've told you, this needs Tottenham people back into Tottenham.
Does it?
Yeah.
Why? What evidence have Tottenham people shown us they can reach targets?
I actually can't be
Not
arsed.
even not even taking the
actually
mick,
cannot.
but like what? Like
Let's break. I need a break.
Okay, I think maybe it is now a good time to take a break.
Break. I can't. I can't.
I
can't
should
with you.
ju-
I can't.
Why?
I actually can't.
Why?
I can't. I can't.
Oh, actually, there she goes. All right, Zab Summers.
Let me just confirm that Man
Harry's
United.
guaranteed to keep Spurs up, by the way.
Yeah. Man United did beat Aston Villa by 3 goals to 1. Nottingham Forest did draw to Fulham 0-0, and Crystal Palace did draw with Leeds 0-0. So that means, guys, that all of Spurs' relegation rivals this weekend have picked up points in some capacity. West Ham go back down to 18th on 29. Forest have 29. Spurs have 29. Spurs, Forest, West Ham all on 29 points. That point for Leeds takes them on to 32. And the league table looks pretty nice right now for Man United. They're third on 54. Villa have got 51. Chelsea, Liverpool have got 48. talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes' time.
Tottenham Hotspur have delayed season ticket renewals, which normally open by the 15th of March until the end of the season. A statement read this to season ticket holders yesterday. We recognise the seriousness of the current league position, and following discussions with our fan advisory board and the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust, we can confirm the renewal window for 2026-27 will now remain open for an extended period until Sunday, the 7th of June. And this is because, of course, the relegation is a real threat now, and even the club are recognising that that could be a possibility. This comes as talkSPORT understands that Igor Tudor has already alienated much of the Spurs squad. His treatment of goalkeeper Antonin Kinski during Tuesday night's hammering at Atletico Madrid did not go down with the dressing room. First of all, Crook, why don't you tell us, because you're the inside man here, what you understand the state of play to be?
I think a lot of the senior Spurs players, if you like, already have big reservations about Igor Tudor and his man management, and those were only exasperated by what happened with Kinski. I thought it was quite pointed. Jed Spence was also not acknowledged by his manager when he went off and came back and made a very public display of shaking his hand. So I think this is an appointment that is unravelling very quickly. I believe that conversations have taken place already between Spurs and potential other managers. Sean Dyche has been mentioned in the last 72 hours or so, but I think he would want a long-term contract, not a deal until the end of the season. There was even talk of Ange Postecoglou possibly being asked to return. I don't think, having made inquiries this morning, that will happen. Ryan Mason as another interim for the third time, it is a possibility.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. 3 big games at 2 o'clock in the Premier League are done and dusted. It's a big win for Man United, isn't it? Going back to winning ways after losing to Newcastle. They beat Aston Villa by 3-1. They move on to 54 points in third. That's now 6 clear of Chelsea and Liverpool on 48 points. But of course, Liverpool still to play this afternoon against Spurs. Both Leeds and Forest fighting relegation. Pick up a point. Leeds on the road away at Palace. Forest drawing at home to Fulham. So again, if we now look down at the bottom of the table, West Ham moved back down to 18th on 29, Forest on 29, Spurs on 29. Leeds' point takes them to 32. Jamie O'Hara is back with us in the studio after your storm out of the... What's so funny, by the way, Scott, is they spent 10 minutes laughing, shouting at each other, and then I wish I could tell you their conversation they had on air, literally right before they came back to air. And my sister was saying something very similar to me actually this morning, by the way.
Oh,
so there we go. Take that as a compliment. But before Abby, we go back to Tottenham Hotspur. Let's talk, shall we, about Manchester United, Scott, because that, to state the obvious, is a big 3 points.
Oh, it's huge, absolutely massive. Like they need to get top 4, top 5, and as Kwaku said earlier, they probably really need to get third. They're playing better in terms of results than any of the teams around them at the moment, and there's no excuses for them not to go and get this final, or this third place. And today was a big one because, like Aston Villa, they beat United in the reverse fixture. You know that they can cause problems to a lot of teams. They're really good, particularly at home, but away from home, it looks like the wheels are falling off a little bit, and they will have Europa League to concentrate on, but United just needed to get over this hurdle today. And Villa threatened a little bit, but United's big players again stepped up, and I'm talking about like Casemiro with another big goal to set the teams apart. Villa equalised then. But the way that Bruno Fernandes just keeps on delivering and keeps on delivering is absolutely... We need to respect this guy. Like, that is now... I don't know, like, take the words out of your mouth, Sam.
No, go for it, mate.
Tee this up, but that is 16 assists this season for United, which is more than David Beckham. That was the old record held by a United player for assists in a single season. He's beaten that today, and now he's got 8 games left in the league. And he must be looking at that all-time Premier League record held by, I think it's Thierry Henry, when he scored 20 goals and got 20 assists in one season, and Kevin De Bruyne equalled it on 20 a few years ago as well. 5 more assists from 8 games. if he's getting 2 a game or whatever.
It's one of those weird records as well that it seems like it's almost impossible. I remember when De Bruyne matched it, he was on track to smash it and he slowed down. Remember Cesc Fabregas a few seasons ago, or like when he was at Chelsea, he was on track to smash it. He just stopped at 18. I think Mesut Ozil was also on track, and Olivier Giroud started missing loads of chances. And so this is one of those records that stood for a very long time. The season when Henry got 20 and 20, and obviously De Bruyne matched it. So if Bruno Fernandes can go and break that record, obviously it's a feather in his cap in terms of you guys want to talk about him as an all-time Premier League great. I would disagree, but again, it'd be something huge for a player that has given the best years of his career to a club that he was probably better than. He could have gone to a different club. He chose to stay at Man United, and yeah, this would be the feather in his cap, which would be huge for him.
Yeah, just looking at some of these numbers, Scott. I mean, what he's doing this season, and some of these numbers is nothing short of absolutely freakish, isn't it? Is there an argument to be had that he should win Player of the Season this year?
For me, the thing is, like, I look at Arsenal's team, and I asked, I think it was CJ a week or two ago, like, who's Arsenal's standout player of the season? And usually the Player of the Year award goes to like the best player from the team who wins the league, like generally. But in terms of like influence on a team, Arsenal have a lot of players who contribute, like Gabriel contributes, and Saliba contributes, and Declan Rice contributes, and there's other players as well.
Just looking at the odds to win Player of the Year, Bruno Fernandes is third on the list.
Gabriel number one.
Who?
Declan Rice number one.
I think Gabriel.
No, Declan Rice is number one.
And then
really?
Gabriel.
No.
Who's number 2?
Saliba.
No.
Wait, what is it? Wait.
Oh, Haaland.
Yeah.
Haaland?
For Player of the Season?
Yeah.
Like,
so they got Rice, Haaland, Fernandes.
Haaland, Fernandes.
Absolutely, like Bruno Fernandes ahead of Haaland in that list. Absolutely. For me, like, yes, I do have a United bias here, but in terms of like what he's doing and how consistent he's been, even when he was playing in a midfield too, which didn't suit him, that he was still pulling up numbers then. He was still massively influential on the team then as well. And to me, I think there is not a player in this league really that makes as much of a difference as an individual to the team that he plays for.
But you could say Haaland, who's got 22 league goals, he's also got 7 assists. He's third in the amount of assists, and that's not his game. So he's got 29 goal contributions. I don't know how many goals Bruno Fernandes has scored, but I don't think it's 13.
But he has been stinking the place out over the last 2 weeks, Haaland.
Yes,
Also, that's an interesting thing you just said there. I don't know if you agree with this, Quaku. Scott just said there that Bruno Fernandes has the biggest impact on a team out of any player in the Premier League. That's a big statement to make. Do you agree with that?
If you take Haaland out of Man City, they are nowhere near winning the title. Man United finished ahead of Man City this season. Haaland don't score those goals. That's what I think. Like, and I know that he has been sticking out the joint, but I think the levels that we set for Erling Haaland are so high. 22 league goals in the season already. For any other striker, that got Alexander Isak a move to Liverpool for however many millions. Like, Haaland's levels are so consistently high that we almost underrate him. But in terms of importance to a team, 22 goals, 7 assists. Only Shirky's got more assists than him for Man City. Yeah, he's way more important. Not way more important, but he's very important.
Premier League table there looks, Scott, doesn't look pretty. By the way, looking at that Premier League table, again, you're not too far off Man City, are you?
That's
in terms of finishing. See, I was talking about the gap you got now to Chelsea and Liverpool, which is 6 points, but you're only 7 behind City.
Yeah, like, you know, United have to look up. Like, really, if they're looking over their shoulder all this time, then maybe they drop points here and there. They've got some difficult games in the run-in, but I look at that run-in and I think I fancy, like, going to Chelsea. I think they can get a result at Chelsea.
Yeah, you definitely
absolutely can. And I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, like, just build up the good feeling, because it's been so bad for so long. And I just want to enjoy the remainder of the season. And United need to get back in the Champions League and then go for it and keep building on this.
You come back to a point we were talking about earlier in the show, Quaku. Explain to us, we were talking about Bruno Fernandes and the impact it's had on Man United. But you were almost kind of making the point, weren't you, that you maybe don't hold him in as high regard as maybe some other people, because possibly of the fact that Man United as a team haven't been competing for trophies, but I guess, or winning the big trophies, if you like. Like, it's the point that me and Scott were making, is that that's not down to Bruno Fernandes, is it? He's done everything he could possibly do to try and drag United as high as possible.
Not at all. His only crime is probably loyalty, because, like, again, this is years and years ago, but Matt Letizia was an incredible player. Matt Letizia probably should have had more England caps. Matt Letizia stayed at Southampton for the whole of his career. And so, like, if you make those choices, you are going to be capped in terms of where you're rated. The greatest players in the world, we rate them on doing it in the biggest occasions, and that's in the Champions League, that's at World Cups. And for Bruno Fernandes, when I've seen him in the Portugal shirt, I've not been wowed, and he hasn't played at the highest level for Manchester United. He's been very, very good for a team that's been very, very mid in the Premier League. And yes, it may not qualify for the Champions League next season. He does an amazing job, but I can't put him amongst the upper echelon of players that played in the Premier League, just because I think I've seen better.
I think he does need to win that big crowning trophy.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
And absolutely, I think that's a fair argument to make. But I think I said earlier in the show that I think Bruno Fernandes has been let down in a sense. I didn't make this point earlier, but who's been on the end? Who's on the end of his chances today? Cunha finishes that ball after he's played it through. Yeah. Who was on the end of those chances last season? Garnacho. Yeah. Come on. You see him stinking the place up at Chelsea now. He could have had 50 more assists really in the Premier League over the course of his United career if the players hadn't been wasting the chances.
I almost have a bit more admiration for Bruno Fernandes because he's doing it in a team that isn't, the great Man City team or Arsenal at the moment. Almost kind of man, if he joined Man City instead of Man United, they'd been a great player and would want all the fact that he is dragging a team and always. I think of some of the bad United teams over the years, and they would be. I don't have any pain in seeing United get beat, but I'd almost be embarrassed when you see the likes of you Garnacho and you Rashfords and many others walking around the pitch, but it's always him trying to. In my mind, in my head, I always have a bit more respect for him, more admiration, because he's not doing it alongside your De Bruyne, your Aguero, your David Silvas, whoever it might be.
I was going to say, do you think that it is a bit odd though that no one has ever massively come in for him?
I think he's had offers to go, a fair bit, and maybe it's not been. But you look at football nowadays, the days of Real Madrid going and picking Eden Hazard out of Chelsea or whatever, those days are gone because they got burned so bad with him. Barcelona this myth of Real Madrid and Barcelona will come in and get your best players. You have to wait until the end of their contract so they pick them up for free. It's not like we're going to give you 100 mil for this player who's age 28 or age 27 anymore. That's not the model. So the money is is in the Premier League. Yeah. So really, if you're looking at him actually taking that next step on, the only clubs who are capable of doing it are Premier League clubs. He's never going to make that move. True. So maybe there's been talk about buying in the past, and there's been rumours of Saudi Arabia over the last 3 years or whatever, and that question will come up this year again.
Yeah.
But I respect him, I really do.
But that's an interesting conversation in itself with the Saudi thing, because you obviously want to keep him, and I don't blame you, but in terms of, let's say Saudi offered some great money.
They had that chance last year.
Yeah, so what happens if they do that again? In terms of, we were talking about midfielders that Manchester United need. Is it something that you do in terms of cash in?
For me now, I think the question was, I think the answer may have been different for some people, and I've maybe put me in this bracket as well. Last year, if he was playing in a midfield 2 and it was like a square peg in a round hole, and you had that 100 million quid, then maybe you take it. But they put the decision on him to make, and I think it was a fair one if he chose to stay, because he believed in the project or whatever it was, or he didn't want the Saudi Arabia move. I can't. Maybe United could have gone and signed 2 players to replace him with that money, but he decided to stay. The pitch has changed now, though, and he is now playing at the number 10 role, and he is putting up record numbers of assists in a season for a Man United player, and he could break the assist record for United as well. He's got players around him who are showing that they can take the pressure on their shoulders and actually deliver in moments for United as well. Like Cunha, and Buma's not been great recently, but he's done it over the course of the season as well. Sesko is stepping up as well. Yeah. And I think really now, I think the conversation, and maybe he changes his mind or whatever, I don't know. But I think Bruno Fernandes wants to see Man United going in the right direction.
Yeah.
And I think if he's got offers on the table to go somewhere else, I think he would look at that situation this summer differently to how he looked at it last summer. If they're in the Champions League and he feels like, I keep mentioning it, they have a goal of getting to Premier League title challenges or winning the Premier League by 2028, a set goal internally at the football club, there's another year on his contract that they can trigger to make him extend to 2028.
Is he a Man United legend?
I think he is, personally. There's different arguments in the sense of Beckham won all these trophies and Ryan Giggs won all these trophies and Paul Scholes won all these trophies. Yes, he's not had that kind of collection, but in terms of that they were together as a team and they were all bailing each other out in certain moments. Bruno Fernandes has pretty much done it on his own. Yeah. He's kind of modern day Brian Robson kind of vibes in the sense of the impact that he had on the team.
That's a good that's a good comparison. I like the Brian Robson one. Where in Man United's kind of not successful era, you are Captain Fantastic, just doing everything.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades. Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I just for me, and again, me and Sam have gone back and forth on this. I do think accolades and trophies do matter in terms of resume and how you're thought of, and I just think that the lack of top accolades in Bruno Fernandes' Manchester United.
He's still got time.
Yeah, he's still got time. He's still got time, and he's clearly a top player. The eye test doesn't lie. Like, some of the balls he was playing today were incredible, but I just think in terms of like ranking him or trying to assess where he sits in the pantheon of footballing greats, I do want to see you do it in the Champions League regularly. And Man United haven't qualified for Champions League regularly since it's been there. So
yeah, the thing for me is, like, go into this summer. If you get Champions League, go into this summer transfer window and sign players who can cover up the weaknesses that Bruno Fernandes has, and make him the fulcrum of that team.
Also, Scott, what I'd say though is him like dropping deeper and playing in the midfield. It wasn't great, but it slowed the game down for him. Because my biggest criticism of Bruno Fernandes was sometimes he played that Hollywood ball too much.
Rush.
But now when he's playing in the 10, he's picking the right ball. He's more considered, and we've seen a better player. And you can't give Ruben Amorim credit for much. But in terms of adjusting his position and making him maybe see football and pictures are slightly different, I think he deserves a little bit of credit for that.
Scott, thank you. Well done. Really good work. Always enjoying having you in the studio with us.
Thanks for having me.
Looking fresh, my man. Manchester United.
Sorry, Abby.
Don't say sorry, yeah?
I apologise to her, man.
You might get 3 points today, Abby. You never know. Manchester United.
Xavi Simons winner.
Yeah, Richarlison winner. Maybe a Xavi Simons assist to
I don't care who gets it.
No, you can't.
Literally could be Igor Tudor for all I care.
You can't be. You can't.
I
be
can't wait
fussy,
for
can
this
you?
game. I can't wait for it.
Anyway, let me do my link right, Kira. You're not hosting inside Chelsea Now, pal, okay? Man United beat Aston Villa 3-1. Goals between Forest and Fulham. Palace and Leeds also got. Remember that lad? Who was that guy we had? It was the Scouts guy that used to do shows with us. What was his name?
Ryan.
The guy that used to like sit and he was.
Oh, big time now, isn't he?
Yeah,
He just doesn't really fancy it.
Yeah, guess what?
You're back.
He's back next, and it's live.
Morning, guys. Jermaine. Morning, Gabs.
Jay,
morning, boss. Morning, boss. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. All good.
Why are you not here, Jermaine? I thought you would be with us today in the box, smelling amazing.
I might have to come down, actually. Looks like it's going to be fun. Nice day for it.
Yeah, great day.
Jump on the headache up there, you'll be fine, mate.
He's not a racing man, I don't think, is he?
Oh,
I'm not. The boss knows I'm not really, and he's getting involved in it, though.
Yeah.
Saying all the right
He's well behaved, didn't come on a Tuesday when he was in on the Wednesday.
No.
Yeah, he was definitely there on a Tuesday.
We're the lads here. All got the helicopter here, didn't they?
Did they?
Tottenham, yeah. Yeah.
Jermaine, it's good to have you on with this. Let's get your thoughts now on your former club. Shall we start with Spurs? It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's been a hard watch all season. To be honest, I think especially the other night I watched the game and yeah, it was just I think the manager's come in and he's in, especially in that game, he's decided to start a young goalkeeper in Kingsley, and I think I was surprised when he took him off. To be honest, I think when you have a young goalkeeper and you make that decision in such a game of that magnitude to start him, I think you've got to stay with him. I think what a young goalkeeper can gain from that sort of experience, even though it weren't going well when he made the two big mistakes. But I think you've got to stay with him. And the fact that the manager decided to take him off and not really acknowledge him when he come off, I just think that human side, I think you've got to manage that situation in the right way. It doesn't look good. I think try and get through half-time and allow the senior players to get around him and help him in the second half. But to drag him off after the two mistakes, it was hard for me to see that, to be honest.
A very good afternoon. It is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Fund One Stanley, which is neutral and William Hill. It's 18 plus. Gambleaware.org. talkSPORT Goals is live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and your smart TVs. 3 results to 2 o'clock. Palace 0, Leeds 0, United 3, Villa 1, Forest 0, Fulham 0. United move on to 54 points. West Ham back in the bottom 3 on 29. Forest move on to 29. Spurs still on 29. That point for Leeds takes them to 32. The 4:30 game is an intriguing one, isn't it? It's Liverpool versus Tottenham Hotspur. It's still Sam Ellard, Abby Summers, and a vibrant Kwaku Afari, by the way, who is informed. You're on form today, aren't you? You're feeling it today.
Yeah, do you know what? Like, my mind.
Here we go. He's off already. Look at that. Like a generic that, and you just go.
No, but I told you already. But my club died in Paris, so I can now view football objectively and enjoy it for its merits. I can enjoy the relegation battle. I can enjoy the chase for Europe. Sure. My team doesn't exist in my mind anymore, right. So I can really
sensible,
get
mature way of looking.
I think so, right?
It's Champions League. Honestly, really, really good from you. And change is Ryan, by the way.
Sorry,
and the return of Ryan Bromelo. Hi, mate. Miss you.
Hi, mate. You okay?
Where have you been? Where have you been?
I've just been busy, mate. I don't think we should necessarily be pointing the finger at me. I mean, I've seen Kwaku all over.
Oh, no.
All over my phone anyway.
No.
Kwaku's famous.
I said that. I said he's been so busy.
People come up to me sometimes in the tube and say, "Do you know Kwaku Afari?"
Yeah.
I'm not even joking with you.
He's on the billboards in the tube.
No.
One day. So have you been working? I didn't mean to ask personal questions on air, but it's what we do on this show. So if you've got a problem with it, go away. So on Sundays, what you doing, like commentary work, or is it?
It's a commentary, mate. Yeah, bits of reporting, all of that jazz. But good to be back.
Yeah,
nice to have you back.
Yeah,
he's been ducking and diving because one of the last times we were on the show together.
You got that receipt in the bag, don't you?
Me and Ryan, we get on and off air all the time. We've got a great synergy, unlike my synergy with you. But that day when I said that Liverpool weren't very good, and you were battling, you said no, but we're top of the league now. We are good. What's your thoughts now?
I think it looks like the king of hindsight sitting.
Eating your words.
I think at the time I wasn't alarmed because we were top of the league.
Yeah.
But then when that quickly deteriorated, then there was a reason, wasn't it, to think that there was something bigger at play. I really don't know what to make of this season. It's been frustrating in lots of ways. It feels like there's a lot of apathy around the club at the moment. I've seen online that there's not many. There's been plenty of tickets, if you like, available for the game, which I think's quite striking. I look at the lineup as well, and look, I think you can dice this in 2 or 3 ways, because you could have Frimpong at right back, you could have him at right wing, which puts Szoboszlai at right back, you could have Wirtz in the false 9, or you could have him in the number 10. So it'll be interesting to see how they actually line up. But I think it's quite it's a bit of a risk, given that this feels like a swing weekend this week certainly in the Champions League race. Chelsea lose yesterday to Newcastle. United just beat Villa. There's a chance really to go and cement yourself in the thick of that top 4 race. And the team he's put out, it just offers encouragement to a Spurs side that are desperate for points. I've watched them in recent weeks. I know that in terms of the feeling around the club is at an all-time low, but it's still a Premier League, and I think when you put Rio out, which lots of people have been calling for, but to put him out, if the front 3 configuration, for instance, is Rio, Gakpo and Frimpong, which is a possibility, Gakpo down the centre, Frimpong on the right, Engamo on the left, that just feels like a rotational 11. It feels like a domestic cup team, and I don't think we should necessarily be given that signal. But if it's slightly different and you've got maybe Szoboszlai in the 10, Wirtz in the false 9, Gakpo off the left, Rio off the right, then you've got a few more senior players around him there, and there's a greater threat up top. So it'd just be really interesting to see how they line up.
Yeah, one thing I want to see Wirtz playing in a 10. Like, I know you got Szoboszlai in that team as well, but I don't know what you think, Ryan. I think seeing Wirtz out on the left hand side against Galatasaray on Tuesday night, being ineffective, not seeing enough of the ball, I just think he's wasted out on the left hand side. I think we've got to try and find a way to get him central and him more involved in games.
Yeah, he's a hub of creativity, and that's what we bought him in for. And we bought him to affect games. We didn't bring him in to hug the left touch line. So I totally agree with you. But I think today he's thinking, well, if he's put the bench Ekitike and Salah, he's got Wednesday night in mind for Galatasaray. So I think this is the way I'd hope it is the case today, that he sees Wirtz as that Ekitike replacement in the interim, as Isak's not available and he doesn't quite trust Chiesa.
Ryan, it is good to have you back. We're easing.
I can see the smiles.
We're easing you back into the show, because we are going to take one more very quick break. Abby Summers, in 10 seconds before we break, how are you feeling? More top-class analysis from Abby Summers coming up next, and it's live.
That's so typical.
That's so nonsensical.
PSG 3, Chelsea 2, and goodness me, boys, you've shot yourselves in the foot.
What is that? What is that?
I said it. We said it. You bring in a keeper because he's good with his feet. But really and truly, is he that good with his feet? What's this shambolic goal?
Reece James plays the ball back to Jorgensen, who tries to play out from the back, and he gets intercepted. It falls to a PSG player. And by the way, as well, when he gets worked to Vitinha, the goalkeeper's off his line. And that is some dinked finish, isn't it? But once again there, Kwaku, he's taking way too much time. And my goodness me, in a game of football where you're level at 2-2, possibly looking the better team, in a game of this magnitude, at this level, mistakes like that, Louis, are just completely unacceptable.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. This is why when people talk about keepers playing with the ball at their feet all the time and how it's a massive priority, yes, I appreciate the game is changing. But the priority for a goalkeeper is saving it.
There's also moments as well that I don't think they're clearly there. You had a PSG player coming from the left-hand side.
It's logical.
You could see ahead as well someone's being pressed. I'm with you. Playing out from the back is a part of football. But if you can see there's pressure on, there has to be a moment where you don't play out from the back and you just go long.
But this is the problem. There's this consistent need to always play out the back, always play out, always play out. Just this another problem with this Chelsea team, but also not just this Chelsea team, a lot of teams now, because there is so much pressure on playing out from the back, they make silly decisions like that all the time, and we give them the ball away again.
Yeah, very good afternoon. We are back live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. There might just come to a point in this show where we don't actually just break. They just put the cameras on enough when we're talking. I mean, poor Ryan there was offered a hot drink. He said he wants a hot chocolate. I mean, some of the death stares you were getting, Ryan, from the audacity for ordering a hot chocolate felt a little bit over the top.
I think it's quite sweet, a hot chocolate.
Yeah,
it is sweet.
It's just befitting for my personality. Isn't it?
We kicked off, Greg.
We kicked off. Oh, sorry, we're attacking the cop first half, but hopefully that should be okay. Confirmation: Palace 0, Leeds 0, United 3, Villa 1, Forest 0, Fulham 0. Now it's Liverpool versus Spurs. I'll quickly run you through the teams. It's Sam Ellard, Ryan Bromwell, Abby Summers, Kwaku Wafari. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel. The show is brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill, 18 plus. The Gamble Aware Dog. Good afternoon, Lee Phelps. Looking forward to seeing you next week. Addison in goal. Frimpong, Gomez, Van Dijk, Robertson, Gravenberch, McAllister, and Gamoa, Szoboszlai, Verts, Gakpo for Liverpool. For Spurs, Vicario in goal. Looks like it'll be a back three of Porro, Danzo, Dragushin, wing back Spence and Souza, Gray, Sarr in the midfield too, Tell, Richarlison, Solanke. And immediately, Ryan, it looks very interesting to see that it is going to be Szoboszlai at right back, Gamoa on the right hand side, and I've got what I've wanted because it's verse of Gakpo with Gamoa on the left hand side. What do you make of that?
I just always felt Gakpo up top is very ineffective. he doesn't really have the same.
He can't be any less ineffective on the left-hand side as he has been this season, right? He's really struggled this season. So he has, Gakpo. He's had a bad season.
To me, it just feels like a very rotational lineup, that. And quite bold from Slot as well, because his position is by no means safe. This is a great opportunity to stamp your authority on a Champions League race that has been getting away from Liverpool in the last couple of weeks. Let's have it right. And it feels like
the players he's dropped though, right?
Taking a significant risk.
But the players he's dropped though in Salah and Ekitike haven't exactly been putting up trees, have they, the last couple of weeks?
No,
right?
but it's maybe even Ekitike. I just think someone like him, he's got a bit of magic in him. He's got a bit of energy in him. He creates stuff out of nothing. Ekitike, and he's got a good relationship as well, developing with Wirtz, who's been out for a couple of weeks. So there's still an element, I think, for Wirtz, but it'll be a case of a bit of match fitness. So that's why I don't know why Ekitike isn't involved, but Wirtz is, even though that he's been eased back into the 11.
Right, I'm going to go early. Sorry to ask this question 2 minutes into the game, but I'm intrigued for your thoughts. Where are you in terms of the future of Arne Slot going into next season? I know there's still lots of footballs we played this season, but where are you at, mate?
I'm so conflicted. I think I am Slot out, but from the basis of the overall atmosphere at the club right now is, I mean, look, there's places to fall, and we're talking about the opposition today that are in dire straits.
You'll never get to that level, mate.
You're never. You could never. You could never match this energy.
Well, Quakey's abandoned his club as well, so there's still a steady sense of love that I've got for my club compared to these two.
No, don't ask him about the Bristol City promotion charge. I mean, goodness me, he gave up on
draw against Borough though.
Oh yeah, last minute goal. Yeah. Good last minute limbs. Come on, Jay. Finish season off strongly, boy. Go on,
you just got to stick with your team through thick and thin. I think it would be naive to suggest that Liverpool haven't had seasons like this over the last couple of years under Klopp. They've had a few seasons where they've finished fourth, and they've found it difficult to find a rhythm throughout the campaign, and they've not been that effective, and they've been conceding goals. They had a period under Klopp where they just kept conceding the first goal, and that was eroding a bit of confidence. I think what's most concerning for me, as I said, is the general mood around the club at the moment. There seems to be a lack of appetite from watching Liverpool in recent weeks. You can see that in the lethargic play. The first half against Forest was so flat. They're making misplaced passes. They're doing things that they wouldn't characteristically do.
Nice ball.
And that just offers encouragement in the first half. They're wasting a lot of first half, so when they get into the second half of the game, they're chasing it. And if you look at the Wolves game was very boring for the first 70 minutes. And then the last 20, he just went gung-ho. He brought on Engamoa, he brought on Chiesa. That doesn't feel like, to me, much of a strategy. So I don't know if that's then translating to the players, and they don't feel like there's ideas that they can buy into, and that that they feel like there's a blueprint there to go and beat teams the same way it was there last year. But it's just completely deteriorated that sense of authority that Liverpool used to have in games last season.
But you just said that, right, that those substitutions didn't seem to have much strategy. I'd argue that throughout this whole season, right, I wouldn't be able to tell you what Arne Slot's strategy's been. It's almost like he came into pre-season training with all these new players thrown at him, and still into mid-March you're trying to find out the best system and the best formation.
Well, this is a little bit of the debate, isn't it? Because it's the idea that it was thrown at him. I don't think it was necessarily thrown at him. I think he has had a say in the transfers that he's brought in, because it felt like he was engineering Liverpool towards more of a PSG lineup that we saw in the Champions League last year, and he's been caught. It feels like he's sort of backtracked a little on the lineup that he had invested in.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. How's that not a foul?
Yeah, I thought it was a foul.
How is that not a foul?
Sorry.
I thought he went down pretty easily there.
I thought it was a foul.
That is...
Well, let's have a look at what...
How is that not a foul?
Handball?
Well, there's a suspicion of handball.
No, cross comes in from the left. I think Jez Spencer's got his left arm in a pretty natural position there, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, that left arm is, to be fair, tucked in. No, it's not good defending, but one thing he does do is he keeps that left arm always tucked into his body, doesn't he? So I think possibly we'll get away with that.
I can't believe wasn't given his foul.
No. Also, I think it's one of those, if you don't give it as a foul, then we'll book him for diving. Which one is it? Do you know it's either a foul or a yellow card for diving?
Unbelievable. Carry on.
Abs, 5 minutes in, what have you made of your start to the game?
We're not losing yet, so improvement on Wednesday, from Wednesday night.
Yeah, I mean, are you over Wednesday night yet? I mean, everything that happened with the goalkeeper, I mean, it was
Wednesday night was farcical. It was actually quite funny. Well, it wasn't funny, but it was funny. Well, it wasn't funny, but it was so unfunny that it actually became funny, I think.
It's good that you're being able to see the funny side of the situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean...
Like, take the glass half full way out of it, approach to it.
Let's be honest, there's no glass... Actually, Igor Tudor said it. There's no such thing as glass half full when it comes to Tottenham. He said, I've never seen things like this in my whole career, which I would echo. In honesty, we've gone so past
things like this. What do you mean by that? Like the where the club's run?
I think just all of it. I think every manager that comes into Tottenham says the same thing, don't they? They say, I've never seen anything like this in my life, or I've never known so many injuries, or they even are shocked at the actual ongoings at the football club. Like every manager says that about Tottenham, so they can't all be wrong. And I understand Igor Tudor didn't know what he was getting himself into. Crazy, but yeah.
I've had a rough idea then, mustn't he?
I don't think any of these managers have an idea. I don't know what they do, but it's been like missold PPI, isn't it? Essentially, when you take the job at Tottenham.
Then you hate those phone calls.
You hate them. It's like, Tottenham are on the phone.
Yeah.
What I'd say about Wednesday, throwing Kinski in a game of that magnitude when he's literally played twice, I think, all season. Absolutely mental. We do sit here.
Yeah, but to be fair, Abby, we've been flagging off Vicario all season.
That was what was about to come out my mouth next. I was going to say we sit here and we say Vicario is so poor. How bad can Kinski be? That question has now been answered, but I think it's.
Can I just defend the goalkeeper though? His mistakes were slips. They weren't like goalkeeping.
No, but
do you know what I mean?
He shouldn't have played him. I don't think. You shouldn't have played him.
The second one wasn't a slip.
Yeah, he slipped. He fell over.
Yeah,
both were slips, weren't they?
He plays across his own 6 yards.
No, the second one wasn't a slip. The Van de Ven one in between the two was a slip.
Does he not slip for the second mistake?
I thought it was the first.
Lost his footing.
He played it across the 6 yard.
Either way, he shouldn't be playing. But I think that the way that it was managed by Igor Tudor was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Oh no, I think to keep a keeper like that was outrageous.
There's a cultural thing there, though, in terms of.
There's no culture of this football club, right?
No, I'm talking about Igor Tudor as a Croatian. I mean, culturally, you don't go over and hug people. From that. That's in terms of. Honestly, no. There's definitely a culture. There's definitely a cultural thing there. I think where he missed the trick was in the post-match presser. He didn't come out and say, "Look, I apologise for putting him in that position."
He did say it was his fault. He said it was his. He said it was his.
Yeah,
not his fault. But
just in terms of he could have been more empathetic in that situation.
I think
Kinski. I don't think the actual action of him not hugging him.
No, I do. I'm sorry, I do. I think we talk about managers, right? And we talk about these are humans. Okay, if you're playing a player and you're hooking him at 15, 16 minutes, at least when he comes on, at least acknowledge him. At least just, say to him, look, mate, I'm sorry. Just at least pat on the back, something.
What would that do?
I just think it's just a way. Look, the damage is done, but I just think it's a respect thing.
Yeah,
I think this is something that clearly doesn't.
You've got bigger fish to fry, man.
Of course, we do. But the Kinski thing was a big conversation around Wednesday, hence why I'm talking about it.
Yeah, fair enough. He's just not good enough, though.
He's not, but most of these players are not good enough. Anyway.
Honestly. Robertson's just got the ball, but midway inside his own territory, and just blasted out a play.
Is there a set of fans?
What's that?
Is there a set of fans, apart from Arsenal fans, that are happy this season? To be fair, Scott was pretty happy.
Honestly.
Brentford are going all right, mate?
Brentford are going all right.
Villa have had a bit of a poor run of form, but they're overall having a decent season, aren't they?
I don't think Villa fans are the most happy.
In the top four at the moment.
I don't think they're that happy, though. Who else?
Yeah, no,
I'd say United fans are happy.
Yeah, no, United fans. I mean, they're third in the table. They've got to be happy with that, haven't they? Yeah.
But
Everton,
yes.
Yeah.
But I can sense from Bromelo, he's not. You're not having it. There's something you're not having. And again, I do give credit to Liverpool fans because, unlike most fan bases, they do stick with a manager. You're not going to hear resounding boos at Anfield, but it does feel like the sentiment is you lot are done with Arne Slot, which is completely fair enough based on the summer that you guys had and the.
That's a great ball.
Go on.
Gravenberch played a great ball to Wirtz. Now going through on goal, he's got Gakpo to his left. Can he get? Oh my goodness me! That shot sums up Gakpo's season. I mean, right. So I think he's got away with a bit. I think Salah's obviously taking all the headlines, but Gakpo on that left this season, I can't believe how bad and predictable he's been. How often he gets the ball, cuts in, and makes nothing happen.
He just feels very stale.
Yeah,
Gakpo, and this is what I mean as a forward. You put him up top. He's the pinpoint of your attack. And when he's presented with a half decent chance, he does that with it, which is just basically skewed it wide from about 25 yards.
You should not be a starter for a team that spent 400. Like I know you've had injuries and people have been out of form, but in that great Jurgen Klopp team, he's coming off the bench. He's coming off the bench at best. He's been effective for Liverpool at parts, but I think you guys need another wing.
I think they probably underestimated the strength of the departures in the summer.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of them's sadly enforced tragically through Diogo Jota.
Yeah.
But they lose Darwin Núñez, who was a clutch player for Liverpool at times, and when you needed someone to throw on after sort of 80 minutes, he was a person that would definitely stretch the game
Solanke's in.
and ask different questions.
Solanke's in down the left hand side of Spurs. He's got a chance here, Solanke. Oh my goodness me! And Solanke puts the ball across goal. And was that Sousa, Abby?
That was Sousa.
It was on the right-hand side, but that was way too easy there. I think when Solanke, Abby, carried that ball into the box, I think he should have shown a little bit more composure, Quaker, to maybe get the away.
Oh my gosh!
And then Sousa has a shot from 25 yards out, and Alisson tips the ball over the bar. Maybe Abby, Dr. Liverpool might see, might be a thing today.
I told you, he will deserve Arne Slot to be sacked on the spot at the centre circle if you lose this game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a.
Do you know what, Abster? I'll give him credit. That all came from Richarlison doing his defensive duties, winning the ball back, and played a really, really nice ball.
It's incredible.
Yeah, but then if you pass to Javi Simmons, who went through and got onto the Solanke, I think Javi Simmons might have done better than Dominic Solanke there. I don't think Solanke realised how much time he had there.
No, probably not.
I think he could have even got a shot.
But both those chances fell to Sousa.
Yeah. Is he playing left wing back, Susie? Huh?
I think so.
I mean, both those came from the right. Maybe Jed Spencer's playing left wing back. I'll have a look at that.
This would be cinema.
That's another. I think he's given a free kick, but that was Pap Sarr.
This will be cinema. 12 minutes in, lads. Honestly, this will be cinema.
In honesty, it's really not going to affect. I mean, is it going to affect you?
If Tottenham go up, if Tottenham score first, I think Liverpool is still winning 4-1.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree.
I do think Tottenham will probably score first.
Careful, Bromelo, careful.
No, I agree with you.
I just do. I think in terms of the quality and the disparity between the two sides, whether or not Liverpool are playing well or not, there's definitely a quality difference where Liverpool could play poorly but still get a decent result here.
Also, I'm not being funny.
There's quality difference of Wolves as well, though. Do you know what I mean? That crazy things have happened, and this Spurs team coming.
Burnley, Sunderland, Leeds will come into Anfield and getting a point.
You've got to be careful because this Liverpool team's not vintage by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's not vintage, but you would say, I actually think that could happen.
We all predicted the Liverpool win, but
but look at West Ham. West Ham played half decent against Liverpool at Anfield, created a handful of chances, but still, in terms of the overall quality and the reason why they're in the position that they are, they still lost the game 5-2.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you
3 from set pieces, didn't he? So that's what I mean about Spurs, and they're not going to automatically flick like that, are they?
Absolutely not. But I would say, as the game goes on, think about it. If Liverpool are still drawing, or if they were to be losing, which I highly doubt, you've got a bench that's got Salah, you've got a bench that's got Ekitike. I've got a bench that's got Kyle Moani, Simmons, as you love him, Xavi Simmons, Oluseyi, and 2 other kids.
Yeah.
Yes, no, Ryan's right. I mean, there's a clear. This is obviously goes without saying that Liverpool are stronger than Spurs.
I don't think it's been arrogant because I think it's more a reflection on Spurs than it is Liverpool.
Yeah, but also, I mean, right as you touched on the top, it has been a struggle, hasn't it, this season? There are even the games we're winning. Yeah. They're on. Can you think of like a performance, even like the West Ham game? We were drawing that game. Spurs away, maybe, even though they went down to 10 men. But lots of the games we should be winning, even if we are winning, we are making hard work of it.
Newcastle at home was quite positive, wasn't it?
That feels a long time ago now.
4-1, a couple of weeks ago.
Go on.
That was quite positive. That's where Verts. You start to see the best of Verts as well.
I think we're actually seeing Archie in his actual position today.
Where's he playing?
Yeah, he's playing in the midfield too, isn't he?
Yeah.
Alongside Sarr. It's then sort of Richarlison and Taylor both playing off Solanke and Abbey. I think it is interesting. I think Jed Spencer is actually playing a left wing back.
Yeah.
And that's right. And then Pedro Porro's playing a right centre back, and Sousa's going over at right wing back. He's a left footer, isn't he, Sousa?
Yeah, he's a left back.
So it's interesting. He's got Jed Spence on the left wing back, but that's something that Spurs fans are pointing out that. Igor Tudor has come in and often is putting square pegs in round holes, isn't he?
I mean, I don't understand the logic in that, but at this point, just do what you want, mate.
Yeah.
I'm convinced
that there is no logic over it. There's no logic over why you would do that. In all honesty, I can't actually think of it, considering Jed has played out of position basically his entire Spurs career. And he actually doesn't need to play out of position today.
You could play him right wing back, couldn't we? He's got a job on here to do against Frimpong, and he does okay. I think that goes out for is it a corner kick? I thought he's given a goal kick. Right, we were talking before, we had a bit of no arguments here again, but we were talking about if Spurs.
I caught the first 15.
Oh, you did? No, I'm curious for your thoughts. If Spurs were to part ways with Igor Tudor, which is a possibility. Again, nothing here is ideal, but what do you think could be the best case scenario for Spurs?
I can see the merit. This is sitting on the fence. I can see the merit in. I'm doing a Michael Owen here. I can see the merit in both arguments. I would lean towards someone like a Sean Dyche for the final 7-8 games. Just someone who knows the league well, and could probably come in from a short-term perspective and treat it as a project and instill a very specific way of playing that might just get them the points that they need. Because what they need, 7 or 9 points. I mean, I'm not suggesting that a Ryan Mason that comes in or a manager of that ilk that has been at Tottenham before and knows the club really well is a good strategy, and it would get that feeling around the club. But also as well, we can't have an argument in one breath about the Premier League being so tough this year and every team bringing something different, and then also suggest that you could bring in a manager like someone like Harry Redknapp, who's been out of the game for a long time and who's going to be able to come in and affect things in such a way. Because if Bournemouth are given Arsenal and Liverpool and Chelsea and City problems, and you've got teams at the bottom as well like Palace and Forest that can nick a point, that can nick a result, I just don't know if that's going to work personally. So that would be my that would be why, if you bring in Dyche after this game, he comes straight in for the Forest game, so there's an incentive straight away because it's against his former club. You've got a 3-week break then, so he can instill those principles that you're starting to see that Nuno's done at West Ham, for a team, by the way, that were having the same criticism thrown at them in terms of, this team can't defend, they're not disciplined enough, they haven't got the mindset to play in this certain way. And the same with Forest as well. I think that would give you every chance of staying up. It just feels to me like it's a bit of a risk if you were to call upon someone that knows the club very well but has been out the game for a while, that they're going to come in and have an impact against sides that seem very well drilled, they've got a very clear way of playing, and are not just making it difficult for teams in the middle of the park. Look at Everton yesterday. Everton's the final game of the season for Spurs. Look at the way Moyes has set up that Everton side. It looks so smooth going forward on the counter. They've got excellent shape. So I just think it's...
Right, hold that thought. Szoboszlai free kick. Perfection. Absolute perfection. Do you know what? It was just in the most perfect place. 25 yards out. It looked like Vicario was so far over to kind of his left-hand side. He left a big gap over the wall, and Szoboszlai bends that over the wall. The keeper got something on it. Right, death taxes, and Dominic Szoboszlai free kicks. Hey, in a bad season, he's been the bright spark, hasn't he?
He has, absolutely. Yeah, he stepped up for Liverpool, and he's become a little bit of a leader, certainly on the ball, in ways that we've been crying out for in this side. And it's another trademark free kick from him outside the area from about 5 yards, left of the penalty area, 4-man wall for Spurs.
That from Szoboszlai is not in the corner at all. Vicario moves to his right, gets a hand on it. That is not even anywhere near being in the corner. I think. Hey, I don't take anything away from Szoboszlai, but that's not his best free kick. Abby, should the keeper be saving that?
I think if
should he? Sorry. Let me phrase that. Should he catch that with his teeth?
I think you can do better than that.
You can punch it over the bar at least, couldn't he?
You're literally paid to be a goalkeeper. You're paid to make saves. Now, obviously, Szoboszlai is great, especially in those situations.
That wasn't a great free kick.
But if you're gonna get something to it, then at least parry, punch, something.
Just keep it up now.
Before he took it, Sam mouthed to me, "This is in," because
it looked like he left such a big gap to his right hand side.
Of both the person who's taking the free kick and also the person in goal. You told me about Vicario early on in the season. You weren't having it.
I've done Vicario all for 18 months, right? So I don't get many things right. I'm happy with that one.
We've done Vicario time and time again.
Rubbish, man.
There's a sense of position in there as well, and also confidence just to beat that away with a firm right paw. He doesn't get either of them right. And I was going to say before a couple of minutes ago that I think the first goal would come from an unforced error, and it has. And the point I was making about Liverpool, again, that's no reflection on Szoboszlai's quality. It's a decent free kick.
Right, I'm getting some news coming into us here actually. talkSPORT goals that apparently Kingsley looks set to come on and replace Vicario in goal after 19 minutes. That was funny in my head than what sounded out loud.
It wasn't funny when Jay said it in my ear.
No. Oh yeah, when the joke's bad, it's producer's fault. When it's good, we take credit for it. Yeah, I like that. That's how this works, right?
Look at the space here.
Hits it right.
2.
Oh, Gravenberch effort just outside of the box, goes over the bar. Abby, you got to keep a lid on this now. You go 1 down. This was that supposed to be a foul? That was a sensible question, wasn't it? You got to keep it. No,
it's just the way you turned.
Was that ludicrous play from Spurs?
The way you turned the face of her, like Sam. These lot are going down, man. These lot are going down, man. Like, Abs. Honestly, you just kind of have to detach yourself from the process and where things are at right now. It's painful. It's painful.
What sort of a suggestion is that? She's a Spurs fan, been a Spurs fan her whole life. You're telling her to give up on her football club?
What's she going to do right now? This team is one.
Well, no, it's not what she can do. She's not going to give up on the club, is she?
Honestly.
Not give up on the football club, but in terms of your well-being, I care about you. I'm your friend. I don't want to see you in the dumps week in and week out. Accept the fate and just and if you manage to miraculously stay up, then that's.
I kind of have. Like,
yeah, just accept it.
Can you make
just
the judgment that Spurs are going to go down until after this game, and you see they bring in?
Yeah.
Can you do that? I don't think you can. Like, depending on who they bring in and whatever change that could be, that will dictate for me if they're capable or not.
But right now, see, I completely disagree. I think whoever they bring in. It's like a random, because if they bring in
he's a random,
but what manager would they bring in that you say if they've got a good chance of staying up?
I just mentioned the potential of Sean Dyche coming in.
So you think Dyche coming in keeps them up?
I just think it's a possibility. I wouldn't say they're favourites.
I agree with you. I think Sean Dyche,
it's a possibility.
Given the awful situation Spurs find themselves in, I think right now the safest pair of possible hands would be Sean Dyche. Given the Abbey, I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it guarantees to keep you up. But the reasons that Ryan explained about what Sean Dyche does as a head coach,
I understand.
I think Sean Dyche could be the best possible.
I understand that. When I was listening to Ryan, I understand your argument on it. And as I want to just reiterate, I'm not turning my nose up at Sean Dyche at all. I have not turned my nose up at any of these options. I haven't. What I'm saying is I don't believe that Tottenham have anything about them in this team to perform in a Sean Dyche team. Sean Dyche needs warriors. He likes a leader. I think Spurs lack both of those things. It's not even about the quality. It's not about quality because, like we say, someone like a Richarlison is a perfect Sean Dyche player. We've seen that before. But I know you can see from this team, they haven't really got anything about them. And I think that Sean Dyche...
But isn't that why Sean Dyche could be a good option to come in and help try and install a little bit of organisation, instill a little bit of belief and all the kind of cliches of getting them well drilled, getting them well organised. I don't.
Honestly, boys, I don't know. I really just don't know. I feel like. The reason I say Harry is because I think at least in my head we're going down anyway. So I think having Harry or Tim Sherwood or Ledley or all of them, and in all honesty, when I've spoken to people that are around the club, like ex-professionals and whatever, the people that used to play for Spurs, most of us are all in agreement. There is nothing about this club that represents anything to do with Tottenham anymore. There's no one in it that loves Tottenham, cares about Tottenham. And if you're going to go down, you've got to go down with some fight. And I think that you've got more chance of doing that if you've got people that are Tottenham around the club than what you've got at the moment. Now, I understand you disagree with that.
No. I was going to say, I actually understand that sentiment. If you are resigned to going down, then I understand going down with people that you think love the football club. That's what I do understand. Yeah. But if you're thinking that Harry Redknapp's the best option to keep you up, I think you're living in the world of delusion. I feel that's fantasy football. No. I feel like that's like, we'll get Harry in, and we'll get Ledley in, and we'll get this person in, and we'll get this person in. It's like, but what evidence have we got to suggest that they'll keep you up?
We don't.
Whereas,
what
like,
at least
from what Ryan said, like Sean Dyche has done it before.
He's got a bit of Premier League experience.
Yeah, fine. But I'm not saying that, which is also what I actually wanted to say, and I forgot about the Robbie Keane thing.
Yeah.
You were calling on Robbie Keane to come in, and I'm not against Robbie Keane coming in. I think if we're in the Championship, 100% he comes in and that's great. Yeah. But I've never seen Robbie Keane manage in the Premier League. I've seen him manage in Hungary, and I haven't seen him manage in. Even if I'd seen him manage in Scotland, I haven't seen him manage in Scotland. So how do I know that Robbie Keane's going to come in and do any better?
Well, my suggestion, Robbie Keane, is with the idea of being, like I said, similar to Rob Edwards. Still, it's like, okay, we kind of know that we're going down, but this is a long-term.
But I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that at this point, because if you stay up, realistically, you want Pochettino, like you want Poch back.
Oh, that you need to park that and worry about today.
No, it's parked. Obviously, it's parked.
Like that, those conversations do not need to be happening.
No, of course
right now.
not. The conversations that need to be happening. But this is what I mean with Robbie Keane. You might as well just wait till the summer, because realistically, he's not going to come in.
The Pochettino thing's not even that real, because I was calling for it massively, right? And then I thought to myself, can Spurs, off the back of a season like this, bear in mind last season you finished 17th. This season, you're probably going to finish 17th again.
If we stay up, he's coming back.
Yeah, but can you afford to wait till after the World Cup for him to come in?
Yeah.
That is, like, what players are going to want to join? Who's gonna really wanna come and
But
join?
in all honesty, most clubs are not going to do anything really before the World Cup anyway.
I think most good clubs will.
Good clubs.
I think most good clubs will.
I think we've got.
I think wait until after the World Cup to bring in Pochettino off the back of Wayne.
I actually think if we manage to, I think there'll be more pre-agreement stuff. I don't know. Anyway, I can't even think about that right now. Like it's currently, I don't know who the best person is to look after this team because there's not much.
If you go
about
down
it.
Pochettino anyway.
No, he won't come. I know he won't come. He'll only come if we stay up.
That's an exclusive there. I know you won't come.
That is an exclusive.
It's still Liverpool 1, Spurs 0. Gakpo with a shot. You saw a lovely bit of skill there from Rio and Gamero on the left-hand side, cutting in from the right, cutting in onto his right foot. Played a really nice ball out to Jeremy Frimpong. By the way, as well, I don't actually think we did enough on that pathetic piece of goalkeeping from Vicario, by the way. Like, you set your team up for the last 3 or 4 days, and then really that for me should have been a pretty straightforward save at this level. It's awful.
I know, but it's rock bottom confidence, isn't it? The team is at rock bottom confidence. It only takes a mistake. And you've seen, look at the 5-minute passage that follows that goal that goes in. Spurs massively on the back foot, Liverpool pouring forward, a bit more quality and precision, and it would have been 2 or 3.
Yep.
So that's just it's indicative of their performances this year. We shouldn't be surprised.
No, I'm not.
That would necessarily.
I just thought that I understand your point about confidence, but I just thought for a goalkeeper playing in the Premier League to be able to shift over to your right hand side and push that ball away should have been something that you should have done, confidence or not. But no, I take your point.
It's a terrific goal.
Yeah, he's been awful, hasn't he, all season? Really.
You need players to steel themselves up a bit and think, no, we can't feel sorry for ourselves. We've got to try and fight against this, and that's where I can see this sort of sadness from a Spurs perspective. It just doesn't feel like there's any sense of fight or grit about this side. So that's where take Abby's point about Sean Dyche. But we've seen other teams in the past where we thought they've got no identity, they've got no philosophy, and a manager comes in who's well accustomed to the league and is able to instill some principles and make them well organised at the very least. If you look at Everton last night against Arsenal, they gave them a torrid time for 70-80 minutes because they were well organised, they were effective on the counter. And Spurs, in a system where they are well organised, have got players that could hurt you on the counter if you find the right passes. We've just seen one of the moves there. They just hit it long to Solanke. He got bullied by Van Dijk. There's no one working hard enough in the middle of the park. And then Gravenberch has a shot from distance that almost goes into the top corner. So, it's a sense of expectation and leadership that's just sorely lacking, isn't it?
Still Liverpool 1, Spurs 0. 28 minutes gone as Matisse Tell tries to come down the left-hand side for Spurs, but Dominic Szoboszlai is trying to shield him. Dominic Szoboszlai's free kick giving Liverpool the lead after 28 minutes, and that's really good there from Florian Wirtz, tracking back and wins the ball back for Liverpool. Right, the midfield 3 last year, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai and McAllister with a little bit of Curtis Jones was effective. Everyone knew their roles. Szoboszlai been great this season, but we've definitely seen a drop-off in form, haven't we, from Gravenberch? I think in particular, Alexis McAllister, I think has looked leggy at times this season. Are we going into the summer for Liverpool? I mean, do we need a kind of a complete reshape of that midfield, or do you think the likes of Gravenberch and McAllister, well, it's just a dip in form this season? Or I may be thinking like a natural number 6.
Can I reframe that about someone like Konate?
Sure.
Because Konate's had games where he's been brilliant.
Yeah.
And he's had games where he's been completely...
There's nowhere in between, is there, with Konate? He's either really good or really bad.
He's been inconsistent. And I always go back to Slot saying something about Darwin Núñez and saying that he's a great footballer, but he's not world class because he can't do it every 3 days. And so there's an aspect to that. I think genuinely in Liverpool's play, I don't think you can lay the blame at anyone's... you should be laying the blame at individuals' doors, if you like, this season. It's been a collective.
Sure, that's fair.
Van Dijk, has been, again, on it in some games, off it in others. Watch back that first half against Forest. The amount of mistakes that he makes in the first half is criminal. And then that just seeps and is infectious. Alisson's made more mistakes than he ordinarily would do. There's nothing that suggests to me that, next year, if they were to maybe have a different injection of a manager maybe on the touchline, or they were to bring in 1 or 2 more players, or they get the players back, that they couldn't, all of a sudden maximise more out of these players. There's nothing to me to see, because I've just seen that in seasons gone by where Liverpool traditionally as champions have not been great defending champions. That's just the case. They didn't do it well on the slot, but the next year they came back with a completely different impetus. We've also got the World Cup at the end of the year. You look at the likes of City and Chelsea, they had the Club World Cup in the summer as well. That would have impacted things. So there does feel like there's an element of fatigue, and the conversations as well, it seems, is like, there seems to be such an an emphasis from Slot when he talks about Ekatiko. I've got to make sure we manage his minutes and we manage the fitness, because we haven't got Isak up top to swap things out. But then that's the case because they've one injury and they've left themselves incredibly short up top. So I don't think it can be one individual that you pick out or that midfield, because I wouldn't put it past McAllister. McAllister last year was imperious on the ball.
Amazing, all three of them were.
What's happened to his legs, though?
Just not showing the same physicality, hunger, desire, appetite. But, you could argue that about a lot of the players.
How old is McAllister? How old is he?
I think he's off the top of my head, sort of mid-20s, maybe mid to late 20s.
He plays like he's 32, 33.
He's played this season like he's got a caravan tied to his back.
But look at where he's
27.
But look at the impact he had last year. There are going to be some more wounds.
But isn't that going to be even worse next year for a player that's probably going to go deep into a World Cup with Argentina?
There's a conversation that it might offload him in the summer, isn't it?
That's why I asked you about the reshaping the midfield, right? But you seem to think it will.
No, but I just think lots of people are suggesting there's been a lot of takes on Canate and suggesting that we don't necessarily need to renew his contract and that we'd be better off trying to find someone else. But I genuinely could see a scenario where Canate's imperious next season.
Yeah, same.
He just needed some time. The same with the midfield. McAllister maybe very specifically. There's potentially a conversation there around. Is he going to be even leggier next year? And would you be better served bringing someone else in that's going to inject that energy? Because there's a lot of responsibility in them.
Okay, right. So rather than getting rid of these players, one thing that I think we definitely do need in the summer is I think we need a natural number 6. I think to sit in front of that back four. I think Gravenberch did well last season. I just maybe think at times this season he's been a little bit exposed as from a defensive point of view as a number 6. I think too easily, especially first half of the season, teams seem to play through us way too easily. And look at what Gravenberch can do with the ball at feet, the way he carries it, the way that it's run across his body. He's a good football player. So a Fabinho-esque type of player to come in that natural number 6, I like the look of.
I mean, you've got I was so content. Liverpool have got wicked players. I look at these players, I'm like, through a different lens, under a different manager maybe, if we want to talk about the elephant in the room. These players are... I refuse to believe Van Dijk, who's one of the great centre-backs we've ever seen in this country, has fallen off a cliff immediately. And what I saw with a centre-back that he's been compared to in recent weeks, in John Terry, is that he had managers that protected him and had managers that kind of set the team up to get the best out of him, because what he brought to the team was so invaluable. He's not being protected right now. Quite literally, there's no number 6 in front of him protecting him.
And you can argue the same about the midfield, though, couldn't you? Because Luis Diaz last year...
Yes.
Rang so much industry in there.
Yeah.
And I think that's definitely one area that you could say they made a mistake in the transfer window. Whether or not they had the funds for it is a completely different question. That's a good ball. Rio. Is that they didn't replace Diaz on that left side, and they've gone into a season where Gakpo's played 90% of the minutes, and Rio's now starting to play 10% of those minutes. But he's a young lad, and he's actually at fault. If you look at the Wolves game where we lose 2-1, he's at fault for the second goal. He's not tracking back. Him and Chiesa are not tracking back.
They're walking, weren't they? Today,
I think when it comes to Rio, I think you can kind of you can allow that.
Yeah, you can carry that.
But I would say
you couldn't allow that in a title season, could you?
No.
But it's his first season, and he's young. I think you can just cut me a little bit of slack there.
Some of these Liverpool players,
absolutely.
You've got some I think Wirtz next season he's going to be unbelievable.
Also, the point on Rio though isn't me criticising Rio and saying, well, he's at fault there, he should be doing better because he's 17 years of age. It's me saying the club have left the team in a little bit of a vulnerable position on that left side, that they think the combination that they're going into the season with is it's like, when you think about who you'd have up top and you've got one striker. We used to have it with Firmino until Origi then became a sort of cult hero. You'd think, who's his backup option? And his backup option was always never going to start. Solanke, I think, was a backup option for a couple of years, wasn't he? And that was at the early part of his career. And you thought, well, if he gets injured, who have we actually got that's going to...
But that's not an issue for you. You've got loads.
No, but I mean, in terms of from that left side, and we're not talking about offensively here. We're talking more about the Van Dijk being exposed and the midfield being exposed. The stuff, the ingredients, if you like, that Diaz brought to the team. We haven't got that in the side anymore. The same way the quality that Trent brought at right back and the ability to take the game from the deep inside his own territory to the final third. We don't have that option anymore.
But I also think
Szoboszlai dropping in and doing that.
Nice from McAllister. Nice feet.
Gakpo.
Oh, what an effort that is!
That was
sort of went kind of laces through the ball, tried to beat the goalkeeper at the near post, and it comes off the post. After, to be fair, some nice play from Alexis McAllister.
Feet from
Sorry,
McAllister.
Abs, I wrote one thing down. Abby, I think there was a moment there, Abby, which I think sort of sums up the lack of sort of a game plan that Tottenham had. Vicario had the ball at feet. He waited an age to try and find someone to come to feet to get the ball. Sarr was closest to him, but there was no space to give him the ball. He ended up giving it to Radu Dragushin, who then ended up passing it out for a throw. Like that almost just sums up. Like it looked like there the plays were. I think Vicario does say that credit where credit due, good save. But that almost summed up the lack of a game plan and the lack of kind of cohesion this Spurs team have got under this new manager.
There is no cohesion. It's literally just the 11 players that are basically available. Go out there and play. Like, that's it.
Do you know what strikes me about Spurs? Is they play with their heads down.
Well, Ryan, let's be honest, mate. They're not going to play with their head up at the minute, are they?
No, I know.
They need to have. They're fighting relegation.
Think about it. The confidence is rock bottom. They're not going to play with their head up. They haven't won a game in 3 months. Do me a favour. Come on, use your brain.
But that's where there needs to be a bit of confidence injected into
well, I agree, but do you think Igor Tudor was a man to do that? No, he's not. He's come in and basically told them. He's basically come in and told them there is.
I'm so sorry, Abs. I'm so sorry. You can't just like.
I'm not. These players are crap.
Yeah, but then you sit there and say you sit there with chest and say, oh, you think Igor Tudor was man to do that? Well, you think Harry Redknapp's man to do that? We say the same thing.
No, I think
like not a man who's been out the game for 9 years. Get out of him, man.
Oh, I'm not. Do you know what I'm not doing? Do you know what I'm not doing?
Get out of him.
I'm not getting into another conversation about Harry Redknapp. You have your opinion. I have my opinion. At the end of the day, this club's going down, so it is what it is. I actually don't know if I can do this.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to.
I don't
You've got
know
another, 45 balls?
I actually don't know if I can do Forest next week. I actually don't think I can, Jay.
Are you booked in next week for us? No, you got to be here for the Forest.
Well, Abs, we live in a world of like, I don't know, people are kind of nihilistic when it comes to football. People like to watch.
Yeah, so what does that mean?
People like to watch.
Nihilistic?
Nihilistic. Okay. I think you're actually making words up today.
Can you try and get the word nihilistic right into your next commentary, please, pal? For
well, I want to even do what it meant.
People are watching football for the right reasons to enjoy. People love to watch misery.
Yeah, so I don't want
hate watch, we call it.
Yeah, hate watch. So you get a lot of work off of the back of this.
I actually just
people love watching misery.
At least it's a positive.
Every week.
I think it'd be the best thing for Abby's career.
Oh, mate, every week. Book it.
Yeah, I think it'd be flying next year.
I am. I'm booked next week. I don't want it.
How many views did the video of you crying get?
I think it's at about 350.
Why did you do that?
Try and wind me up.
I'm not winding you up.
Why did you do the colour?
How many views did that?
I'll be honest, I'm pretty close now.
Are you?
Yeah.
I can actually see the lip going a little bit.
Shut up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's can I go back to Liverpool? I'll let her be through.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk about Liverpool quickly.
I think this team again, and maybe it's because I envisage Xabi Alonso sitting in the dugout for Liverpool, but it just screams of like you've got elements to play a back three that can maybe protect some of these players and bring out the best. Some of these players that are familiar with that system. When you think about a Vert, you think about a Frimpong, Frimpong's not a right back and he's not a winger. He's a right wing back, and I think he'd be one of the best in the world. You look at Vert who played in that system, and the Van Dijk imagine how good Van Dijk would be with 2 other centre backs next to him. He'd look like Van Dijk again, and so I do think that there needs to be a bigger change than maybe Slot bringing in a man here and there. I think the manager needs to change, and I think that's a fair criticism.
I've said this for the last few weeks, and I don't like saying this, but I go out that won Liverpool the Premier League. But I almost, in my mind, can't envisage a summer where new players come in and then almost kind of be confident of Arne Slot leading that team into I just think because as I said, it feels like we're basically pretty much seeing the same performance almost week in, week out without the manager being able to find the right combination. And that's why I just think, again, some of the players, form's dip, that's not down to Arne Slot. You mentioned other factors, and I agree with that. But I also do think some of it's got to come down to the manager and not being able to find the right system, the right formation. That's why I personally would be open for a change in the summer.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I said, I think I would lean towards Slot out at this point because, the first part of the season it looked like they tried to play in a way that PSG played last year in the Champions League, and he dialed back from that quite quickly when he realised it wasn't going to be, he then tried to get a bit more of a conservative way of playing, and that then didn't work. And I'm a little bit concerned that he keeps talking about margins and set pieces being the forefront of his mind.
How so? What do you mean by that?
Well, like when Brentford scored 2 goals against us against set pieces, he almost sort of complained about set piece. Yeah, and it's just like this part of football, isn't it?
Other people's tactics a hell of a lot. He seems to moan about other teams setting up in a way that always feels like it nullifies Liverpool.
Which is their job
really
to do, right?
That suggests to me that's a manager going, I don't quite know how to deal with this. What do I do with this? And they shouldn't be doing that, shouldn't be doing that. Almost like when you feel like you're angry at something, but, if you really understand, well, actually, I shouldn't be angry at that. It's just, of course, it's like Arsenal, for instance. Arsenal being so successful with set pieces. You see the anger. I don't like the style of it. I don't like the way that they're playing. It's anti-football and all this stuff. But, you know, they're not going to care. No. They want to win the Premier League. So, you know, that's an effective way of doing it and getting over the line. It feels a bit like that's, for me, with Slot, is he's arguing a cause.
Is physicality an issue?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how do you rectify that?
Do you know what I also think is a massive issue as well? Is the absence of someone like a James Milner or a Jordan Henderson in upkeeping the standards across the park.
I agree.
It feels like at the moment this football club that just feels like the standards have slipped, the expectations have slipped, and no one's there to go, what are you doing? Like, you can't be doing that. You know, why have we accepted a run? We had a run, didn't we, on the Slot?
9 defeats in 12 games.
9 defeats in 12 games. Perfect. You know, so we lost 9 times. I mean, why would you be accepting? How can you allow yourself? You after two or three, you've got to be going.
Oh, well played. Look at this, right? Sorry, Engemo's beat a couple of players there down the left-hand side. And again, that's what you want to see, isn't it, from your left winger there? Yeah. You can see the fans in the background just clapping there. That's what you want to see. He's got that ability to be quick and be direct.
If he had the conventional option of Ekatike up top, obviously them in behind that, he can complement those players much better. At the moment, he's got Gakpo who's playing out of position up top, and he's been ineffective. Yeah. So that's where it's like.
Ryan, to go back to your previous point, not to get all like Rule Britannia about it, but I agree. You do need
Sing
like
a song?
No, you do need like a person. An English player that's a guaranteed starter, because I do think it's important. I think Declan Rice, not just because of what he does on the pitch, but who he is important for Arsenal. For us, Reece James is invaluable for Chelsea, and I do think that Liverpool maybe missed that, and Jordan Henderson was very, very underrated during his time at Liverpool.
He was a good player as well as a good leader.
A great player. Look at the effect he had on the team that won all the trophies, and so I do think you are missing that. But I don't know how you replace that. Those players come at such a premium. When you hear about the price for Elliot Anderson, who I think's a good player, but I'm not paying £80 or £90 million for Elliot Anderson. I think it's hard to find those players.
Where it just gets distorted a little bit. If you look at the Forest game.
Yeah.
You know, the first half, you were diet, flat. Second half, you come out, you're a completely different team.
Yeah.
Sabozza had a free kick there, sort of outside the box, right by the bar line on the left-hand side. It's a good ball into the box for Spurs, do manage to clear their lines. Liverpool 1, Spurs 0. There's a stat came up on the screen a short while ago that Spurs have had 1 touch in the opposition box, and Van Dijk has an effort which goes across the face of goal. But at the moment, Abby, this is total domination from Liverpool, and Spurs are struggling to sort of stamp any sort of authority on this game.
Yeah. Is your mic on?
It's on.
Okay. All right.
I don't really have anything to say.
You've been writing down a lot, though. Can I read what you've been writing down?
You've
been scribbling.
I was reading an article before.
Pilates. Oh, Pilates, sorry.
I was reading an article
before. Something to occupy your mind when you're watching Spurs.
I've noticed that you...
Yeah, you're out. So you've gone quiet during the Spurs game.
You know what I've noticed, Sam? She doesn't do that the grass drink anymore. She don't do matches anymore. It's gone out of fashion.
No, I actually had a match on Friday.
Well, it's the fact you can remember, because you drink kind of coffees every day.
I drink. No,
matches have gone out of fashion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People didn't like it.
She didn't like it. No. She drank because she thought she was cool.
Oh, you're cool. Nobody likes that stuff.
You wouldn't see this man, Ryan Bromwell, drinking a green drink.
He could never step foot in Liverpool again after that.
That's true.
Yeah, no, I do like.
I don't like the defeated Abbey. I want Abbey.
There we go. There you go. One good ball into the box. Was that Matisse Tell? And I think Richarlison actually does well to get in between the two centre halves, and his header just goes wide. But Abbey, that was the first chance he had. Tell to Richarlison.
Tell to Richarlison. Imagine my Again, we just don't create anything. We don't do anything. I'll be honest. This has been such a pointless first half of football. We've done absolutely nothing. Okay.
Like, not for us, we're 4th on the table as things stand.
Yeah, it's good for you. We've done absolutely
nothing. You need to do us a favour. We need you to get
I'd argue that Liverpool haven't played well.
No.
I think they've been really unconvincing. I don't think you've seen any sense of like that there's patterns in the way that they're trying to break you open.
I actually don't really think you need them.
No, we don't need them. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Like that's at the core of it. It's like, you know,
right, can you,
half decent move and you open them up.
Right, can you please convince me, or just tell me and assure me that we're not going to get knocked out of the Champions League, are we? By no, seriously, we can't. Like, good team, decent team. I'm not saying that, but come on.
Haven't they knocked you out before?
Of the Champions League, they beat us earlier on this season, the league phase.
Yeah.
But surely, I mean, at Anfield.
Your knockout record in the Champions League of Anfield recently.
Do you know how many knockout games Anfield we've won since Barcelona in 2019?
Is it one?
Yeah, one. I told you that. We've won one knockout game at Anfield post 2019, which is a bit mad when you think of kind of, obviously the history at Anfield of European nights. But I'd hope, right, that we should have a little bit too much quality for Galatasaray.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it feels like they're treating this game almost as they're going through the motions distraction, that they've got that on the horizon on Wednesday, because they're just playing a little bit within themselves. They're not really getting. Liverpool are in. I mean, I don't drive, so I can't give you the actual gears. But is it third gear? What's as in they're not in first gear.
Still in first gear.
Still in first gear. There you go. I told you they didn't drive. I wasn't going to give you the analogy, was I?
You passed your test.
No.
Oh, you haven't done it still, cool, yeah. It's still quite a well-known expression, though, isn't it?
Still in first gear.
I haven't attempted my test yet, so technically.
Yeah. I guess living in London now, mate, you don't need a car, do you, really? Yeah, fair play. Sensible, if anything, right?
Keep telling yourself that, boys.
What?
You could both. I mean, you actually do drive, but you don't have a car.
Not right this moment, I don't.
No.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't think London's really set.
Yeah. Get a car just to say that expression.
I've got kids. I've got to have a car.
Got a dad car.
Yeah, daddy car, yeah.
Daddy car.
What was I saying?
Daddy car.
So the sentiment around Liverpool is that, from the reporting, is that Arne Slot will stay.
Ornstein in the week did in the Athletic said that he's still hard.
I'm with you, Ryan. I think that if Liverpool, who've got so much heritage when it comes to the Champions League, go out of the Champions League,
that's what I'm saying. Rubbish. That's what I'm saying, right? Van Dijk,
was that a pass or was that a clearance?
At the back, looks to clear it or pass it. One of the two plays it up towards halfway. No one in
corner Spurs.
No one in red is in 5 yards of it. That's what I'm saying. But right, allowed to stand? He's the captain, for God's sake. If you're setting that example, that then starts to see.
So how do you change that then, Ryan?
Well, as I said to you, you need a few more leaders in there. You need to get people understanding the expectations that this isn't enough. And as you said, it could be prompted by the manager. You need a manager who's not going to accept this. I'm sure Klopp wouldn't have accepted that.
Corner for Spurs, though. Tell whips it in for Richarlison. Alisson makes a good save. Once again, a tail cross for Richarlison, who finds himself unmarked in the box. And Alisson, that's the last attack of the half. Alisson's got to get down to his left-hand side and push the ball away.
Liverpool, okay.
Perhaps Arsenal's that leg there, Abby. It goes in.
So only West Ham, Chelsea and Forest have
conceded more set
pieces than Liverpool this year. I mean,
that's embarrassing.
Is there any reason?
Because that's a coaching thing, Ryan, or is that an individual mistake thing?
I mean,
a mentality thing?
Very problematic.
Before we take a quick break, Abby, how do you sum up that first half? Still in this game. After that start, conceding that early goal, Spurs are still in this game of football.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in it. It's 1-0. But I'd say, again, who's had the brightest of chances? Richarlison.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Same chances, really.
Scored any of them, but
no, I think with Spurs, the best. I mean, the thing that they have been okay at this season has been set pieces. So you kind of got to try and get as many set pieces as you can and try and hope something goes in.
It's half time then. Liverpool 1, Spurs 0 on a day where Spurs' relegation rivals Leeds and Nottingham Forest both picked up a point. Liverpool's top 4 rivals saw Man United beat Aston Villa by 3-1. talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes' time.
Isn't it strange that we get 6 sides that every single English side went through? Newcastle were the only side that had to qualify via the playoff system.
Yeah.
But not one English side in the Premier League. And we like to think that we are. And I think there is a bit of arrogance. I do subscribe to that point of view. But is there something in the fact that maybe the Premier League is so demanding. So, for example, right, PSG this weekend have had their game cancelled to play Chelsea so that they have the rest between that they played last night and the next time they're going to play is against Chelsea on Tuesday. Look, I don't see us turning it around at all, but we play Newcastle on Saturday. The league is demanding, or is that me just kind of making excuses for the Premier League?
No. Do you know what? Also, you got to look at this. So I understand what you're saying. You're not making excuses for the Premier League, but the Premier League might need to start working with the football clubs.
How's that going to work?
League. Well, Liga 1 done it. They moved games, cancelled the game to fit it into the PSG schedule to make it easier on the players.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
They want to retain the Champions League.
Yes,
it's a prestige trophy.
Of course.
So if your league has got that, so a team from your league has got the Champions League, it just makes you more prestige.
Here's the issue that's going to happen. Here's the problem: is that there have been examples of managers complaining, and I think some unfairly at times, about playing on a Wednesday and then playing on a Saturday 12:30 kickoff. Klopp famously done it at a fallout. Yeah. With one of the reporters. But you cannot show favouritism in England.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill. It's 18 plus. The gambleaware.org. Sam Ellard, Ryan Bromwell, Abby Summers, Quakey Wafari with you until around 6:30 this evening. Watch the conclusion of Liverpool Spurs, and then it is Majestic and Alan Pardew who can take your calls on a busy day of football. A day of football that saw Man United beat Aston Villa by 3-1. Leeds United, 10-man Leeds United for a lot of that game, went to Crystal Palace and picked up a hard-fought point. Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0, and at half-time in the game at Anfield, it's Liverpool 1, Tottenham 0. Dominic Szoboszlai with a free kick for Liverpool, giving them the lead. Just confirmation of the table, the results earlier. West Ham 18-29, Forest Spurs also both got 29, and Leeds 32. Liverpool, with this victory, would go on to 51 points, which is actually above Aston Villa on goal difference in 4th. So Villa down to 5th. It'd be United 3rd on 54, Liverpool 41, Villa 51 in that final Champions League place of 5th place, and Chelsea on 48. And to be fair, we shouldn't discount Brentford. They're playing Wolves tomorrow night. If Brentford were to win that game, they go on to 47. That's just a point behind Chelsea. Abby, we know it is tough for Tottenham at the moment. What are your main takeaways from that first half?
That's only 1-0 props. No, in all honesty, the bar is incredibly low, but that's not one of the worst halves I've seen us have. It's not like...
You had 2 big chances at the end there, to be fair.
Yeah, 2 chances. I'd say there wasn't much. There's not much going on in that game, in all honesty. I don't really think Liverpool have offered much. We haven't offered much, which we don't usually anyway. I would say 1-0 is... Vicario has to do better for that.
Yeah, it's
in my opinion.
Goalkeeping, isn't it?
Really poor. But obviously saves the gap. Was it the Gakpo one?
Yeah, Gakpo. Yeah. Good save down to his
So that was a decent save. But generally, if Spurs, Richarlison's had some decent chances in this. So it's just trying to get the ball in a more attacking area. I think our XG was 0.09. What minute were we at where we had 1 touch in the opposition box? You just got to try and get some set pieces. In all honesty,
the thing is, you got to think for Liverpool, despite maybe having more possession, Abby, we had that one save which Vicario made. We haven't created anywhere near enough chance what we should have done. And if you stay in it, it's very cliche. You stay in it at 1-0 as that game goes on, whether it's set pieces, counter attack, a little bit of luck, a mistake. Sure. You're still in this game, Abby.
Still in it, but I think the problem for me is, let's say we bring it back to, let's say it gets back to 1-1. You will make the changes. We have nothing we can do. So it's like
Xavi Simons on the bench.
Whatever about Xavi Simons.
Some good news. Got some prize boost lives. We're very good friends at William Hill. Both teams to score in the second half. It was 7-4. Now 2-1. Dominic Szoboszlai to score 2 goals or more. Impact sub applies. Was 4-1. Now 5-1. Cody Gakpo to score the second goal. Impact sub applies also. Was 5-1. Now 11-2. I'm guessing by your little chuckle there, right? You're not confident that Cody Gakpo is going to score the second goal in this game.
I just laughed at Cody Gakpo and Impact in the same sentence.
Well, the impact sub applies to Cody Gakpo. So maybe Mo Salah comes on for Cody Gakpo, and that can get you guys the goal. Right, for Liverpool, how would you sum up that first 45 minutes?
Uninspiring, unconvincing, and take the free kick outside of it, you'd be really frustrated, wouldn't you? Because you've gone in 0-0. You haven't asked Spurs enough questions. But I'm not surprised by they haven't asked them enough questions given the lineup. The lineup doesn't give them anything there, really, where, you know, they're going to dominate Spurs. They've been, for the majority of the half in their territory. Engamo has had some bright sparks. Gakpo's had a good shot outside the area that Vicario's got down well too. But other than that, I mean, it's not the sort of free-flowing, relentless Liverpool 4:30 kickoff that you would that you'd want to see from Liverpool, especially when they've got the target of top 4 and on a weekend where Chelsea have lost and Villa have lost.
You seem frustrated. You seem frustrated.
You would be, wouldn't you? I mean,
but like, yeah,
you're winning the game.
Yeah, but what's?
It's unlikely you're going to lose it.
Yeah, but
is it performances? Like the result is the result, but you want to see your team play better football. Is that what it is?
Yeah, just think. It's just the sort of like, you know, the general sense of watching Liverpool this year. It's not the same captivating football that we saw last year by any stretch. Not necessarily it has to be because, you know, that they're in a bit of a difficult spot in general. But it just adds further weight and fuel to the argument of, would you keep Slot at the end of the season? Well, on better performances like that, well, probably not. Because where do you sit there and think? And again, it's, you know, there's a variety of things, but for me, it just reinforces the issues that are all over the park. Van Dijk, 2 or 3 passes there that just completely mislaid, that look very careless. You know, McAllister had a few as well in the first half. They're just overall, they're quite unconvincing at the moment in general. And funny enough, we've just seen highlights to the reverse fixture last year, when we beat them 5-1
in the league, wasn't it? Yeah.
When we won the league and we confirmed the league title. And it's chalk and cheese, isn't it?
Do you think...
So, and that bloke as well, chalk and cheese, wasn't he? The one there cutting in from the right and scoring, eh? Different player this season.
Salah, yeah, definitely. But then there's an argument that Trent, you know, was able to get the best out of Salah because just hit it long.
Yeah. How many times did you pick him out with those balls?
Base, it just feels like they're so slow and turgid as they get through the park at the moment.
Making an argument for, not for Understock, I do think he should probably go come the end of the season. But if you think about obviously unfortunate circumstance with Diogo Jota, you lose Luis Diaz and Mo Salah falls off a cliff. Like those are three of your attacking players that you just don't have anymore. I know that you brought in Ekatike and you brought in Isak and you brought in Wirtz, but like Mo Salah falling off a cliff, nobody could have expected, and that's a huge reason why your attack sometimes looks a little bit blunt or maybe not as cutting as it previously did.
Yes and no, but there's a strategy to that, isn't there? You know, if they felt that Salah was potentially going to drop off, which obviously they didn't, but say they did, then there's an argument that you would part ways in the summer when you had the opportunity and you run on contract. I said this, you know,
on a free though, that's bad business.
Bad business, especially when you also had Van Dijk that was also out of contract and you had Trent. I also think that you can't get rid of Mo Salah after the season he had last season. It wouldn't have even been a conversation to get rid of.
It's impossible for anybody to predict this drop off.
Absolutely.
Like this. Like maybe it's not, I wouldn't even call it a drop off. I call it a complete fall.
Yeah.
In fact, we'll hold that thought. Maybe chat a bit about Mo Salah when the second half starts. We'll take one more break on talkSPORT goals. Then when we come back, big 45 minutes of football. Spurs fighting for their lives. Liverpool looking to go fourth on the table. Liverpool leading Spurs by 1-0.
If you're taking out form right now, it has to be Harvey Barnes.
Yeah.
I mean, every time he steps on the pitch, I don't think he's going to score. He's so powerful and so quick. When he runs, it's almost like, oh my goodness, you're not catching him.
Yeah.
And that's where Thomas Tuchel, because I mentioned Barnes, Gordon, Rashford, Foden. You then got Palmer. Like, I'm talking about attacking, like 10 attacking options.
Yeah.
You got Palmer, Saka, Madueke, Bowen, Bellingham can play 10. Rodgers can play left.
Yeah.
I mean, there are going to be some big names on that list that don't go.
Yeah, but annoyingly, out of all of those players, none of them are really smashing it at the moment. Rodgers maybe is doing pretty well. Bellingham's been out injured.
Yeah.
Nothing from Foden.
No,
Cole Palmer's gone a little bit cold.
Yeah. Saka's not, obviously the numbers haven't been there. Madueke's in and out. But,
isn't that bizarre? If we were doing this World Cup a year ago, we'd be buzzing with those players.
But and as I said, Barnesy.
Barnesy, giving the old John Barnesy Barnesy.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes. He's right now he's probably in the best form out of all of them.
On the left hand side, Rashford was on the bench last night, right?
Yeah.
Who starts for England on the left for you out of those two, Rashford and?
Oh, Rashford would be first because Rashford for England's been good.
He does.
Yeah.
Does that matter? It's a good point you make. Does that matter? If you're really good for England, but you're not doing it at club level, and some players are like that.
Danny Welbeck was a prime example of that.
Okay. Does your league form matter too much when the manager knows when you put the English shirt on, you perform?
Yeah, I think for certain players, I think it does matter. Because, again, a prime example was the last Euros, not the one in Germany, the one before that, sorry.
Yeah.
Where we was all saying Sterling can't go, his form wasn't there, and he was our best player.
That's a great point.
But you know what Sterling's going to get experience, you know exactly that. When it's the highest, he can step up.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill and brilliant from William Hill 18+. Gambleaware.org. Sam Ellard, Ryan Bromwell, Abby Summers and Kweki Rafaria with you until 6:30. By the way, on the Final One Standing as well, I'm reliably informed that if Liverpool win today, somebody is going to win 20k on Final One Standing, which is absolutely fantastic. Final One Standing, by the way, has been an absolute bet with this season. A new prize pot, Abby, started this weekend. So despite it being late in the season, still big opportunities for new people to get involved and win lots of money.
We absolutely love it. It's been so good, Final One Standing.
Guess you.
What?
Jamie, producer Jamie, got involved in the Final One Standing this weekend. He went Chelsea to beat Newcastle.
He's clueless, mate.
Thanks for coming, pal. Did you actually go Chelsea? No way.
What was the game picked at the beginning of the season? Burnley to beat Spurs.
Burnley to win at Spurs.
He just does things with like.
He was ahead of the curve though. He knew how bad Spurs were.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, but then ironically that was again they won, didn't it?
Yeah.
Beat Burnley very, very comfortably. Before the second half gets underway, absolutely loving, by the way, Kwaku, you hosting Inside Chelsea, mate. It's been a belter.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man.
I think you're really natural as a host, mate.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean that.
No, I enjoy it. It was sometimes when you just don't host, you've got to have an opinion. When you can ask someone else a question and bounce off of them, I
think with that, but once you get that first question, it's a conversation. It's not an interview, is it? It's a conversation between 3 or 4 people, you know?
Yeah. Although my eyes are going, so that was really naughty.
You mince pies.
I knew you were going to say that.
Mince pies going.
Why? What? They were long distance, short distance, or
just I don't know. So it's like the light. It's the light. Yeah. So really naughty cues. It's a little bit.
Oh, you get an autocue, do you, on your show?
Do you not?
I did it.
He just
do you get an autocue as well?
in silent.
Do you do off the top?
Yeah. That's not all of it. Yeah, well, betting the Piers, I'm not sure about that. You have an autocue for Inside Chelsea. That's actually so adorable.
Yep. You know what it is? I've got a really good producer who makes sure he gives his presenters the
I'm glad he gives you an autocue. I sometimes don't get a team sheet or anything.
Nothing.
Hey, he prefers Pizzaglo and Afari to me, doesn't he? There we go. Good stuff.
Well, thank you, mate. Thank you for the kind words. I've enjoyed doing it. Hopefully I can do it more going forward.
You can't get a gig as a pundit, can you? So you got to do it as a host, haven't you?
Are you out of favour this week, or?
Tough place to go and get a result, though, isn't it? Inside Chelsea on a Tuesday.
It's a tough place. Matisse is in form. Yeah. He's in form. And also, I think Matisse. I don't know what he said. I think Matisse is.
Is Matisse in tomorrow? Yeah. Oh, you're out.
I think genuinely, Matisse is one of the best content creators out there.
He is.
He's
serious.
No, yeah, he is. Like he's got a new channel called Branching Out. He's very, very good.
He's very good.
I understand the manager's choice.
I'm not down with these kind of, I'm just.
You're not.
No, it's good. He's lovely. I like him when he's on talkSPORT Goals.
Yeah, he's very good. He's very, very good.
Just absolutely turned
Oh no, I think he's got down easily there. I think he's got down easily there. Yeah, Rio and Gamoa. Yeah, no, you're right. It's either a penalty or it's a. What are you looking at that for?
I think you just turned your nose up at him a minute ago.
No, I didn't really. I'll grow up happy. It's a joke. Oh, Dial's great, isn't it? You know,
I didn't mention
Rio and Gamoa goes past Pedro Porro there, close to the bar again. Really quick feet, isn't it? Right, he does really, really well. And Porro has a pull outside the box, but yeah, I think that's a clear dive, isn't it? And I think that, to be fair, that is the.
It's not a dive, though. I wouldn't book it for a diving.
I think it is a dive, isn't it?
Do you reckon?
What do you think it is?
I think it's just.
Cards out. Cards out.
He's booking.
I think he's probably booking on his slot, isn't he? Oh, Igor Tudor. Abby, you know who's the bald gentleman that does all the Spurs stuff on the sidelines? The bald guy I was talking to you about earlier. He's always
Alan Dixon.
Yeah, there's a great clip of Igor Tudor coming out at the start of the game, and he goes up to him and he gives him a big hug. He obviously thought it was Arnie Slot.
I don't know if he did think that or not. I think anyone's just going to try and turn anything.
No, it's a bit of fun, isn't it?
It's so fun. Honestly, my life is so fun right now. It's jokes. Love it.
Honestly, what will you do? What will you do?
What question is that?
Next season?
No. What will you do? Like on the final day of the season, Arsenal will lift the Premier League trophy, and you're getting relegated. We could potentially relegate you in the penultimate game of the season.
I'm not even here that day.
Are you not?
No.
Yeah, I think.
Where are you?
Well, I might be here. It's TPC.
Well, where else are you going? We were so mysterious about it.
Sorry, who knows what they're doing in like mid-May? Like who plans that far ahead?
The offers out.
Yeah.
It's potential of an FA Cup Vase final. So I would.
Why on earth would you go into the FA Cup Vase final?
Because in 5 years, that's where Spurs will be.
Oh, that's a good one. I can assure you right now, if you ditch the show where Tottenham could possibly get relegated to watch the FA Vase final,
come on,
I will never speak. I'll be disappointed in you from a professional point of view. What? Sorry, have I missed something here? What's the FA Vase gag? I don't get it. Is that a joke?
No, I'm serious.
I don't get it.
I'm joking because of the FA Vase.
It's at Wembley.
And you could potentially be there doing a goal show.
It's at 5. Shut up. Anyway.
I don't think I get this. Is the FA Vase a joke thing or something?
No, it's not a joke thing. Do we need to talk about...
What, are you presenting or working or something?
No.
Hosting the FA Vase?
Right, can we go back to the game?
Oh, sorry, I just don't get it.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, let's cross that bridge. Semi-final first.
I don't. Tell me after the break. Okay. Anyway, unbelievable. You'll be here for Chelsea Spurs Sunday 4:30 when Spurs get relegated. Okay. And Quaker was sat next to you.
Sam is very I remember like talkSPORT 2 had a team night out. And I was like, I've been part of talkSPORT 2 for a couple of years. Yeah. I'm going to go to it. Sam was like, can't believe you've ditched the show to go on a night out to have a few drinks of talkSPORT 2. When it's goal show, he's serious. It's got his name above the banner. He wants you to be
I understand. It's not that I don't want to be here as much as I'd love to watch us get relegated.
Don't dare go to watch the FA Vase rather than being on this goal show where Spurs get
Gabby, you've done it for 6 weeks. Go for it. You know what I mean? No, do you know what I mean? Like, it's been 6 weeks, not 6 years. Come on now. You know what I mean?
6 weeks.
With all due respect. Come on now.
Anyway.
Come on. Seriously,
do your job, all right? Do your job.
Are you in love?
Yeah, how's second half been, guys?
I've got no idea, Ryan. How second half started?
This is nice. It reminds me
of but I think watch-alongs are supposed to be a little bit laid back as well. We can't know. Anyway, here comes Jeremy Frimpong down the right-hand side. Ball into the box. And Gamoa back stick cut inside.
I like that. Oh!
And he does cut on that right foot, but he just puts a little bit too much power and it goes over the bar. He is shot. But I keep saying it every time he gets the ball, Quaku. He wants to be quick. He wants to be direct. He wants to try and get a shot away. Yeah. See, I don't like it when you have jokes with Jamie and I can't hear them. I want to know because he is quite funny. I'll give him that.
I'll tell you that was funny.
Quaku, have you been impressed with what you've seen from Rio and Gamoa?
Yeah, there's obviously he's young. He's young, and there's some like naivety in his game, but he's exciting and he wants to try things, and he's somebody that will get the fans off their feet, right? Fans love a young player coming into the team, and he's created a spark, and I've liked what I've seen so far.
But by the way, sorry, I know we're going right. You were there yesterday, mate. The Max Dalmont moment. I mean, you like narratives and stuff like that. Given the game, given the occasion, and given the kid scoring, I mean, what was it like to be there? It must have been a real, genuine, special moment.
Yeah, I've never seen Arsenal fans so happy, honestly. And they were jumping on the rails of the press box. They
Really?
jumping on the seats. Yeah, there was.
How did you deliver that moment? Right, you must have been.
Pandemonium.
You must have been giving.
Well,
a big
I think it's just not to take the moment away from the kid, isn't it? And I think what was so striking for me from an Arsenal perspective was they tried to break down Everton for 80, 85 minutes, and they threw on Martinelli, and they had Saka, and they had Gyökeres, and they had all of their usual starting attack out. But it took a 16-year-old to change the game.
Completely changed the game.
Initial cross, and then to have the presence of mind to knock that down with his head, quick footwork on halfway, run 45 yards, and then slot it. I mean, that. Is just,
I love when the limbs stop before the ball actually goes in the back of the net. Ingamowo! He has a shot. Vicario gets down and saves it.
The weight of that as well. And I mean, it just maybe shows you, like, with youth, they don't have that. There's not the same sense of, like, he's not carrying the same anxiety as maybe.
Same with Rio, isn't it?
Senior pros are playing with a lot
you haven't been
freedom.
like systemised.
Yeah.
You still play with the freedom and an excitement and.
But to have this sort of sense of, like, I'm going to be the person who changes the game, and then to actually go and affect that. Because I feel like Rio's a step behind him in that he's got the sense of he wants to change the game. Yeah. But when the moments come, he sets it too far outside the far post, or, you know, he's a quality player, obviously, for his age. But if you look at someone like Darman...
it's a bad pass, that. It's that's a real simple ball that he's overhit there.
He doesn't love shooting.
Yeah, I was about to say, he carried the ball into the box, and you're right, Craig, and I think, someone's offside now, is offside. I think he should have got a shot away. Now converts, makes something happen. Good ball to McAllister, penalty. No, Archie, you know, one of those ones you think he's going to get in front of Archie Gray and go down. But Archie Gray does really well. Abby, how special was that moment yesterday? Max Downman must have put a big smile on your face.
Shall I answer it? I'll answer for you.
Come on, 16-year-old. What are you doing at 16, Abby?
Oh, you're all about the personal questions today, Sam, aren't you?
Look, it's a lovely moment for the kid. Good for the kid.
Thank you.
Nice story from.
I obviously was watching the Chelsea game.
I was watching the Chelsea game,
and so I didn't see it live.
Good keeping there, read it well.
Yeah, I didn't see it live, but yeah. Objectively, an incredible moment, because it felt like last night was the night that Arsenal won the league. Yeah. And so for him to have scored that goal against Everton, obviously it was Rooney scoring for Everton against Arsenal.
I hadn't thought about that.
And so it's just it was great for Arsenal, and what an evening! Like, obviously Gyökeres, who's been much derided, scores a late
goal,
a late winner. Yeah, and then Dalman scores an incredible goal at the end. And for Arsenal, that's a great day. And like I said,
what annoyed me about last night?
Go on.
Right, I actually wasn't watching the Arsenal game because I was like, I don't really want to turn it on. It's 0-0.
Like, I know what you mean.
I don't want to ruin the like feng shui of it.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, so I then go and put it on, and
at what minute?
I put it on about 75.
Right. Okay.
About 75,
yeah.
And I was getting dressed, I was getting ready to go out. Oh,
Richarlison's in here. Richarlison, my goodness me. Richarlison somehow does really well to get in front of Van Dijk and almost shield him off the ball. The ball runs across him, and then Richarlison gets the shot away, and the goalkeeper makes the save. It just comes from a long punt down the pitch, which Dominic Solanke wins in fact, he doesn't even win the header. It just goes through everybody onto Richarlison, and Van Dijk there kind of can't get in front of him. He's got a left arm on his shoulder, but that's not enough for a foul, is it?
The authority to deal with that.
Yeah. I agree.
Old Van Dijk doesn't let Richarlison roll him like that and get in front of him like that.
Not a chance. That looked odd. I was like, Van Dijk's like, it's a 50-50 shot.
You to shrug him off the ball or
mate,
get there in front of him.
That was bizarre.
You're sleepwalking here towards an equaliser.
Yeah,
I think you're right. He's sloppy. As long as
sleepwalking.
I wouldn't mind it, honestly.
You want a penalty there, Abby? It's not a pen, is it?
Can't be a pen.
I mean,
he didn't grab the shirt. He didn't grab hold of the shirt.
Nah,
I think
he had a left arm on his shoulder.
If we saw like a shirt being pulled, that would be a pen. But nah. But Van Dijk needs to have a word with himself and needs to wake up, because he's the most senior player on the pitch.
Here's what you want.
The much divisive Xavi Simons coming on for the.
Basically, to fill in right, I'll keep it really short here. Yeah. I made the observation that while he hasn't been that good this season, I think for a team that are fighting relegation, I think Xavi Simons should be starting with Spurs, because he is someone that has got that quality and can make something happen. True. That's all I said. Yeah. Xavi Simons on for Sousa. Wonder if they'll go to a back four, Abby, or whether possibly Archie Gray moves to left wing back. We'll see how that transpires. But Ryan, I think, sums it up well. Liverpool might be sleepwalking here into a Spurs equaliser. Tell's got a corner. Dangerous. And Joe Gomez. If Xavi Simons put that top in, I would have been really upset, but quite proud of myself at the same time.
I just want to say one thing.
Go on, Abby, say whatever you want.
I would love Xavi Simons to do well.
I know you would, of course you would.
That wasn't the point that I was disagreeing with. My thing is, I don't think you can carry people, and I think that Xavi Simons, from what I've seen this season, is a luxury player. I would love it if Xavi Simons came on and affected the game. I've wanted him to do that for the last
6 months.
6 months, 7 months.
Yeah.
I just haven't had that.
I think we're kind of saying the same thing.
We
about
are saying
Xavi
the same
Simons.
thing.
Just kind of just having
We're saying it in a different way. I'd love him to, but I haven't seen any evidence that he can do that.
Liverpool 1, Spurs 0, 56 minutes. Oh, sorry, go on.
No,
you go. I was going to do the score.
No, I wasn't going to do the score. Go on, Karen.
No, that's all right.
Are we done with Max Dowman? Can we move on?
I think we had done with Max Dowman.
Has anyone got anything to add to Max Dowman? One more. Great occasion.
You got Szoboszlai. Oh my goodness me, he hit that well.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. What annoyed me, commentators curse.
Oh, what?
That irritates me. So I put it on.
Yeah.
And then whoever was doing the comms last night on it.
Seb Hutchinson.
Right.
Who I thought was a great commentator, by the way.
Legend.
Said,
and a lovely lad.
Yeah.
Said Gyökeres has been on, he's barely touched ball, barely done anything.
Yeah.
And I literally, as he said it, I went.
You knew what was going to happen.
I said, I know what's happening. And
Also, by the way, do you know what?
Is that a curse?
Yeah.
It's not a
Curse
thing, that
for me.
commentating thing.
Curse for me, really.
Like, I watch a lot of cricket in the winter, and like an England batter would be batting, and the commentator would always go, "Oh, I don't want to say that just yet." Like about the batsman, like we can't do 5 Test matches in Australia.
Yeah.
You don't say something good about an England player in case they then do something bad. I'm like, how does that work? Like, it's
there was a stat
you know
last
what I mean?
night. There was a stat last night. I said to me, Dad, which just said, "I don't know how you want me to frame this because you might feel like I'm putting the commentator's curse on it." Where Everton were the only team not to have conceded a set piece away from home this season in the Premier League. It's like, well, is that then going to be the first time that happens, or is it, a sense that Everton are going to be able to limit nullify one of Arsenal's greatest threats?
Well, I think we all know that Arsenal are definitely going to win the league.
Yeah, I think so. Also, I thought what you can say was Jordan Pickford's calamity goalkeeper.
Yeah.
It's like he's such a good goalkeeper, but my goodness me,
He'll make a mistake,
got like a howler in there where you're like, what on earth are you doing?
For Everton, not for England.
No.
I ain't seen him make a mistake.
Commentating now, he's making a mistake in the World Cup, mate. Well done. If you make a mistake in 3 months' time, I'm going to blame you, pal.
Do you think Pickford's world class?
No, but he's.
I think he's
world class.
He's an England legend, though. He's an
I don't
England
think
legend.
he's world class. Did you see the save he pulled off yesterday against Saka?
Yeah. Do you think?
Honestly, I think there's an argument for it. Did you see the save he pulled?
sure
You see the save he pulled off against Newcastle?
Yeah, that was a great save.
No, it's not world
I think to be world class, like I think Alisson's world class, or I think Alisson before this season was world class. Like that's a man that doesn't make. I think Pickford's got the ability to make world class saves, right?
What keeper doesn't make mistakes?
No, but I think the players like Alisson's and they make less mistakes than the rest, and that's why I think Pickford's
That's true.
I think Pickford's a very good goalkeeper, and Pickford can make world class saves. But I think to be in that category, I still think Pickford maybe has the odd more rick in him than what's needed to be a world-class goalkeeper.
I agree, but I think for England,
he hasn't put for wrong for England.
Have we seen a better keeper in our?
No, not my lifetime. No,
he's been absolutely amazing.
I think if you look at the 2 saves he's made recently, oh my god,
they're world-class saves. The one against Newcastle,
the one against Saka though is arguably better.
Do you think?
Yeah, because he's 6 yards out and he's offside anyway, so he's obviously a yard ahead of where he should be anyway. He's darted it down. Pickford's still managed to get his frame down, splits, and then turns it round the right post.
Should Saka be dropped for Arsenal, by the way? Do you reckon Saka's?
I think he's like someone like him. Like I think he's got enough credit in the bank that I think you stick with him and let him get through this. What I think is good for Arsenal this season is in a game like the game in the week in the Champions League when he wasn't playing very well. The fact that they've got options off the bench to replace him after an hour is a really really good.
Should he be dropped for England?
I still think at the moment, I think he's our best right winger.
Okay.
So no.
So he's benefiting from the fact that we haven't got competition.
Possibly, and also I know he's going through a drought, but I think Saka's shown over a long period of time what a great player is. And I still think right now, if I'm naming my England left, Wirtz inside the box goes across goal and Spence clears.
Mate, I love Wirtz. I think, but that is rubbish.
Shoot into the far corner, yeah.
Come on, the Rio again. That was a lovely pass to him. Rio's having a great game, but Wirtz in that final third, it will click eventually. But it's just
you can see he's a good player.
Yeah,
he's going to click in.
I heard quite a telling quote from Wirtz about when he'd scored his first goal at home and how that lifted a bit of a burden, and he's since been out with a little bit of an injury, so I don't know if he's now slipped back into that or he's finding it hard to score again, and once he scores that'll then change that, but he's not going to influence that by the shot he's just had there because he's on the angle 7 to 8 yards out and clear sight of Vicario's goal, and instead of trying to put it into the far corner he's gone for the pass across 6 yards.
Yeah, I think he'd have easily drilled that into the far corner. Still Liverpool 1, Spurs 0. Abby, while it's 1-0, there's still hope.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we'd get battered. I think that probably says maybe more about Liverpool than it does.
Do you think Spurs are showing a little bit more fight today than you've seen in previous weeks? A little bit of grit and determination?
Yeah, I think, like I said to you before, I don't know if I said it in the break or if we said it actually on air, but this is Definitely not the worst I've seen us play.
I genuinely don't want to rile you here, Abby. So
I don't actually think I can get riled now.
Good, fantastic.
Well,
I'm caveating it and framing it with that, genuinely. But because we've seen just terrible leadership from Spurs in general, do you think if they got a point at Anfield, they would go, "Ooh, well, maybe there's something to this Judah guy"? Do you think the hierarchy? I'm not saying that would be the sensible decision, but do you think there's
probably because
Really?
they have absolutely not got a clue what they're doing.
That's horrific.
I can't explain to you how it takes like every ounce of like patience in myself to like just not go and stand outside like Hotspur Way and like just protest every day. And like
You
just
can
stand
do.
there. Or just go to like Lily White House and just be like, let me in.
What would you say to them?
You couldn't have it on air.
Oh, really?
Couldn't have it on air.
And let's be fair to Spurs. What they've been put through, the fans from the ownership group,
the money they're paying for the season tickets, Quaker,
mate, nothing short of disgraceful. Like, you were in the Champions League final 7 years
2019.
ago. And
Europa League final and won it.
And you're now paying the most money in the Premier League for tickets in a brand new stadium, and you have nothing to show for it. The football's got progressively worse. There's not a single superstar in this team. Superstars have come, superstars have gone, and Spurs fans just have to chin it.
Look,
I can imagine that as a fan, you just feel helpless. It's honestly, it's a disgrace. And as an owner, you're a custodian of a football club. You don't actually own the club. You're a custodian of history.
Yeah.
And Spurs fans are paying their good money. They go in, week out, and we can sit here and we can laugh and we can criticise Spurs fans.
That's
but
mainly
really
you
and
doing that,
truly,
mate.
pardon?
It's mainly you doing
Yeah,
that.
mainly me. But if I'm being honest, like how you lot have been treated is disgraceful. When Chelsea fans protest, right? I always say we're pretty flippant. We protest because of results and it's up and down. Spurs fans are protesting because institutionally you lot have been a disgrace. Yeah. You won the Champions League under a manager that's been absolutely amazing, and then you didn't invest and you sacked him the following season, and you've got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It's an absolute joke.
I've literally told you this for years.
Yeah, I know.
Like, the failures of Tottenham Hotspur have been going on for years, and I've pointed them out constantly and consistently, year in, year out. Now everyone, maybe the wider...
But there's a seeing to believe in it aspect, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think anyone with a pair of eyes who supports this club, I find it incredible that there are sections of this fan base that hadn't actually understood or seen it as years have gone on. Like, I remember when we sacked Pochettino, and I remember being like, this is such a monumental moment of sacking him. 3 months after getting to a.
He got sacked in November after the final, wasn't it?
He got sacked in the November. 3 months after getting to a final.
Battered by Bayern at home from memory in the Champions League.
The last result I think he had was a draw against Sheffield United. But yeah, it was.
Kind of sacked himself in the presser by basically criticising.
Yeah, but you know
the lack
what?
of activity.
He'd had enough, and I don't blame him.
But I don't blame him either. But when you're a manager and you do that, you are going.
But I think he got to a point where like two windows, not spending a penny. Where he's like, what more do you want me to do?
Not only that, he'd been at Wembley. Like, I'm going to not go back into it because I've already done a million videos on this, but we've already had it. But what I will say is you can see the decline. It's been like a staircase, like that. Like, you have a look. He appointed, Daniel Levy appointed Jose Mourinho as like an itch he had to scratch from when Jose didn't want to come to Spurs the first time. He did that. What was the point, as I've said before, of giving a manager like him, a manager like Conte, appointing them when you're not going to give them the budget, you're not going to change the wage structure. Then you go and try and get a different type of manager, the Nunos, the Anges, whatever, project managers, the Franks. Again, pointless because they're not good enough. I think the biggest problem is the culture of Tottenham Hotspur. They don't know what their identity is. If you want to be a Big Six club, then you have to act like a Big Six club financially, raise the wage structure. You have to do that on the pitch in order to match the ambition. There's no point, and Pochettino said it perfectly back in 2019, there's no point of having a nice house if you've got bad furniture, because what do you have?
Well, that's the point, Abby.
There is no culture at Tottenham Hotspur, and that is because there is no culture and there's no direction from the ownership. Now, I wanted to read you this because I was reading an article before, which is what I was writing down the notes on. Vinay Venkatesham had obviously come out this week and said about Daniel Levy, and it's kind of like, I'm not one to defend Daniel Levy, right? It's a dark moment when I am. So he said that he inherited a poisoned legacy from Levy. Now, I don't think that Daniel Levy did a bang-up job in terms of the pitch and like what was going on top of it. I would always say in terms of the business side, yeah, we all know, manage the books, like always in the green, like very good on those things. So saying he's got a poison legacy in terms of finances, I I failed to understand how that's possible, because everybody knows that Daniel Levy is the tightest chairman you could probably find.
It's from a footballing point of view that he underachieved.
He underachieved in that part. So I didn't understand.
Did he underachieve?
Yes, in a footballing aspect, absolutely, Kwaku. Absolutely.
I think that's fair to say, Kwaku.
I'm not even going to get into an argument.
Okay, let's not get into that argument. But I don't know if he did.
No, he did. He absolutely did.
If you think about Spurs historically.
Anyway, what
last
I
time
would
won
say,
league titles 1961.
I'm not getting into this with you. I'm not getting into it.
I don't think he underachieved.
That's fine.
My whole lifetime, Spurs have been like a mid-table club.
Okay,
but you mentioned that
you made your consistent.
You mentioned the money that Spurs fans are paying to go and watch their team.
Yeah.
You know, when you pay the most expensive season ticket in the league, give or take, should they not be expecting their club to show a little more ambition in the markets to try and be competing for the top honours? And they won the trophy for what, 15?
Arsenal are an infinitely bigger club than Spurs.
Of course they are.
Liverpool Liverpool went 30 years without winning the league title. Arsenal have gone 23 years. Like, I don't think we're in the world where we Spurs should be entitled. They were in a couple title races, but Spurs winning Premier League titles. There's nothing. I'm not even doing it to be like a. I'm not even trying to antagonise you, but Spurs winning league titles is not a thing within your history.
So you sum up Daniel Levy's tenure as Tottenham from a footballing point of view as a success.
I'm not talking about that.
Financially, you'd say.
I say financially, sure, but from a footballing point of view, as a success.
Footballing wise,
and that, by the way, also that element of it as well. By the way, from a financial point of view, like, you shouldn't just discard that. By the way,
hit it.
Oh, that was a shot there from distance. Alisson saves it. We have seen big football clubs.
Yeah.
Be run bad from a financial point of view and end up being rotting. So the fact that Levy did do that very well, we shouldn't just discard that. But from a footballing point of view, surely Spurs underachieved. I believe that's a bad shot from Ekitike. That was
the footballing aspect. There has been absolutely no effort, nothing put into it from Enoch, from Daniel Levy, from the Lewises. Look at what we have gone through. Look at the players that we've lost. Look at the lack of recruitment. Look at when we've always been reacting instead of being proactive.
Is that Levy or Enoch?
It's both. They are both the same thing.
Levy doesn't have. It's not his
Daniel
money.
Levy owns 33% of the football club.
Yeah, okay, but
Daniel Levy is in charge of had his finger in every single.
Daniel Levy was also relieved of his position, so Daniel Levy was an employee. It's Enoch's. It's Joe Lewis. It's Joe Lewis's football club. But it's Joe Lewis's football club.
Yeah, of course, but
no one can sack Joe Lewis, right? No one can force. But when Levy got sacked,
sure,
so it's not his money. Like, he's not the person who can say, let's put in £100 million this summer to go and bring in this player.
Still saying Daniel Levy wanted to do that, but
he's just a custodian. He's literally just. Yeah. No, of course, everybody's culpable. What I was going to say, before I interrupted you.
Salah on his left foot! Blocked. Salah and Ekitike and Jones won for Liverpool, by the way. Goes out for a corner kick. Liverpool won. He's not getting away with that, is he? Oh, how's the corner? He's done well there, to be fair. He's a lucky boy.
Not going out for a corner.
He did go out for a corner, but she wasn't given.
I'll let you continue, Abby. Sorry.
I was going to say, bottom line, Tottenham are in this situation because of.
Tell you what, I think it's.
No!
Oh, that. You almost carried that ball into the stands with him. It wasn't given.
It's outrageous.
That might be. I mean, the lino is on the other side, but still, that is an absolute. You have the audacity to run with the ball. Like, fair play to him. No, you got away with it.
Fair play to him. Anyway, what I was going to say is the reason Tottenham Hotspur are in this situation is because of massive institutional failures from the top of this football club. I've told you a million times. I've told you year in, year out. They do not have an identity. They do not know what they're doing. And now you've
ambition is a word.
There is no ambition. The ambition is all about being a massive, consortium in terms of like, yeah, we've got the Skywalk and
Beyonce and all that.
Beyonce and go-kart track, yada yada yada.
Beyonce is good though, Quaker.
Yeah, cool.
Beyonce is great, but also
it's not about that. What I would say is Daniel Levy obviously was relieved of his duties in September.
Yeah.
Daniel Levy appointed Thomas Frank. Daniel Levy appointed Vinay Venkatesham. Daniel Levy appointed Johan Lange. Vinay oversaw Arsenal's worst period, one of their worst periods in their history. Same with Johan Lange at Aston Villa. Thomas Frank. Do we really think that he was going to be a good fit? I don't know. I said from the beginning he wasn't my first choice. Again, they interview 30 candidates and they come out with Thomas Frank as the best option. If you look through all of the managers they've had, you can see there's no direction of what actually Tottenham Hotspur want to be because they're all different types of managers, and that's why I always say we've had all different types of managers and none of them work. So if none of them work, you have to look at the other things, the infrastructure of the football club in terms of who you're recruiting, the people behind the scenes, who is doing the scouting, who is at the top, all of those things. That is why Tottenham Hotspur is in the situation that they're in. You could put any manager in charge and you probably would have the same results. We struck absolute gold when we had someone like Pochettino. He was the right fit. He was patient. He managed to do a lot. And he got lucky in terms of having someone like Harry Kane, who's a generational talent as well, at the right time. But his hand was essentially behind his back for for a lot of that time, and he deserved the right to turn it round. They cut the ties with him, and that's that. And then you still see 7 years later people pining for him back because he's the only manager that's been able to do it. However, us going down, and we're talking about Tottenham Hotspur in the Championship. We're talking about Tottenham Hotspur, a club that's meant to be part of the Big Six. I don't think
Super League 5 years ago.
Super League, and this is how it affects everything. Sponsors, the parachute payment, the ticketing, the stadium revenue, job cuts, player cuts, wages. We're talking about a club that hasn't been relegated since 1977. The fact that we are talking about Tottenham Hotspur as an institution being relegated, and it is a serious thing staring us in the face, it is a disgrace. And the one thing we can blame the most is the ownership, and that is where the ownership, the buck stops with them. There's blood in their hands from all of them. Daniel Levy, the Lewis family, Vinay, all of them. It's got worse since Daniel Levy's not been there, which is absolutely laughable in itself. And in all honesty, like I've said, this ownership absolutely deserve to be in the Championship. They really do.
Salah's got a chance for Liverpool. Mo Salah drags it wide. It was a long ball forward. Radu Dragic didn't deal with it. And then Mo Salah drags his shot wide. He's adamant it should have been a corner kick. Liverpool 1, Spurs 0. 72 minutes gone. Are Tottenham just slowly but surely edging their way back into this game of football?
Honestly, it's got all the hallmarks of the Wolves game where we lost that 1-2-1 in the final 10 minutes. It's just reckless play. It's like they're just doing whatever they choose to. The passing has got no thought process behind it. They're belting forward whenever they choose to. Van Dijk's just done another mislaid pass. Alisson's just cleared it again right into... if you're trying to control a game of football, you're 1-0 up, you're against a team...
This team don't control games of football, Ryan.
It's just really poor all over the park. Look at that. Szoboszlai's lost his man. And now look at the space that Spurs have got.
Play that ball now.
Look at that. That's the quality that I'm talking about with Xavi Simons, where he carries the ball. We're known to a good area. Jed Spence has a shot into the hands of the goalkeeper. Well, that's a chance. Was a good save by Vicario. Has made a couple of good saves. You're right. There's no control.
I'm so sorry.
What's going on in this game?
I'm so sorry. That from Spurs. That defending.
There was a long ball from Alisson.
Mate, but it wasn't even unmarked. It wasn't even like Alisson went quick with it. Alisson had time to pick it up, assess it, and then play the ball. Oh my goodness, Spurs' defending is terrible.
This is a basketball game.
This is a game between two teams that aren't very good.
It's so bad. I actually
both teams, by the way.
This is like FIFA.
I don't think I realised how bad Liverpool actually were until today. Maybe.
Yeah.
That Liverpool have put themselves in a position. Yes, they went 1-0 up through Szoboszlai, but they've put out a team which is a rotational team, and they've now then put on Ekitike and Salah. And the risk that you pay with that is you don't put the team to bed in the first half.
Yeah, but all of a sudden. But when Salah and Ekitike have been playing in recent weeks, we'd have the same problems though, haven't we?
We have, but look at the West Ham game.
Like Salah's been a
look at the impact both of them have had since they've come on. Look at the West Ham game where you've got a team who are in similar form. We still put them to the sword because we had Ekitike and Salah available.
Right, I'm sorry, but Salah's been absolutely useless this season.
He's not been great yet, of course.
No, come on, right. We all love Mo Salah, but come on, man. You can't say dropping Mo Salah has been a reason as to why we're struggling in this game.
Oh, no, but I think Rio Ngamoa, as good as he is...
He's the best player, I thought, in that first half.
No, as good as he is, Sam, in terms of...
He's young and raw, of course.
Yeah, he's young and... Exactly. It's just a step too much for him, I think, at this stage in terms of putting him into the scene.
But now, look, Gakpo and Salah, you cannot possibly say they've been any better.
It might be a gamble that works because they get over the line in this game and then they've got a bit more rest in the legs of the likes of Ekitike and Salah on Wednesday. But my point is, if Spurs come back into this game and they get a point and Liverpool see ground in a Champions League race that they are, as it stands, are they fourth?
We're winning fourth on the table.
Right, exactly right. So as it stands, then that is on Slot's decision at the start of the game to name
Ryan.
I disagree. I don't think anyone's going to point to the fact that Mo Salah didn't start this game.
100% right. I think you're miles off it.
Miles off it at all.
You are.
But Mo Salah's played pretty much every game this season and has been completely ineffective. And now you're
take Ekitike.
Right. Even look at Ekitike's numbers in the league over the last couple of weeks. They've dropped off massively.
Still going to give you more than Gakpo.
No, I appreciate that, but I think still
going to give you more. No, my point is, Sam. Liverpool have let the first half just passed them by.
They've let every game pass them by this season,
Ryan. They've been fortunate with Szoboszlai's free kick in the first half, and they've put themselves in a position now where there's a chance that they might end up drawing this game.
What game's more important, this game or the Galatasaray game, though? Galatasaray, for sure. You'd rather have Mo Salah fit for the Galatasaray game than this game. If you drop points against Spurs,
can we please stop talking about Mo Salah? Like if Mo Salah was, like if Mo Salah, like the reason why we're playing badly because Mo Salah
about Salah. I said Salah and Ekitike.
And I also included.
Let's just clarify.
I'm not
and he's put Jones on as well. And let's be very honest here, Sam.
Yeah.
If you look at the last 20 minutes since Jones has come on, Ekitike's come on, Salah's come on. In terms of the overall play, Liverpool have had more of the ball. They've been in much more threatening positions, and that's because of the players on the pitch.
But Spurs have also had to go for it.
Yeah, Spurs,
the game's opening up, isn't it, Ryan?
Sorry,
the game's opening up.
Spurs were all over the place after that Szoboszlai goal. We could have put them to the sword if we had 2 or 3 players on there. That if you had an Ekitike on me, honestly, I genuinely think, and Rio's a great lad. I think he will be brilliant for the club in the future. I think he's had some exciting, bright moments in this game, but. I just think the idea to rotate the team, which he has rotated the team, puts him in a situation now where if they draw this game, it's onslaught. It has to be.
He has to rotate at some point. He has to because when are you going to rotate? Galatasaray.
Game, no, isn't it? I mean,
so when are you going to rotate?
Well,
you have to rotate either this game.
Did he not take Salah off on 60? Galatasaray in the week.
Right.
Did he not take Salah off?
You know, he was ineffective again.
But Ryan, Salah has done absolutely nothing.
About Salah? I haven't made it about Salah. I've said Salah, Ekitike and Jones. So that's not about Salah, is it? So if you're going to make the point, don't make it about Salah.
Yeah, but I don't think Rio starting makes you has made you worse than if Salah would start. I know you said to come on the pitch and you've been different, but he's been profligate in the final third.
Right, I don't think you can say
the best chance of winning a football match, especially at this point in the season. I don't think putting a 17-year-old on.
Oh, Ryan. Honestly, Cody Gakpo has played left wing for most games this season, and he has been absolutely atrocious. Ryan, no, am I wrong in saying that?
Still playing.
Ryan?
Gakpo's up top.
No, right. You're talking about Ngamo on that left-hand side. Okay. I've watched Cody Gakpo for 6 months this season be predictable and have no impact on games. I'm sorry, you cannot say on that left-hand side the Rio Ngamo did not deserve a chance.
In the first half, if you had Ngamo on the left side, and you had Ekitike.
Okay, I don't hate that, but you can't have to go.
And you had Salah on the right side. You had Salah on the right side. I think it'd be 2 or 3-0. Genuinely, that's my view on it. That's my view on it. I genuinely think it would be. And I'm not saying that's because they're brilliant and they've been brilliant this season.
But we've sat here for like 2 hours and said something needs to change at Liverpool, right? And the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again.
Which is what's done at times by picking Salah, by picking
expecting different results. I like bringing in Rio. You can't start Rio against Galatasaray yet, but his appearances and his cameos.
I think you can, by the way.
Pardon?
Why can't you start him against Galatasaray? But
Spurs are terrible. Spurs are one worst teams in the league. Spurs haven't won.
Sorry, can I jump in there?
Go on.
Ekitike does obviously play up front against Galatasaray.
Yeah, of course.
In my opinion, if we're talking Gakpo or Ngamo to start against Galatasaray,
Rio probably, yeah.
Of course, I'm going Rio. I don't know why we're being,
But like,
do you disagree with that opinion?
No, I don't. As I said to you, I still think he has an impact. He's exciting, but
you hate the rotation for this game.
If you put Gakpo in at centre forward, we've done that. Sorry, but we have done this season. We did it against Fulham, where we put Gakpo up as
at the Cottage.
Forward. Yeah, at the Cottage, and we got away with it because of the changes that we made, and he relied on the subs impacting the game. But he did nothing up until the point he made changes, and it felt to me it's like an FA Cup game. When you watch a team in the FA Cup, you think, okay, well, we'll get through the first half, but we're going to have to bring on our big guns in the second half. Whether they're in form or not, that is Salah and that is Ekitike. I just think it was a mistake not to have started Ekitike personally, and even Salah on that side. It's just you just feel like that's a mistake, because it doesn't matter how bad Salah is in the space that he's getting in this game, he's still being effective at points there. You see, there was an attack that just came forward. He made the space in the middle of the park, and he freed Ekitike going forward. I just think to have a 17-year-old on that left side, you have Gakpo who's in a position that he's playing centre forward. He's been so ineffective, not really giving him that much support, and you're expecting him. You're looking to him. Every pass keeps going to him. I'm like, what are you doing, lads? Where's Ngamo before he went off? Every pass was going down that side. It was almost like there was 4 or 5.
He had his fullback on toast. He was getting dangerous areas.
I mean, come on.
Oh no, Ryan, you can't sit here and then say but you can't sit here and say that Mo Salah's come on and changed the game.
What's our most concrete chance that we've created?
Okay, what's the most concrete chance that Mo Salah's created? You come on. You said that Mo Salah's come on and changed the game. I don't think Mo Salah's done anything since we've been on better than what Rio did.
You keep making it about Salah. I couldn't say Ekitike's name more, but you keep making it.
But then
listen, I'm saying Hugo Ekitike, right? Very clearly, Hugo Ekitike.
Okay,
not Mo Salah.
No, I'm saying Mo Salah.
Let's be clear.
But I'm saying Mo Salah.
Yeah, I know. So why are you making it? Well, that's a different.
Because that's what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm saying no. Yeah, well, I'm allowed to say Mo Salah's name, aren't I? Or the band on the show.
Yeah, but
so I'm saying that
I'm counter my argument with a player that I'm not saying, can you?
So you've never. So in your whole argument, you've never mentioned Mo Salah at all. You have mentioned Mo Salah.
As part of the three.
No. We can get the tapes up. You said Mo Salah's come in and been in decent positions and created difference. You said he's been in the final third and created difference. So you have brought Mo Salah's name into it.
Yeah, but he hasn't been central to my arguments, as I've tried to clarify 3 or 4 times.
So central to your arguments who? Ekitike. And what's Ekitike done since he's come on?
Well, to be fair, there's a difference
Nothing, mate.
There's a difference between starting a game and then coming on in the game, isn't there? There is. There just is.
Yes, for sure.
And I just don't. Honestly, Liverpool have wasted so many. The criticism here, right, comes from Liverpool wasting so many first halves in games, taking decisions where you put Gakpo up top, which is going to be ineffective.
Yeah.
If you put Chiesa up top, would have been ineffective.
Yeah.
I looked at that lineup today and I thought, you know what? I'd quite like to see maybe Vert in the false 9, and you see, Szoboszlai in that 10, and then you see Frimpong out there. But that's not come to pass. Frimpong's been further forward. Engamo's been out on the left.
Yeah.
So you've got. Look at they've completely rotated the entire front three.
Ryan,
You might argue that that's fair because they've not been informed, but you completely rotated the front three.
Rotate the front three. That's not been good. That's what you should do.
Right.
How can you expect any consistency or any rhythm?
You're not looking for consistency. If you're consistent, you won't finish in the top 6. You've been consistently poor this season.
Right, the only thing I'm disagreeing with before this game, before the rotation, let's say the normal front three is Salah, Ekitike, and Gakpo. They probably see more often than not this season. I'm sorry, mate. They have all been, and Ekitike maybe only more so in the last kind of couple of weeks or month or so.
Yeah.
But free the rotation, right? We touched on it at the top of the show, mate. It's been an absolute struggle. It's been an absolute mess of a season. So I can't believe you're now saying he's made a couple of changes to the attack, and all of a sudden it's on slot if we don't win this game. I want this slot to be more braver with players like Ingamoa for months now, mate. So I'm surprised that you're saying he's made a couple of changes and now that's on slot.
I think it's the message that it sends out.
What message does it send out?
You're benching Salah and Ekitike.
Yeah, Mo Salah should have been benched months ago, mate.
Saying that Wednesday night is more important.
It is. What
message does that send out in a crucial game?
You lose on Wednesday night, you're out of the Champions League. You lose this game, you probably still qualify for the top Champions League.
I can't believe that you don't think that Wednesday is more important.
Way more important.
Again.
Both games are important. I don't like that picking one game. This is also. I'm not saying this game's not important. This game is important. I'm just saying that Salah's been bang average this season. Gakpo's had an absolute awful season. Ekitike last couple of months has been really, really woeful.
Yeah.
So given not woeful, but he hasn't maybe hit the heights he has in the first couple of months of the season. Therefore, I think there is nothing wrong when you're playing every 3 days for Slot to have a look at Angama on that.
Why would you change the entire front three?
Okay, the entire front three have been pretty bang average most of the season, right? Have they not, mate? Have they not? Have they not?
But even if that's the case, Sam, when does that ever tend to work? Where you strip out the entire front three and you're going to expect, immediate results? You don't.
Right. This season, mate, we've lost. This season, we've lost 9 in 12. We've drawn at home to Burnley, Sunderland, and Leeds. Maybe at times he's needed to be a bit more brave and rip things up. You're talking as if we're top of the league by 12 points, and he's making changes for change's sake. We've been absolutely SHI, what for most of the season. And maybe we'd be less that if at times he'd been a little bit more tactically flexible and stuff like that, instead of doing the same thing game in, game out. Seeing Salah on that right hand side being bang average, I'm surprised that a couple of changes has rattled you so much.
But how is that being more tactically flexible? Who's brought in?
What Ingamoa didn't deserve a chance on the left hand side?
Engamoa, maybe. I get the argument for Engamoa, but the point is you strip out the entire front three, you put Gakpo up top in a central position.
I'm not a big fan of Gakpo.
He's on the left side. So why is he playing? Why is he centre forward and on the left side? Bring in someone like Ekitike, and I genuinely don't think. Okay, fair enough, he's not had a great season, but I don't think there's any harm in having Salah out on that right side. It's a little bit of experience. If a moment comes to him, he's got the ability to put it away. He might not do based on the form of this season. Fair enough, but I would back him more over Frimpong. I think there was too many changes to a forward line. I think it deprioritised an important game for us in the run-in, and it sends the wrong message.
So you'd play your best front three, Galatasaray, Spurs, Galatasaray. You play your best front three for all 3 of those games. You're going to have to rotate at some point, and this is the least important of the games.
Why do we
if we're being honest. Pardon? So you're going to play Mo Salah Wednesday.
Salah came off on 60.
So
we got rested,
so Mo Salah plays all 3 of those games.
Yeah, Salah.
Nonsense. He's been rubbish this season,
Salah and Ekitike came off, didn't he, against Galatasaray?
Of course.
He hasn't played the full 90 minutes.
Of course. Okay, so I want to hear from you. You played Salah and Ekitike for all 3 of those games. Galatasaray, Spurs. Okay,
that's the best of what we've got right now.
Is Mo Salah's best of what you got?
Well, okay, let's flip it the other way. You've just seen the alternative. Has the alternative been markedly better?
In terms of what?
It's been the same. Okay, so fair enough. Salah's not been brilliant this season, and Ekitike's been inconsistent. Whatever way you want to dice it. But do you think the combination of Engamo, Frimpong, and Gakpo, would you start them against Galatasaray? Then is that what you're saying? Is that the forward three that you would go for?
No, I wouldn't start that.
So who would you be your forward three then against Galatasaray?
Salah, Ekitike, Engamo.
Why is that?
Correct.
Yes.
Was that your first choice forward three? So why is that not the first choice starting this one then?
Because I think you made the point, Ryan. When you're playing games every 3 days,
but he still would have rotated, wouldn't he? Because he would have put Gakpo.
So it's a moot point if you win this game. Do you know what I mean?
Which we are winning.
Totally moot point.
The conversation wasn't about that. The conversation was, if Spurs get back into this game, it would be on the manager. That was my point. So you're saying it's a moot point. I said it's a brave decision to do that because what you do is that you
no, you didn't say brave. You said it's a wrong decision. That's what you said, not brave decision.
Well, it would be if they get back into the game.
Okay, and if they don't, then what?
That's why I said it's a brave decision. I mean, it's not hard, is it? What I'm saying is, it's a bold decision for the manager to make to completely rip out your entire front three and disjoint it and bring in a Frimpong on the right side and bring in Gamoa, a young lad. He's still a great lad. He's still got shown bright spots, but he's a young lad. You can still see his inexperience.
He played really well.
Shining through. He did play very well. But well, you know, he didn't. I'm not.
He didn't what?
What chances did he create?
Salah's been like that for 6 months though, Roy. Am I wrong though, mate? Am I wrong? Right, am I wrong?
Flipping it back.
Simmons has a shot.
No, so my point is, I think that would be the wrong call if Spurs get back into this game.
We're not going to get back into this game.
Well, there's a chance.
Tell you what, Simmons
there's
over
a
the
chance,
shot.
Abs, because come on, Richarlison's had 2 or 3 opportunities when he's better on there than he scores. You know, Liverpool haven't been convincing at all.
You haven't. I don't think you've been good. I actually don't think.
You can't tell me that there's not a chance that you'll get back into this game.
I can.
From a corner kick.
You've had 2 or 3 opportunities.
But that chance still exists if you play your best front three. That chance still exists, right? If you play your best front three.
Like when we lost 9-12, like when we drew a Burnley, Sunderland, Leeds at home.
You play Salah and Ekitike, you can still lose this game.
The point I'm making, yes, that's feasibly possible, but the point I'm making there is we've wasted too many first halves this season, and we've put ourselves in a position where, by come 88 minutes, 89 minutes, there's a chance that the team could still nab a point off us.
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem. And I think if you started with your best choice front three, you don't put yourself in that position. Personally, that's my view on it. Whether or not they've been ineffective this season, whether they've been out of form this season, is by the by. It's all about the message and the signalling that they put out to your players who haven't been up to.
Actually, one more question.
Go on.
Feel free.
With Mo Salah,
he's like, I'm never coming back.
So with you got me right back at this rate, mate. So with Mo Salah, who let's just using him as an example as a player that struggled this season, okay?
Sugar. Oh my God! Play it! Shoot!
I'm going to get a point.
Oh my God!
No, but this is what he does. This is what he does. He'll probably take the top off and then he'll go up the other end and Liverpool score like I've seen with Jota.
Oh my God, get the ball and try and score again, mate. You're in the relegation battle.
Come on, there's no time for this.
I think they take a point here,
There's no time. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's get the first point in 3 months.
Oh, this is bad.
Richarlison equalises Spurs into the 90th minute. It was coming. I know it was coming. But it's been coming. Liverpool have had this problem all season, not being able to manage games, not being able to dominate games. And right, I'm going to end this conversation just by saying this, okay? I don't care who the front three is. I don't care who the midfield three is. This season has been an absolute disgrace and nowhere near good enough. And we'll end that conversation there. Abby, how big is this moment for Spurs?
I mean, massive. I just need a point. Just give me a point. Anything. Just not a loss, please. I have to be honest. I don't think Tottenham have been terrible today.
No, it's been your best performance for weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, months, Sam.
Yeah.
Months and months and months. They've had chances. It's just again like lack of quality. That's it. Like lack of final ball and moments like that. But I think actually they've been a lot more resolute today. Defended quite well.
That finish was shocking.
Don't matter. The fact that he's just gone there and stood there like that is absolutely insane.
But the thing is, we've gone on about.
Abby, also, by the way, honestly, like this, all the talk about this manager's lost the. This is the Spurs team that showed a little bit of fight today, no?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's anything to do with.
Bad limbs, by the way.
I don't think it's anything to do with Igor Tudor. I think it's actually to do with maybe they've got to play with for some pride in themselves.
You've got to give him some credit for this. A little bit.
Hang on, I will if we actually get something out of this game. Very Spurs to now go concede, isn't it, though?
That is a pony ball from Andy Robertson.
But we've talked ad nauseum about the midfield. We talked ad nauseum about the attack.
No, let me touch you. I don't know if you heard what I said to Ryan there. Yeah. I said I'm happy to end this debate with Ryan. Yeah. Whether it's Salah on the right, whether it's Frimpong, whether it's Ekitike through the middle, or Gakpo and Gamera on the left-hand side, whatever combination of front three Liverpool put out this season, it's been an absolute disgrace of a season. Yeah. And knowing they're gonna. Are you happy, Ryan, to leave it at that, mate? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
But the defence is.
Everything's been a shambles. Everything's been a shambles. Look how easy it was there for Spurs to come through Liverpool.
Defensively, though, it's been one ball over the top. Yeah. Like there at 6s and 7s. That was
every team, many more so first. Every team, it feels like a one pass away through Liverpool's midfield. You've got the whole pitch to run into. Yeah. Is that fair, Ryan?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the way they defended the goal was shocking. Robertson doesn't win the header. Van Dijk lets it just ghost past him. And Richarlison doesn't even need to finish it with any real...
He scuffs it more, doesn't he, to the corner?
You could win this. The Spurs could easily win this.
I don't even care about that. I just want to take the point. Just take the point. Just stop the rot. Just stop the rot. I'm not going to get greedy. I don't want to... Just
Quake, have you been surprised at how badly Liverpool have managed and controlled this game?
Well, you guys pointed out the stat about how many late goals Liverpool conceded this season, and that's probably why.
Those stats, by the way, goals to lose the game of football. Not most of them are to lose.
Well, and that's why I can maybe understand Ryan's kind of furor in terms of you want to kill games because you've seen your team throw away so many games. Yeah. But against the Spurs team that are this bad, there's no combination of Liverpool players that should go out on that pitch and not win this game. Yeah. And so, like, whoever you play, you've got to win this, and then you've only got to look at the manager, right? And I understand that you thank him for the memories and you say that was a great season last year, but this is unacceptable. And you don't even want to hark back to the money spent because teams spend money all the time. That's football. But just in terms of what this outfit are putting out on the pitch is unacceptable. It's not good enough. And unfortunately, for these Liverpool fans who have been patient, who have kind of bit their tongue for a long time, I can understand why the frustration is building and why you're questioning the manager at every single turn. Because it seems like every single decision, he isn't getting it right, whether it's his fault or not.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. I think the performances across the pitch have been dire.
Shocking.
And I said to you, there's that lack of appetite, that lack of hunger.
Do you feel that in the stadium? Is that the feeling in the stadium as well? There's not that bite at Anfield anymore.
Yeah, no, I just think there's possibly a lack of ideas at the moment. But there's players playing within themselves.
When I do the Inside Liverpool show, Paul Smith, who's a season ticket holder, he says Anfield is not the same this season. He says there's anxiety inside the stadium and more important, a lack of belief really. Yeah. And always because it's like we've seen this performance like all season. I mean, no matter whether it's Spurs, Burnley, Sunderland, Leeds, the worst teams in the league come to Anfield, and we struggle to kill them off. We struggle to dominate. We struggle to, So this has been. It feels like we're literally almost kind of watching the same performance every week, and we're saying, of course, we can still win this game.
You think about how the Liverpool goal came. You really Spurs should have saved it.
Come on.
And I think Spurs have had the better chances.
Come on, play.
That's not the worst ball.
Javi Simmons is in here down the left-hand side. I tell you what, he's got a chance here. You got to be joking me.
Oh my God, please.
Oh,
that is pony from him. That's where, when he knows banging about, but that's where I expect him to be the player to have that little bit of quality to cut and feel. Rubbish.
He doesn't have it.
Yeah, that was pony.
He doesn't have it.
If any team deserves to win this game of football, I think Spurs more than Liverpool.
Simple ball.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. That was rubbish. I can't argue that.
Abby, what would this do to your season?
Just stop the rot. First point that we've picked up in months. Literally, I think that we've only picked up 4 points this year, and I think most of them came in January.
Yeah, lost 5 in the league going into this.
I actually can't remember the last time that we got a point in a game. So it's just, it's absolutely outrageous. It's just so jokes.
I can't believe how bad Liverpool are.
No, but just there's a moment there with Richarlison, right? He's obviously poking fun at Liverpool fans, but he's doing like this sort of silly vignette celebration, and I think, mate, look at your team at the moment. Look at where your club is at. Look at the apathy around the club.
Do you know what? Though he might as well have just got a point at Anfield. And that might be a point that actually keeps us upright. So, in all honesty, with all the respect, focus on your own team. All right, focus on your own team.
No, but it's not a great celebration.
I said it's outrageous.
It's
absolutely outrageous.
With the kind of finish it was and like where it is, it's like try and win this game.
He does like scoring.
This is dangerous.
Get rid of it, mate.
Oh, seconds. Shoot.
Oh, counter. Counter's on. It's 4 on 2. Ekitike, he's got Chiesa to his left, Salah to his right.
Wait, hold it. Chiesa.
It's a bad ball. Hit it. Oh! It's a rubbish ball to Chiesa. He played it behind him.
The Spurs break is on though, no?
No, I think he's blown up now, no?
It's a 4-on-2. The path to Chiesa was pony. It was behind him, playing into his path.
Also, I've actually...
Right. Find some support.
Oh, what is that, Dom? What is that? What is that?
Oh my goodness! Oh my
Come on,
goodness!
make a run, make someone
boys, you
move.
didn't realise how bad Liverpool actually were.
Where have you been the last 7 months, Quaker?
I actually
How can you be surprised at this?
But Spurs are so bad.
Come on.
That this is really.
Pedro Porro inside the box. He's going to shoot kind of a shot cross into the box.
Ref's got to blow his whistle now.
Please just blow the whistle, please. Please just put me out of the misery. Come on. Put everyone out of the misery. Yeah, done. It's fine.
Yeah, he's got a point. Liverpool 1, Tottenham 1. My goodness me, that was an absolutely astonishing game of football. Right, I'm going to let you sum that from a Liverpool point of view, please.
Well, I think they were sleepwalking towards that from the 45th minute. Didn't create enough, didn't ask enough questions of a side that's low on confidence and should have been put to the sword. And I don't know how you don't take more. I don't know why you don't sense blood when Vicario struggles so much with that Soboslai free kick that you don't then, jump all over that. Very disappointing. And I do think, a lot of the blame there lies equally at the manager and the players' doors.
Abby, we know it's been grim, we know it's been tough, but come on, you can give credit where credit's due, because that was a good Spurs performance.
Yeah,
it was a good Spurs performance.
Yeah, I think based on where we're at, it was a good Spurs performance. I think it was quite resolute. I think we defended well. I think that it's a shame, obviously, conceding the Szoboszlai goal, and
avoidable.
I think that is avoidable. I think keeping wise, Vicario could have done so much better. I think it's interesting today thinking about the team and who was actually available. Like, in that, there's no Romero, there's no Van de Ven. The two people aside from Porro who would be captains as well in that, and we just seemed a lot more, what's the word, like committed.
Yeah, I think you should. Is
that the word I'm looking for? Like, just committed to the cause, and a lot more fight than I've seen with those two actually in the team at times. I appreciate I haven't really seen Romero in it for 7-8 games, but
get those two gone.
I think
they want to leave. They want to leave. They're getting sent off every other week.
They want to leave, and in all honesty, like, I really like Danso. I that is someone I actually don't think I mentioned before when I said about people who had fight. I think Danso I would include in that.
You talk about vibes though, Abs. They're bringing bad vibes.
I agree with
They
you.
want to leave. So at this point in the season where you need to stay up, these two players are definitely not going to be there next year if you stay. Like, don't have them to start 11. They are. It seems like they're playing against you. That's how it feels.
I have said I don't think Romero should come back.
And you keep getting sent off every week.
I don't think that Romero should come back and have the armband.
I don't think Van de Ven should play again
multiple times. Van de Ven, in terms of him, he's a very lucky boy. He didn't get sent off in the Atletico game as well the other day. But what I would say from this team today is I saw a lot more fight. I saw a lot more heart from them. I said to you about Richarlison, whether or not you do like him, don't like him, think he's crap, I'm not disputing any of that. But what I'm saying is that he's someone that works hard and fights. And I've always said that about him. He might not have the quality, but he will work hard for the team, for the badge. And that is what Tottenham need right now. I don't need, little ticky-tacky things. We're not good enough. Archie Gray, people like that, Richarlison, that is what potentially will keep you up and keep you in this league. And as damning as that whole statement is, it's true. I think that they earned that today, Spurs. I don't think Spurs were terrible. Obviously, I felt personally very down in that first half because I was just like, here we go again. But I also didn't realise probably how bad you guys are from a Liverpool standpoint. But this is huge. In terms of getting a point, this is the first point we've picked up in I don't even know how long.
We lost the last 5 league games.
It stops the rot. It stops the rot a little bit. It gives them a little bit of confidence. You're going to Anfield and getting yourself a point. Let's see what happens in the Champions League, I guess, on Tuesday.
It's a free hit now, isn't it? Really?
I'll be honest, I'm not massively fussed about that. We've got such bigger problems. And then for me, like I said, next weekend is the biggest game I think we've probably had in our entire history, because that is so much more than a 6-pointer. So much more.
Ryan, Abby, Quaker, thank you very much. talkSPORT goals back in the week for the Champions League. Coming up next is the final word. Natalie Sawyer and Alan Pardew.
Double for Richarlison is celebrating.
Premier League football. Tottenham Hotspur, 5 defeats in a row in the Premier League. A big valiant point away at Liverpool. The final word show is next on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs.